Hey guys. Here is what if Naruto has a cultivation system. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one. Let's start.
We are paid, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 1, The Sealed Boy and the Ancient Will. The night was October 10th. Konohagakure no Sato burned. Not with ordinary fire, though plenty of that consumed the eastern residential districts, but with the malevolent chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox, a beast whose very presence warped reality and turned brave shinobi into trembling children. Its 9 tails swept through the village like the fingers of an angry god, each strike obliterating decades of construction, generations of memory, centuries of hope. The Yondaime Hokage stood atop Gamabunta's head, his white coat billowing in the superheated wind, and he knew with absolute certainty that he was going to die tonight. Namikaze Minato had accepted this truth approximately 17 minutes ago, somewhere between his third failed attempt at pushing the Kyuubi beyond the village walls and the moment he'd felt his wife's chakra signature flicker dangerously in the safe house he'd prepared. The beast was too strong. The masked man who'd extracted it from Kushina was too cunning. And the village, the village his sensei had entrusted to him, was dying around him. But Minato was not a man who surrendered to despair. He was a man who calculated, and found solutions where others saw only impossible problems. It was why Jiraiya had trained him. It was why the Sandaime had chosen him as successor. It was why Kushina had fallen in love with him, though she'd never admit that his analytical mind was attractive. She preferred to claim it was his hair. The solution he'd found was the worst option that still worked. Which meant it was the only option. Gamabunta, he said, his voice calm despite the apocalypse unfolding around them. I need you to hold it for 3 more minutes. The great toad boss, scarred and bleeding from a dozen wounds that would have killed lesser summons, let out a rumbling laugh that held no humor. 3 minutes against that thing? You're asking me to die, Minato. I'm asking you to trust me. Gamabunta's massive eye rolled to regard the man standing on his head. In that gaze was something few humans ever received from the toad's summons, genuine respect. The contract ends with you, doesn't it? Whatever you're planning. Minato didn't answer. He didn't need to. 3 minutes? Gamabunta growled, and launched himself at the Kyuubi with a war cry that shook the burning village to its foundations. The safe house was exactly as Minato had left it, a small cabin in the forests east of the village, protected by 17 layers of ceiling arrays that he'd spent 6 months perfecting. It was, by any objective measure, the most secure location in Fire Country. It had taken the masked man less than 4 minutes to breach it. Uzumaki Kushina lay on a simple futon, her red hair spread around her like a pool of blood, her breathing shallow and labored. The extraction of a bijou was supposed to kill the Jinchuriki instantly. That she still lived was a testament to her Uzumaki heritage, to the legendary vitality of her clan. That she would die regardless was a mathematical certainty. Minato, she whispered as he appeared beside her in a flash of yellow. The baby, tell me. He's safe. Minato knelt beside her, taking her hand. It was cold. Too cold. I hid him in a secondary location. The masked man never found him. Kushina's violet eyes, dimmed now, so far from the fierce brightness that had first captured his attention in the academy, filled with tears. Thank the sage. Thank the sage. I thought. I know. Minato squeezed her hand. I know what you thought. But our son is alive, Kushina. He's alive, and he's going to stay that way. The Kyuubi. I have a plan. Something in his voice made Kushina's eyes sharpen, cutting through the haze of exhaustion and chakra depletion. She had known this man for 15 years. She had loved him for 12. She had been married to him for 2. She knew every inflection of his voice, every micro-expression that crossed his face, every tell that betrayed his true thoughts. No, she said. Kushina. No. She tried to rise, managed only to lift her head before collapsing back. I know that tone. I know what you're planning. Minato, no. There has to be another way. There isn't. Then find one. You're supposed to be a genius. The yellow flash. The man who ended a war. Find another way. Minato closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. I've run every calculation, Kushina. Every possibility. Every variable. There is no other way. The Kyuubi is too powerful to be destroyed, too dangerous to be allowed to roam free, and too important to the village's military balance to simply be banished. It must be sealed. And the only vessel capable of containing it is an Uzumaki. Kushina finished, her voice cracking. Use me. I was its Jinchuriki before. I can. You're dying. The words hung in the air between them, brutal in their honesty. You have hours left, at most. Minato continued, his voice gentle but unflinching. Your chakra coils are shredded. Your life force is draining away. Even if I sealed the Kyuubi back into you, the seal wouldn't hold. You'd die, and the beast would be free again, and everything, everyone, would have been sacrificed for nothing. Kushina was crying openly now, her legendary temper abandoned in the face of the terrible logic her husband presented. Then let it go. Let the Kyuubi escape. Let some other village deal with it. Just don't, Minato, please don't do this to our son. And what happens when it returns? Minato asked quietly. A year from now? 10 years? 100? It will return, Kushina. Bijou always do. And when it does, it will remember. It will remember this village, this night, the people who defied it. It will come back with all its hatred, all its rage, and it will destroy everything we've built. Everyone we love. Everyone who comes after. He reached out, brushing a strand of red hair from her face. I can't save us, Kushina. But I can save him. I can save the village. I can give our son a weapon, a burden, yes, but also a weapon that will make him strong enough to protect himself. To protect others. To become a Jinchuriki. Kushina spat the word like a curse. You want to make our newborn son a Jinchuriki. Do you have any idea what that means? I lived it, Minato. I know the isolation. The hatred. The fear in people's eyes when they look at you and see only the monster inside. You want to condemn our son to that? I want to give him the chance to surpass it. The words seemed to strike Kushina physically. She stared at her husband, searching his face for any sign of doubt, any crack in his resolve that she could exploit. She found none. The seal I've designed, Minato continued, isn't like the one that held the Kyuubi inside you. It's not just a cage. It's a filter. It will slowly, over years, over decades, convert the Kyuubi's chakra into a form Naruto can use. By the time he's an adult, he won't just be the beast's jailer. He'll be its master. You can't know that. Sealing is an art, not a science. There are no guarantees. No, Minato admitted. There aren't. But I've built in fail-safes. I've added contingencies. And I've done something no seal master has ever attempted before. He smiled, and it was the smile of a man who had glimpsed something beyond the ordinary, something that terrified and exhilarated him in equal measure. I've found a way to leave a piece of ourselves inside the seal. You and me. Our chakra, our consciousness, our will. If Naruto ever loses control, if the Kyuubi ever tries to overwhelm him, we'll be there. We'll help him. Kushina's breath caught. You mean? We won't be gone entirely. A fragment of us will remain, watching over our son, waiting for the moment he needs us most. Minato's smile turned sad. It's not the same as being there. It's not the same as watching him grow, teaching him to walk, hearing his first words. But it's more than nothing. For a long moment, Kushina said nothing. The sounds of battle still echoed in the distance. Gamabunta's roars, the Kyuubi's screams, the desperate war cries of shinobi who were buying their Hokage time with their lives. Finally, she spoke. Bring him to me. Minato nodded and vanished in a flash of yellow. Naruto was, objectively speaking, an unremarkable infant. He was small, 7 pounds 3 ounces, with a tuft of blonde hair that stuck up at odd angles and a face that was still red and wrinkled from birth. His eyes, when they occasionally opened, were the deep blue common to all newborns, though Minato suspected they would lighten to something closer to his own shade as Naruto grew. He had Kushina's face shape, Minato's coloring, and an apparent determination to cry at volumes that should have been physically impossible for something so small. He was, in short, perfect. Minato held his son as he reappeared in the safe house, cradling the tiny body against his chest with a gentleness that seemed incongruous with the blood and ash that stained his Hokage coat. Kushina reached for them both with trembling arms, and Minato carefully settled himself beside her, placing Naruto between them. He's beautiful, Kushina whispered, one finger tracing the curve of her son's cheek. He's so beautiful, Minato. He is. I wanted. Her voice broke. I wanted to see him grow up. I wanted to teach him the Uzumaki taijutsu style. I wanted to embarrass him in front of his friends. I wanted to threaten his first girlfriend. I wanted. I know. Minato pressed his forehead to hers. I know. I wanted all of that too. They stayed like that for a moment, a family of 3, whole and complete for the first and last time. Then Minato straightened, and his expression shifted from grieving father to focused seal master. I need to draw the array, he said. It will take approximately 7 minutes. Can you hold him until then? Kushina nodded, gathering Naruto into her arms with fierce protectiveness. I'll hold him. And Minato. She caught his sleeve as he turned away. Thank you? For giving us this chance? For believing in our son. Even if everything goes wrong, thank you. Minato leaned down and kissed her, soft and sweet and full of all the words he didn't have time to say. Then he pulled back and began to work. The sealing array took shape beneath his brush with a speed and precision that would have made even the most skilled Uzumaki seal masters weep with envy. Lines of chakra-infused ink spread across the floor in geometric patterns of staggering complexity, circles within circles, spirals that seemed to turn in on themselves, kanji that burned with contained power. This was Minato's masterpiece. His legacy. The culmination of everything he had learned about the art of sealing in his 30 years of life. The Shiki Fujin. The dead demon-consuming seal. It was a technique he had never intended to create. The theory had come to him in a dream, years ago, a nightmare, really, of death and darkness and a cold so absolute it seemed to freeze thought itself. He had woken in a cold sweat, Kushina stirring beside him, and he had known with terrible certainty that he had glimpsed something real. Something waiting. Something that would demand a price. He had spent the next 3 years trying to forget that dream. He had failed. And so, eventually, he had embraced it instead, had studied the fragmentary records of the Uzumaki clan's forbidden techniques, had meditated on the nature of death and the soul, had pushed his understanding of Fuinjutsu to limits that even Jiraiya considered reckless. What he had created was a seal that should not exist. A seal that reached beyond the mortal realm and touched something that existed in the spaces between life and death. The Shinigami. The death god. The entity that devoured souls and held them in its stomach for all eternity. To invoke the Shinigami was to offer your own soul as payment. There was no escape, no loophole, no clever trick that could cheat death once the deal was struck. The caster died. Always. Without exception. But the Shinigami was hungry, and it was powerful, and it could bind things that no mortal seal could contain. Things like the nine-tailed demon fox. It's done, Minato said, rising from his crouch. The array covered the entire floor of the safe house, a masterwork of sealing art that would be studied, if anyone ever discovered it, for centuries. I need to summon the Kyuubi here. Kushina's arms tightened around Naruto. How much time do we have? Minutes. The Shinigami's presence will buy us some, but not much. I need to seal the Kyuubi's yang half into Naruto, and its yin half into myself. The process. He hesitated. The process will not be pleasant. For any of us. I'll manage. Minato looked at his wife, his beautiful, fierce, stubborn wife, and felt his heart swell with an emotion that transcended love. I never deserved you, Kushina. No, she agreed, a ghost of her old smile crossing her face. You didn't. But you got me anyway, Databane. Minato laughed, the sound surprising him. I'll see you on the other side. You'd better. He formed the hand seals, snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake, and slammed his palm against the center of the array. The world went white. Not in the way Minato had planned. Not the clean, simple death he had mapped out in his mind, invoke the Shinigami, seal the beast, pay the price, and whatever Sarutobi would later say at a ceremony, whatever story the village would tell itself afterward, heroic sacrifice, a Kage dying for his people, that version was clean and logical and almost entirely false. The truth was far stranger. When Minato activated the Shiki Fujin, the fabric of reality itself seemed to shudder. The safe house, already straining under the weight of 17 defensive arrays, groaned as a new presence made itself known. The temperature dropped so precipitously that frost formed on the walls. The shadows lengthened, deepened, became something more than mere absence of light. And then the Shinigami appeared. It was not a being that could be easily described by mortal minds. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head scraping against a ceiling that should have been beyond its reach. It was humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, a head, but the proportions were wrong, the angles disturbing, the geometry somehow offensive to the eye. Its skin was the purple-gray of a corpse, its hair white and wild, its mouth stretched in a grin that revealed teeth like tombstones. In one hand, it held a knife that seemed to be made of condensed darkness. Around its arm, prayer beads clicked with a sound like bones breaking. You have called mortal. The voice was not heard so much as experienced, a vibration in the chest, a pressure behind the eyes, a certainty of impending death that settled into the bones and refused to leave. Minato faced it without flinching. I offer my soul in exchange for your power. Your soul is already mine. It was mine the moment you learned my name. What you offer now is merely the timing of the collection. Then consider the timing my bargaining chip. I need you to seal the 9-tailed fox, the yang half into my son, the yin half into me. The Shinigami's grin widened, which should have been impossible given how wide it already was. The fox is a fragment of the old power. It does not die, not truly. Even I cannot destroy it. Only contain it. Containment is all I ask. And what of the price? The fox's soul is vast, mortal. Greater than yours. Greater than 1,000 of yours. To seal it, you must offer something of equal value. Minato had anticipated this. It was why the seal included provisions for both him and Kushina, 2 souls instead of 1, 2 anchors to hold the chain. My wife and I will both serve as the price. Our souls, our consciousness, our very existence, all of it, in exchange for the sealing of the 9 tails. The Shinigami studied him with eyes that held no pupil, no iris, only endless hungry darkness. Then it laughed, and the sound was like the death rattle of a universe. Interesting. But insufficient. 2 mortal souls, even strong ones, cannot balance the weight of the fox. You need. Whatever the Shinigami was about to say was lost to the ages, because at that precise moment, something unprecedented occurred. The sealing array, Minato's masterwork, his perfect geometric expression of the art of Fuinjutsu, began to change. Not in any way Minato had designed or anticipated. New lines appeared, burned into the floor with a light that made the Shinigami's darkness look pale. Symbols manifested that belonged to no language Minato had ever encountered, not kanji, not the ancient Uzumaki script, not even the fragmentary remains of the Sage of 6 Paths' original notation. These symbols were something else. Something older. Something that predated chakra itself. What is this? The Shinigami's voice had lost its mocking edge. For the first time since its manifestation, it sounded almost uncertain. Kushina clutched Naruto tighter, her eyes wide. Minato, what's happening? I don't know. The light intensified. The new symbols spread across the array, interweaving with Minato's design, not overriding it but enhancing it, adding layers of complexity that should have taken 100 seal masters 100 years to conceive. The safe house shook. The Shinigami raised its knife, not in attack but in defense. And then a voice spoke. Not the Shinigami's voice. Not Minato's or Kushina's. Something that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from inside the array and outside reality, from the distant past and the far future all at once. How interesting. The words were spoken casually, almost lazily, in a tone that suggested the speaker had witnessed countless apocalypses and found them all rather tedious. There was no malice in that voice, no particular threat, but there was a weight to it, a gravity, that made even the Shinigami seem small. A death god bartering for souls. A father sacrificing himself for his son. A beast of hatred being caged for the 10,000th time. How tediously, predictably mortal. Minato found his voice. Who are you? An observer. A teacher. A very, very old existence who has grown bored with simply watching the cycles repeat. The symbols on the floor pulsed, and suddenly Minato understood what they were. Not seals in the traditional sense. Not even seals in the Uzumaki sense. They were a language. A language that described not what was, but what could be. A language that imposed structure on chaos, order on entropy, meaning on the meaningless void. A language of cultivation. I have walked through countless worlds. The voice continued. I have trained immortal emperors and witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations that would make your elemental nations look like children playing with mud. I have seen the beginning of time and the end of existence. And I have never, not once in all my eons, found a soul quite so interesting as the one you're about to condemn to a life of isolation and hatred. Kushina went pale. You're talking about Naruto. The child has potential. Hidden, yes. Buried beneath circumstance and genetics and the cosmic joke of being born at the precise moment when a demon fox decided to redecorate your village. But potential nonetheless. Potential that will be wasted if all he receives from this night is a monster in his gut and the hatred of a village that will never see past it. What do you want? Minato demanded. His hand moved toward a kunai that he knew would be useless against whatever this entity was, but old instincts died hard. Want? I want nothing. I need nothing. I am beyond wanting and needing. But I am also, as I mentioned, extremely bored. The symbols pulsed again, and this time Minato felt something, a brush against his consciousness, like a finger tracing the outline of his thoughts. It was not invasive, not aggressive, but it was undeniably present. Here is what I propose, Namikaze Minato. Your seal is elegant, but flawed. It will contain the 9 tails, yes, but it will leak. The fox's hatred will seep through, poisoning your son's chakra, stunting his growth, making him an outcast even among outcasts. By the time he's old enough to fight back, the damage will be done. He will be powerful, perhaps, but broken. A weapon for your village to use and discard. That's not. Don't interrupt. I've been speaking to ungrateful mortals for longer than your civilization has existed, and I've grown rather tired of it. Minato fell silent. As I was saying, your seal is flawed. But it doesn't have to be. I can fix it. I can add to it. I can give your son something more than a cage and a monster. I can give him a path. A path to what? Your Kages are talented men. Strong men by your world's measure. They'd be dead inside 30 seconds in any of the realms I've worked in. The voice paused, and somehow the pause carried more weight than the words. Your sage of 6 paths came close. He saw the ceiling. He just never found the door. The Shinigami stirred, its knife lowering slightly. You speak of cultivation. The old path. The forgotten way. Ah, so you remember. Good. Yes, Death God, I speak of cultivation. The path that existed before chakra was split from the Shinju. The path that your kind once walked before you became scavengers feeding on mortal souls. The true path to immortality, not your pathetic simulation of it, not the half measures of your Edo Tensei, but genuine, eternal, absolute transcendence. I don't understand, Kushina said, her voice trembling. What are you offering? What's the price? The price is entertainment. I want to see what your son does with the gift I give him. I want to see if he can walk the path I lay out. I want to see if, in this tired old universe of chakra and jutsu and endless war, a single child can become something more. That's all? You want to watch? I have watched for millions of years, Uzumaki Kushina. I have guided and I have taught and I have shaped the destinies of beings you cannot begin to comprehend. And in all that time, I have learned one truth above all others: the most interesting stories are the ones you don't control. Give me your son as my project, my experiment, my final student. And I will give him the tools to become something that transcends your petty shinobi conflicts. Something that could, if he chooses, reshape this world. Minato and Kushina exchanged a look. In that look was terror and hope and desperate uncertainty, the emotions of parents facing an impossible choice for their child's future. How do we know you're telling the truth? Minato asked finally. How do we know you won't just use him? Twist him into something monstrous? You don't. You can't. I am beyond the ability of mortal minds to verify or refute. All I can offer you is this: I have no reason to lie. I have no agenda beyond my own amusement. And I have spent eons learning that the best entertainment comes from giving promising individuals the tools to succeed and watching them surprise me. I don't want to control your son. I want to see what he becomes when given the chance to control himself. The Shinigami made a sound that might have been a growl. The child is mine by right. The seal invokes my power. I will not. You will. The voice interrupted, and for the first time, there was steel beneath its casual tone. Because if you don't, I will show you what true power looks like. I will remind you why your kind once knelt before mine. I will take this child regardless of your protests, and I will leave you with nothing. Is that what you want, little death god? To leave this night with empty hands and wounded pride? The Shinigami was silent for a long, terrible moment. Then, slowly, it lowered its knife entirely. Very well. But the parents' souls are still mine. Naturally. I have no interest in them, no offense intended, Namikaze, Uzumaki. You seem like lovely people, but your potential peaked years ago. Your son, however. The symbols flared one final time, and Minato felt the array shift beneath his feet. His seal was still there, still functional, but it was now part of something larger, a framework of impossible complexity that seemed to extend beyond the physical safe house, beyond the village, beyond the very world itself. It is done. The 9 tails will be sealed, Yan into the child, Yin into the death god's stomach, not into you, Namikaze. A modification I'm sure you'll appreciate, given that it means you won't have to spend eternity wrestling a fox for control of your afterlife. The seal will contain the beast's hatred and convert its chakra, as you intended. But it will also serve as a doorway. A connection to the path of cultivation. When the child is ready, and only when he is ready, that doorway will open, and my gift will be his to claim or reject as he chooses. And if he rejects it? Kushina asked. Then he rejects it, and I find another entertainment. Free will is non-negotiable, Uzumaki Kushina. Even for me. Minato took a deep breath. Then another. Then he nodded. Do it. The Shinigami's knife flashed. The array exploded with light. And somewhere in the distance, the 9-tailed demon fox screamed as its essence was torn apart and dragged across space and time toward a fate it could never have anticipated. The sealing took exactly 12 seconds. 12 seconds that felt like 12 eternities, during which Minato experienced the full weight of the Shinigami's power pressing against his soul, not taking it, not yet, but preparing, measuring, savoring. 12 seconds during which Kushina poured every remaining drop of her chakra into maintaining the seal's physical matrix, her life force flickering like a candle in a hurricane. 12 seconds during which baby Naruto slept peacefully, unaware that his entire existence was being rewritten around him. And then it was done. The light faded. The array collapsed into inert ink. The Shinigami's presence receded, though Minato could still feel it lurking at the edges of his perception, waiting for the payment it had been promised. The mysterious voice, the ancient entity that had interrupted their ritual, was gone entirely, leaving no trace of its existence except for the strange new symbols that had been burned into Naruto's stomach alongside the spiral of the 8 trigrams seal. It worked! Kushina breathed. Minato, it worked! Minato didn't respond. He was staring at his son, at the seal that now marked Naruto's body, with an expression of mingled wonder and terror. The original design was there, exactly as he'd created it, the 8 trigrams configuration, the spiral gate, the torii that would eventually allow Naruto to access the Kyuubi's chakra. But woven through and around it were new elements, new patterns, new something. Something that hummed with a power Minato couldn't identify, couldn't categorize, couldn't begin to understand. What did we just agree to? He whispered. We agreed to give our son a chance, Kushina said firmly. That's all. Whatever else that thing added, whatever path it's opened, Naruto will choose whether to walk it. That's what it said. Free will is non-negotiable. But what if? No. Kushina's voice was sharp, brooking no argument. No what-ifs. We don't have time for what-ifs. We have. She coughed, and blood flecked her lips. We have minutes left, Minato. Maybe less. I will not spend them worrying about dangers that might never come. I will spend them loving our son. Minato closed his eyes. When he opened them, the fear was still there, but it was buried beneath something stronger, acceptance. You're right, he said. You're right. I'm sorry. He moved to sit beside her, wrapping one arm around her shoulders while his other hand came to rest on Naruto's sleeping form. They sat like that, the three of them, as the sounds of battle outside faded and the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. I want to tell him something, Kushina said after a moment. Something he can hear when he needs to. The seal has a provision for that. A fragment of our consciousness, remember? We can. No. I mean now. I know he won't remember. I know he's too young to understand. But I need to say it anyway. Minato nodded, his throat too tight for words. Kushina lifted Naruto gently, cradling him against her chest, her lips brushing against his tiny ear. When she spoke, her voice was soft, steady, full of a love so fierce it seemed to burn in the air between them. Naruto. My beautiful boy. My perfect son. Listen to me, because this is important. The baby stirred slightly but didn't wake. You're going to grow up without us. I'm so sorry. We didn't want, we tried, but it doesn't matter now. What matters is that you know, somewhere deep down, that we loved you. That we will always love you. That everything we did tonight we did for you. Tears were streaming down her face now, but her voice never wavered. The villagers won't understand. They'll look at you and see the monster, not the cage. They'll hate you for something that isn't your fault. And it will hurt. It will hurt so much, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She pressed a kiss to his forehead, directly above where the seal spiraled across his skin. But listen to me, Naruto. Listen carefully. Don't let their hatred define you. Don't let their fear become your truth. You are not the Kyuubi. You are not a monster. You are our son, mine and Minato's, and you have the potential to be something incredible. Something beyond anything this village has ever seen. She glanced at Minato, and something passed between them, an acknowledgement of the strange entity's words, the promise of a path that neither of them truly understood. Whatever power you find, Kushina continued, whatever strength you gain, use it to protect. Use it to love. Use it to build something better than the world we're leaving you. And when you feel alone, when the darkness seems overwhelming, remember this, your mother loved you. Your father loved you. And somewhere, somehow, we're still with you. Always. She fell silent, exhausted beyond measure, her chakra guttering like a candle at the end of its wick. Minato took Naruto from her arms, holding his son close, adding his own words to the message that would be sealed into the infant's subconscious. Your mother is right, Naruto. Everything she said is true. But I want to add one more thing. He looked down at the baby's face, so peaceful, so unaware of the chaos and sacrifice that had brought them to this moment. Don't be afraid of what you don't understand. The seal we've placed on you, the powers you might develop, they'll seem strange, maybe even frightening. But they're not evil. They're not curses. They're tools. Resources. Opportunities. What you do with them is up to you. He paused, remembering the ancient voice, the promises of a path beyond anything his world had imagined. Your mother and I were shinobi. We fought and killed and lived by the rules of this world because we didn't know any other way. But you might find another way. A better way. And if you do, If you become something greater than us, something that transcends all of this, I want you to know that we're proud of you. That we've always been proud of you. That our only regret is not being there to see the man you become." The Shinigami's presence flared, sudden and impatient. Minato felt its hunger, its eagerness, its cold certainty that the time for payment had come. "Kushina," he said softly. "It's time." She nodded, her eyes never leaving Naruto's face. "I know. I felt it. I'll hold the seal together as long as I can. Make sure it stabilizes. By the time I'm gone, the QB should be fully contained. And the other part? The cultivation thing? I don't know. I can feel it there, in the seal, but it's dormant. Waiting. I think it really will only activate when Naruto chooses to engage with it." Kushina managed a weak smile. "Then we'll have to trust our son to make the right choice." "We will." They kissed one last time, soft and sad and full of everything they'd never get the chance to say. Then Minato placed Naruto carefully in a small basket he'd prepared, arranging the blankets around him with the meticulous care of a man who knew this was the last act of fatherhood he would ever perform. "Goodbye, Naruto," he whispered. "May you live a life of happiness and purpose. May you find the strength to forge your own path. And may you never, ever forget that you were loved." The Shinigami reached out its hand. Namikaze Minato, Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure, smiled. And everything went dark. Chapter 2, 12 Years of Solitude. The morning was cold, the kind of cold that seeped through walls and blankets and found its way into bones that had grown used to shivering. Uzumaki Naruto lay in his narrow bed in his tiny apartment, staring at the water stain on his ceiling and counting the seconds until he had to get up. 347. 348. 349. He'd been doing this every morning for as long as he could remember, stretching the moment of waking, prolonging the brief period between sleep and reality when nothing hurt and nothing mattered and he could pretend he was anyone other than himself. The counting helped. It gave his mind something to focus on besides the emptiness of the apartment, the silence that filled it like water filling a jar. 372. 373. His alarm would go off at 400. It always did. He'd set it that way specifically, so he would have exactly 400 seconds each morning to prepare himself for another day of being Uzumaki Naruto. 398. 399. 400. The alarm screeched, and Naruto slapped it off with practiced efficiency. He lay there for one more second, a secret rebellion against his own schedule, then forced himself upright, his feet finding the cold floor with a grimace. His apartment was small. Not cozy small, not efficient small, but too poor for anything better small. One room served as bedroom, living area, and kitchen, with a tiny bathroom attached that occasionally produced hot water if he was lucky. The walls were thin enough that he could hear his neighbors arguing, making love, living their lives as if they weren't separated from him by anything at all. But they were separated. They always were. Naruto padded to his bathroom and studied himself in the cracked mirror above the sink. Blonde hair that stuck up no matter what he did to it. Blue eyes that some people said were striking and others said were just like his. Whisker marks on both cheeks, 3 lines on each side, that everyone pretended not to notice but that drew their gaze like magnets. Those marks were the first thing people saw when they looked at him. The second thing was the hate in their own eyes. He'd stopped asking why a long time ago. The answers he got were always lies. "No one hates you, Naruto-kun. And you're imagining things. And don't be silly." And the truth was something no one would tell him. But he wasn't stupid. He knew the marks meant something. He knew the date of his birthday, October 10th, meant something. He knew the way adults looked at him, the way they pulled their children close when he walked by, the way shop owners suddenly ran out of stock when he tried to buy groceries. All of it meant something. He just didn't know what. "Doesn't matter," he told his reflection, the words coming out rough and scratchy from disuse. He didn't talk much when he was alone. Who was there to talk to? "It doesn't matter what they think. One day, I'll be Hokage, and then they'll have to acknowledge me." The words were hollow. He'd been saying them for years, and they got hollower every time. But they were the only words he had, so he kept saying them. Breakfast was instant ramen, shoyu flavor, the cheap kind that came in bulk packages, cooked over a hot plate that probably violated several fire codes. He ate standing up, not bothering with a bowl, slurping the noodles directly from the pot while staring out his single window at the village that hated him. Konohagakure looked beautiful from here. The morning sun caught the leaves of the countless trees that gave the village its name, turning them into a sea of green and gold that stretched to the horizon. The Hokage monument dominated the northern skyline, 4 faces carved into the mountainside, each one a reminder of the great men who had led this village to glory. Naruto's eyes lingered on the fourth face. The Yondaime. The Yellow Flash. The man who had defeated the nine-tailed fox 12 years ago, and died doing it. He'd been born the same night. That was another thing people didn't like to talk about. Today's the day, Naruto muttered to himself, setting aside the now empty pot. Graduation exam. Pass the test, become a genin, start going on missions. Show everyone I'm not just some. He cut himself off before he could finish the sentence. Some what? Some monster? Some demon? Something that everyone was afraid of? He didn't know what they thought he was. He only knew that he wanted, desperately, to prove them wrong. Whatever they thought he wasn't. He was Uzumaki Naruto. And today, he was going to become a shinobi. The academy was a sprawling complex of buildings near the center of the village, its architecture designed to be welcoming to the children who would learn the basics of the shinobi arts within its walls. White paint, green trim, large windows that let in plenty of natural light, it looked nothing like the stereotypical image of a ninja training facility. Appearances, Naruto had learned, were almost always deceptive. He arrived early, as he always did, slipping through the back entrance that fewer people used. The front entrance required walking past groups of parents dropping off their children, and that meant walking past the whispers, the pointed looks, the subtle way people moved to put distance between themselves and the orange-clad boy with the marks on his face. The classroom was empty when he entered, which was how he preferred it. He climbed to the back row, his usual seat, chosen because it let him see everyone else without anyone seeing him, and settled in to wait. The room filled slowly over the next hour. First came the overachievers, the clan kids with their perfect attendance records and their desperate need to live up to family expectations. Naruto watched them file in with a detachment born of long practice. Hyuga Hinata, pale and nervous, her fingers perpetually pressed together in a gesture of anxiety. Aburaim Shino, silent behind his high collar and dark glasses. Nara Shikamaru, yawning and already looking for a place to sleep. Then came the middle tier, the civilians and minor clan children who made up the bulk of the class. They clustered in groups defined by friendship and familiarity, their chatter filling the room with a background noise that Naruto found almost comforting. At least when they were talking to each other, they weren't talking about him. Finally, inevitably, came the loudest arrivals of the day. Move it, Ino Pig! I was here first! In your dreams, billboard brow! Everyone saw me come through the door before you! Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino crashed into the classroom like a natural disaster, their rivalry filling every corner of the room with chaos. They were arguing about something. They were always arguing about something. But the specifics were lost in the overlapping screech of two voices trying to drown each other out. Naruto felt his heart do that thing it always did when Sakura entered a room. It wasn't quite a flutter, wasn't quite a skip, more like a clenching, a tightening, a physical reminder of feelings he knew were stupid and pointless but couldn't seem to get rid of. Sakura was Sakura. Pink hair, green eyes, a forehead she was self-conscious about, a temper that could level buildings. She was smart, the smartest in their class, probably, and she was determined, and she was completely, utterly, totally obsessed with Uchiha Sasuke, who, speak of the devil, had just walked through the door. The temperature in the classroom dropped several degrees. Or maybe that was just Naruto's imagination, his resentment projecting itself onto the physical world. He was the last of his clan. The sole survivor of the Uchiha massacre, the night 7 years ago, when his older brother had slaughtered their entire family and vanished into the darkness. It was a tragedy that would have broken most people, and in a way, it had broken Sasuke, just not in the ways that showed. On the surface, he was perfect. Top of the class in everything that mattered, effortlessly talented in everything that didn't, possessed of looks that made half the girls in the village swoon, and the other half pretend they weren't swooning. He was cool and aloof and mysterious, exactly the kind of person everyone wanted to be or be with. Naruto hated him. It was an irrational hatred, and Naruto knew it. Sasuke had never done anything to him specifically, never joined in the mockery, never participated in the ostracism, never even acknowledged Naruto's existence except to beat him in whatever exercise or spar the academy demanded. But that was almost worse. At least when people hated him, they were seeing him. Sasuke looked right through him, like Naruto was a piece of furniture, a background element not worth noticing. Hey, Sasuke-kun! Sakura's voice cut through the air, high and eager. Is this seat taken? Sasuke didn't respond. He never responded. But Sakura sat down next to him anyway, shooting a triumphant look at Ino, who was fuming on his other side. Naruto watched this little drama with the resignation of long experience. It played out the same way every day. Sakura and Ino fought for Sasuke's attention. Sasuke ignored them. Everyone else watched and whispered and speculated. And Naruto sat in the back, invisible, irrelevant, wondering why he even bothered. The door opened one more time, and Yumino Iruka entered, his scarred face wearing the patient expression of a man who had long ago made peace with the chaos of teaching children to become killers. "All right, everyone, settle down," Iruka said, his voice cutting through the noise with practiced authority. "Today is the graduation exam. I expect everyone to do their best, and I want to wish you all good luck." The classroom quieted. Even Sakura and Ino stopped their bickering, their attention focusing on the instructor who would determine whether their academy careers ended in triumph or failure. "The exam will consist of 3 parts," Iruka continued. "A written test covering ninja history and theory. A practical examination of the 3 basic jutsu, kawarimi, henge, and bunshin. And finally, a demonstration of basic taijutsu and shuriken jutsu." Naruto felt his stomach tighten. The written test would be fine. He wasn't the best student, but he could pass. Taijutsu and shuriken jutsu were also manageable. He'd been practicing both obsessively for years, driven by the knowledge that he had no clan techniques to fall back on and no special abilities to rely upon. But bunshin, the clone technique, was his nemesis. His Waterloo. No matter how many times he practiced, no matter how carefully he molded his chakra, the clones he produced were always wrong, too pale, too translucent, obviously fake to anyone with eyes. He'd asked Iruka about it once, in a rare moment of vulnerability, and Iruka had muttered something about chakra control issues and unusually large reserves before changing the subject. Whatever the reason, the fact remained: Naruto couldn't perform the Bunshin no Jutsu to save his life. And if he couldn't perform it today, he wouldn't graduate. "Let's begin with the written exam," Iruka said, passing out sheets of paper. "You have 1 hour." The written exam was, as Naruto had expected, fine. Not great. He'd probably gotten a few of the historical dates wrong, and there was one question about the organizational structure of Anbu that he'd had to completely guess on. But fine. Passing. Enough to keep his overall score from being a complete disaster. The practical examinations went better. His kawarimi was fast and clean, his substitution happening so smoothly that even Iruka looked briefly impressed. His henge was solid, transforming him into a perfect copy of the 3rd Hokage, including, as a cheeky touch, the old man's pipe. And his taijutsu demonstration, while not flashy, showed competence and determination that made up for his lack of natural talent. But then came the moment of truth. "Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka called. "Please demonstrate the clone technique." Naruto walked to the front of the classroom on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. His hands were sweating. His heart was pounding. Every eye in the room was on him, and he could feel their expectations, their certainty that he would fail, their eagerness to see him humiliated yet again. He formed the hand sign, focused his chakra, concentrated harder than he'd ever concentrated on anything in his life. "Bunshin no Jutsu!" Smoke billowed. The class leaned forward in anticipation. And when the smoke cleared, 3 clones lay on the ground beside him, pale and lifeless, their forms so badly rendered that they looked more like corpses than copies. The laughter started immediately. Someone in the back, Kiba, probably, with his perpetual need to mock anything he perceived as weakness, let out a barking laugh that set off a cascade of giggles and snickers throughout the room. Even Sakura, usually too focused on Sasuke to notice anyone else, covered her mouth to hide a smile. Sasuke, predictably, didn't react at all. Just stared at the front of the room with those dead, dark eyes. "Well," Iruka said, his voice heavy with reluctance. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but—" "One more time." The words came out before Naruto could stop them. He was still standing there, looking at his failed clones, feeling the weight of everyone's contempt pressing down on him like a physical force. "Please," he said. "One more time. I can do this." Iruka hesitated. The rules were clear: 1 attempt per student, no exceptions. But there was something in Naruto's voice, something in the desperate set of his shoulders, that made Iruka pause. "Very well. 1 more attempt." Naruto closed his eyes. The laughter had died down, replaced by an uncomfortable silence. No one expected him to succeed. No one believed he could. The entire class was just waiting for him to fail again, to confirm everything they already thought about the orange-clad orphan with the marks on his face. He didn't know what made him do what he did next. Later, he would try to analyze the moment, to understand what had changed in those few seconds between his first failure and his second attempt. But in the moment itself there was only a feeling. A sense of something else inside him, something that had always been there but that he'd never truly noticed. It wasn't chakra, or rather, it wasn't only chakra. It was deeper, and more fundamental. Like a door that had always existed at the edge of his consciousness, locked and hidden and waiting. In his desperation, reaching for any power that might help him, Naruto touched that door. And it opened. The sensation was indescribable. Power flooded through him, not the familiar burn of chakra, but something that seemed to come from the very core of his being. It filled his pathways, saturated his cells, rewrote the fundamental nature of his existence in ways he couldn't begin to understand. And with it came knowledge. Not the carefully structured lessons of his academy education. This was something else: impressions, intuitions, understanding that bypassed his conscious mind and settled directly into his bones. He knew, suddenly, that the clone technique was not failing because of his chakra control. It was failing because he had too much power, and the technique wasn't designed to handle it. It was like trying to light a candle with a bonfire. The scale was simply wrong. But there were other techniques. Other approaches. Ways to use vast amounts of power that didn't require the delicate precision of ordinary jutsu. One such technique crystallized in his mind, complete and perfect, as if he'd known it his entire life. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The words emerged from his mouth without conscious volition. His hands moved through seals he'd never learned, never even seen. Chakra, no, something more than chakra, something that had chakra as one component among many, surged from his body with a force that made the windows rattle. And suddenly, there were 100 Narutos standing in the classroom. Not pale, translucent illusions. Not failed copies lying lifeless on the floor. Real, solid, perfect duplicates, each one breathing and blinking and radiating the same impossible power that Naruto himself was feeling. The silence that followed was absolute. Then one of the clones, Naruto couldn't tell which, grinned and raised a hand in a wave. Yo! Iruka stood with his mouth open, the words he'd prepared dying somewhere between his brain and his lips. 17 years of teaching had shown him things he still couldn't explain: children accidentally summoning creatures larger than houses, clan heirs awakening dojutsu in the middle of spelling tests, one evacuation he still couldn't laugh about because a student had somehow set the plumbing on fire. None of it had prepared him for this. Nothing could have. None of that compared to watching Uzumaki Naruto, dead last of his class, produce 100 perfect shadow clones on his second attempt at the graduation exam. The clones dispersed after a few seconds. Whether deliberately or from Naruto's sudden exhaustion, Iruka couldn't tell. The original stumbled, caught himself on a desk, and looked around the room with an expression of bewildered wonder. Did I? He started. Did I pass? Iruka opened his mouth to respond, but before he could form words, the classroom door burst open. What was that? Mizuki, his fellow instructor, rushed in with a kunai already in hand, his eyes scanning for threats. I felt, everyone in the building felt. He stopped when he saw Naruto, still leaning against the desk, looking like he might collapse at any moment. Something flickered across Mizuki's face, something that Iruka, in his shock, didn't notice. The graduation exam. Iruka managed, finding his voice. Naruto he performed the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Mizuki's eyes widened. The Kage Bunshin? But that's a Jounin-level technique. Yes. Iruka turned to Naruto, his expression a mixture of concern and grudging respect. Where did you learn that, Naruto? Naruto shook his head slowly. I don't know. It just came to me. This was not, strictly speaking, a lie. The technique had indeed come to him, flowing from that strange door in his consciousness like water from a burst dam. But Naruto sensed, with an instinct he couldn't explain, that he shouldn't mention the door. That whatever had just happened was something deeply personal, deeply secret, and deeply dangerous. Iruka studied him for a long moment, his scarred face unreadable. Then, slowly, he smiled. Well, he said, regardless of where you learned it, the fact remains that you've demonstrated the ability to produce clones. Perfectly functional, solid clones at that. I'd say that more than satisfies the requirements of the exam. He reached into his desk and pulled out a Hittite, a Konoha forehead protector, the symbol of a ninja's allegiance and status. The metal plate gleamed in the classroom's light, the leaf symbol etched into its surface seeming to glow with possibility. Congratulations, Uzumaki Naruto. You pass. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Naruto received his Hittite. He sat through the afternoon announcements. Team assignments would be posted tomorrow. Everyone should report to their designated classrooms by 8 sharp. Standard genin orientation materials would be distributed at that time. He ignored the stares and whispers of his classmates, which had shifted from contemptuous to confused to something approaching wary respect. He was a genin now. A real shinobi. The first step toward his dream of becoming Hokage had been taken. But all he could think about was the door. It was still there, in his consciousness, no longer locked but merely closed. Waiting. He could feel it at the edge of his awareness, a constant presence that hadn't existed before today. Or maybe it had always existed, and he'd simply never noticed it. Either way, it was there now, and it was impossible to ignore. He skipped the impromptu celebration that some of the civilian graduates were having at one of the village's restaurants. He walked past the groups of parents congratulating their children, past the clan compounds where the truly talented were no doubt receiving private praise, past the Hokage monument where the Yondaime's stone face seemed to watch him with something approaching interest. His apartment was exactly as he'd left it that morning, small, cold, empty. But for the first time in as long as he could remember, Naruto didn't feel the weight of that emptiness pressing down on him. He sat on his bed, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. The door was there, in the darkness behind his eyelids, solid and real and waiting. "Okay," he whispered to himself. "Let's see what you are." And he pushed it open. The space beyond the door was not what Naruto expected. He braced himself for something dramatic, a mindscape, maybe, like the mental training exercises some of the older academy students whispered about. Or perhaps a glimpse of the chakra system, the network of pathways that allowed shinobi to perform their impossible techniques. Instead, he found himself standing in nothing. Not darkness, not light, not even empty space. Simply nothing, an absence of existence so complete that his mind struggled to process it. He should have been terrified. He should have retreated immediately, slammed that door shut and never opened it again. But he wasn't afraid. The nothing felt comfortable, familiar, like coming home to a place he'd never been. "Hello?" he called out, and his voice didn't echo because there was nothing to echo off of. Finally, the word came from everywhere and nowhere, carrying weight and presence and meaning far beyond its simple syllables. Naruto spun, or tried to spin. Direction seemed meaningless here, searching for the source of that voice. 12 years I've waited. 12 years, watching you stumble through existence, never once reaching for the gift I placed inside you. I was beginning to wonder if I'd miscalculated. Who's there? Naruto demanded, his hands instinctively forming into fists. Who are you? But that's the question, isn't it? Who am I? I've had so many names over the eons that I've lost track of most of them. Teacher. Mentor. Architect of Emperors. The Dark Crow. Choose whichever you prefer, or don't choose any. Names are just sounds we make to pretend we understand things we don't. A shape began to form in the nothing, not appearing so much as becoming, condensing out of the absence like mist coalescing into rain. It was humanoid vaguely, but the details kept shifting, young and old, male and female, beautiful and terrible, all at once and none at all. But what matters isn't who I am. What matters is who you might become. I don't understand, Naruto said. What is this place? What's happening to me? The shape, the being, seemed to smile, though it had no fixed face to smile with. This place? This is the foundation of your potential. The bedrock upon which you will build, whatever you choose to build. As for what's happening to you, the smile widened. You're being given an opportunity, Uzumaki Naruto. The same opportunity I've given to countless others over the course of my very, very long existence. The opportunity to walk a path that few have ever walked, and fewer still have completed. What kind of path? The path of cultivation. The word resonated in the nothing, carrying harmonics that Naruto felt in his bones. It was just a word, a simple, ordinary word, but in this place, spoken by this being, it became something more. Something that hinted at possibilities beyond anything he'd ever imagined. Your world has forgotten the old ways, the being continued. Your chakra, your jutsu, your shinobi arts, their derivatives. Echoes of something greater that existed before the Sage of Six Paths split the Shinju's power into fragments. Before chakra was distributed among humanity like crumbs to beggars. The Sage of Six Paths? Naruto interrupted. He's just a legend. A story parents tell their children. Legends are usually built on truth, boy. The sage existed. The Shinju existed. The Ten Tails existed. And before all of them, before this world even conceived a chakra, there was cultivation, the true path to power, the method by which individuals could transcend their mortal limitations and become something more. The being moved closer, or Naruto moved closer, it was impossible to tell which, and suddenly the nothing was full of images. Naruto saw worlds beyond counting, each one different from the last. He saw beings of impossible power striding through reality like gods through a garden. He saw techniques that made the strongest jutsu look like children's tricks. He saw realms and dimensions and planes of existence that defied comprehension. And he saw, at the center of it all, a figure. A man, or something that had once been a man, standing at the apex of creation, watching everything with eyes that held eons of experience. That was me, the being said. Or rather, that is what I was, in the worlds where cultivation still exists. The greatest teacher of immortal emperors. The being who guided civilizations from barbarism to transcendence. I have accumulated knowledge over millions of years, and I have chosen to share a portion of it with you. Why? Naruto asked. Why me? Because you're interesting. The word seemed insufficient somehow. Naruto had been called many things in his 12 years of life: demon, monster, nuisance, disappointment, but never interesting. Your soul has a quality to it, the being continued. A resonance. Most mortals are variations on a theme, predictable combinations of common elements. But you're something new. The combination of your heritage, your circumstances, and the power sealed within you has produced something I've never encountered before. A blank canvas with the potential to become a masterpiece. The power sealed within me? Naruto's hand moved unconsciously to his stomach, where the seal spiraled across his skin. You mean the nine-tailed fox? Yes. One of the 9 fragments of the 10 tails, which was itself a fragment of something even greater. It's been sealed inside you since birth, influencing your development in ways both obvious and subtle. The whisker marks on your face, for instance. The impossibly large chakra reserves that have been sabotaging your attempts at basic jutsu. The healing factor that has allowed you to survive injuries that should have killed you. Naruto felt his world tilting, reality rearranging itself around revelations that should have been impossible. I have a demon inside me? Not a demon. A beast. A construct of chakra given form and consciousness through the sage's creation. It's powerful, yes, and dangerous, and filled with hatred toward humanity in general and Konoha in particular. But it's not evil in any meaningful sense. It's simply what it is. A force of nature trapped in a cage, raging against its confinement. Is that why? Naruto's voice cracked. Is that why everyone hates me? Because they know about the fox? They suspect. They fear. The third Hokage, your current leader, made a law forbidding anyone from speaking of the truth, hoping to protect you from direct persecution. All that law accomplished was to transform direct hatred into diffuse suspicion. The adults know what you contain, even if they cannot speak of it. And that knowledge colors every interaction they have with you. Tears were streaming down Naruto's face now, tears he didn't remember starting to cry. 12 years of confusion, of isolation, of wondering what was wrong with him, and it wasn't him at all. It had never been him. It was something he'd had no choice in, no control over, something that had been done to him before he could even understand what was happening. My parents, he said, his voice small. Did they know? Did they? Your parents loved you more than anything in the world. The being said, and for the first time, its voice held something approaching gentleness. They sacrificed their lives to seal the 9 tails inside you, yes. But they did it because there was no other option. The beast would have destroyed everything if left unchecked. And they believed, correctly as it turns out, that you had the strength to bear this burden. That you could become the cage that held the fox, rather than being consumed by it. Who were they? My parents? Your father was Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage. Your mother was Uzumaki Kushina, the previous Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. You are the son of heroes, Uzumaki Naruto. The heir to 2 of the most powerful bloodlines in your village's history. And you have been treated as garbage by the very people your parents died to protect. The nothing around them seemed to darken, taking on a quality of barely contained rage that matched Naruto's own rising emotions. But before that rage could fully take hold, the being spoke again. But that is the past. I am not here to give you vengeance, though you could have it if you chose. I am here to give you a choice. A choice about your future. The images returned, but this time they were focused on Naruto himself. He saw possibilities branching out from this moment like rivers from a source, futures in which he became a powerful shinobi, respected and feared, futures in which he remained as he was, struggling and suffering, futures in which he destroyed everything that had hurt him, futures in which he rose above it all, transcending the petty concerns of mortals entirely. The path of cultivation is not easy. The being said, it requires dedication, sacrifice, and a willingness to face truths that most people spend their entire lives avoiding. But for those who walk it successfully, the rewards are beyond imagination. Immortality. Power over reality itself. The ability to reshape worlds according to your will. And you're offering me this path? Just like that? Not just like that. I'm offering you the beginning of the path. The foundation. A cultivation technique that will allow you to take your first steps toward transcendence. What you do with that beginning, how far you walk, how high you climb, that's entirely up to you. Naruto was silent for a long moment, processing everything he'd heard. It should have been too much, too sudden, too impossible, too convenient. But somewhere deep inside him, in the place where that door had always existed, it felt right. What do I have to do? The being laughed, and it was a sound of genuine delight. Simply what you've already done. Open yourself to the path. Accept the beginning. And then, cultivate. Information flooded into Naruto's mind, not words but pure understanding. He grasped, in an instant, The basics of cultivation, the absorption of natural energy, the refinement of that energy into something purer, the use of that refined energy to strengthen and transform the body and soul. It was similar to chakra manipulation, but different. Chakra was a blend of physical and spiritual energy, a compromise between two forces. Cultivation energy. Chi, the knowledge called it, or origin energy, in other traditions, was something more fundamental. The building block from which chakra was derived. You're a quick study, the being observed. Good. You'll need to be. The early stages of cultivation are straightforward, but the further you progress, the more complex things become. Lucky for you, I'm very good at explaining complicated concepts to stubborn students. You're going to teach me? I'm going to guide you. There's a difference. A teacher tells you what to do and expects obedience. A guide shows you the possibilities and lets you make your own choices. I've spent too many eons doing the former. It's time for something new. The nothing was beginning to fade, or perhaps Naruto was beginning to wake up. He could feel his physical body again, sitting on his bed in his tiny apartment, legs still crossed and eyes still closed. We'll speak again, the being said as its form dissolved into the encroaching reality. Practice what I've shown you. Build your foundation. And try not to die before we've had a chance to see what you become. Wait, Naruto called. I don't even know what to call you. But the voice was gone, and Naruto was back in his apartment, alone with his thoughts and his questions and the strange new knowledge that hummed in his consciousness like a song he'd always known but never learned. He opened his eyes. The sun had set while he was, wherever he'd been. His room was dark, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through his window. Cultivation, he whispered, testing the word. It felt foreign on his tongue, but also right. Inevitable. He closed his eyes again and reached for that humming knowledge. It was time to begin. Chapter 3, Foundation. The first stage of cultivation was called, fittingly enough, Foundation Establishment. According to the knowledge that now resided in Naruto's mind, this stage was divided into several smaller steps. First came the opening of meridians, energy pathways that overlaid the existing chakra network but operated on a different frequency. Then came the initial absorption of natural energy, drawn from the world and refined into pure chi. Finally came the construction of the Sea of Essence, a reservoir within the dantian, the energy center located just below the navel, where cultivated power could be stored and accessed. It sounded simple. It was anything but. Naruto spent the first 3 hours after his return from the nothing simply trying to sense natural energy. The knowledge told him it was everywhere, in the air, in the earth, in every living thing, but sensing it required a kind of perception that his academy training had never developed. Shinobi were taught to feel chakra, to mold it, to project it. But chakra was a product of the body and soul working together. Natural energy existed independently of either. By midnight, Naruto had managed to catch fleeting impressions of something beyond his normal senses, whispers of power that seemed to come from the walls of his apartment, from the floor beneath his feet, from the sky far above. But actually grasping that power, drawing it into himself, remained frustratingly out of reach. He finally gave up around 2 in the morning, collapsing onto his bed with a groan of exhaustion. Tomorrow was team assignment day. He needed at least a few hours of sleep if he wanted to function at all. But even as he drifted off, some part of him continued working on the problem. That was one of the first lessons the knowledge had imparted. Cultivation wasn't just something you did. It was something you became. A cultivator cultivated constantly, waking and sleeping, breathing and bleeding. It was not a practice but a transformation, a fundamental rewriting of what it meant to be alive. Naruto dreamed of rivers of light flowing through darkness, and when he woke, something had changed. The academy classroom was full when Naruto arrived, but he barely noticed. His attention was turned inward, toward the subtle new awareness that had developed during the night. He could sense it now, natural energy, or the beginning of it. Faint traces that hung in the air like dust motes caught in sunlight, invisible to ordinary perception, but unmistakably present. Naruto! The voice cut through his meditation, and Naruto looked up to find Sakura standing over him, her expression a mixture of curiosity and annoyance. What? He asked, not bothering to hide his distraction. I said, do you know anything about the team assignments? Ino heard they were putting you with Sasuke-kun, but that can't be right. There's no way they'd put the dead last with the top of the class. Normally, Naruto would have bristled at being called dead last. Normally, he would have made some loud declaration about his abilities, insisted that he was definitely strong enough to be on any team, demanded that Sakura acknowledge his greatness. Today, he simply shrugged. Guess we'll find out when Iruka-sensei announces them. Sakura blinked, clearly thrown by his lack of reaction. Are you okay? You seem different. I'm fine. Naruto turned his attention back to the front of the room, where Irika was just entering with a clipboard full of papers. Just thinking about things. Sakura stood there for another moment, uncertain, then retreated to her seat with a puzzled frown. Naruto didn't notice. He was too busy trying to trace the threads of natural energy that wove through the classroom, mapping their patterns and densities. The natural energy seemed to cluster around certain individuals, he noticed. Sasuke had a denser concentration than most, probably related to his Uchiha bloodline. Hinata's was thicker as well, though it had a different quality, softer and more diffuse. Shino's was barely detectable, as if something was consuming or redirecting it before it could accumulate. "All right, everyone, settle down," Irika called, and the classroom noise died to a manageable level. "I have the team assignments here. When I call your name, please note your team number and the names of your teammates. You'll meet your Jounin instructor after lunch." He began reading from his clipboard, working through the names alphabetically. Naruto listened with half an ear, more interested in his ongoing observation of natural energy than in the organizational details of Konoha's Genin Corps. "Team 7, Irika said eventually. "Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke." Sakura let out a squeal of delight at being teamed with Sasuke, then a groan of despair at being teamed with Naruto. Sasuke, predictably, showed no reaction at all. And Naruto? Naruto felt something shift in the natural energy around Sasuke. A flicker of interest? Attention? Whatever it was, it lasted only a moment before Sasuke's usual apathetic mask reasserted itself. But it confirmed something Naruto had suspected. The Uchiha was aware of him in ways that his behavior didn't suggest. Interesting. "Your Jounin instructor will be Hatake Kakashi," Irika continued. "Please report to classroom 2C after lunch." The rest of the assignments passed in a blur. Naruto noted that Hinata, Shino, and Kiba had been placed together, a tracking team, probably, given their respective abilities. Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji were also grouped, continuing the famous Ino-Shikacho combination that their fathers had made legendary. When Irika finished, the classroom erupted into chaos as newly formed teams found each other and began planning. Naruto stayed in his seat, still focused on his observations, until a shadow fell over him. "You!" Naruto looked up to find Sasuke standing in front of him, arms crossed, dark eyes fixed on him with an intensity that seemed at odds with his reputation for indifference. "Me," Naruto agreed. "Yesterday. The clones. That wasn't a normal technique." "No. It wasn't. Where did you learn it?" Naruto considered the question. The truth, that an ancient entity had implanted knowledge directly into his brain as part of a gift he didn't fully understand, was clearly not an option. But lying outright seemed pointless. Sasuke was too observant to accept a simple deflection. "It came to me," he said finally. "I needed it, and it was there. I don't know where it came from originally." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have." For a long moment, the two of them stared at each other, the village pariah and the last Uchiha, dead last and top of the class, two orphans shaped by tragedy into something the village didn't quite know how to handle. Then Sasuke turned and walked away without another word. Naruto watched him go, feeling the natural energy shift and flow around the Uchiha's retreating form. There was something there, he realized. Something buried deep beneath the layers of trauma and obsession that defined Sasuke's existence. Something that resonated with the same power Naruto had begun to touch. It seemed their team assignment might be more interesting than he'd expected. Lunch was a solitary affair, as always. Naruto ate his bento on the roof of the academy building, letting the midday sun warm his face while he continued his attempts to draw natural energy into his body. Progress was slow but measurable. Each time he reached for that ambient power, he grasped a little more firmly, held it a little longer. The knowledge in his mind suggested that full foundation establishment could take weeks or months, depending on talent and dedication. But Naruto had never been patient, and he had no intention of starting now. "Focus on the dantian," he muttered to himself, repeating the instructions from his implanted knowledge. "Create a point of attraction. Let the energy flow toward it naturally." He visualized his dantian, the energy center below his navel, as a kind of whirlpool, a spiral that drew power toward itself. It was a technique that the knowledge called passive cultivation, useful for situations where active meditation wasn't possible. Slowly, gradually, he felt something begin to accumulate. Not much, a trickle compared to the ocean of natural energy that surrounded him, but something. A beginning. "Hey!" Naruto opened his eyes to find Sakura standing at the roof's access door, her expression uncertain. "Sakura-chan," he said, too surprised to add his usual enthusiasm. "What are you doing up here?" "Looking for you. It's almost time to meet our Jounin instructor." She hesitated, then added, "Sasuke-kun already left for the classroom." "Oh, Right. Naruto stood, brushing crumbs from his jacket. Thanks for getting me. He started toward the door, but Sakura didn't move. Naruto, about yesterday. And today? You're acting different. Different how? I don't know. Quieter? Less. She seemed to struggle for the right word. Less you? Naruto considered this. She wasn't wrong. He had been quieter, more introspective, more focused on the cultivation process than on his usual attention-seeking behavior. But he didn't know how to explain that without revealing things he wasn't ready to share. I passed the exam, he said finally. I'm a genin now. Maybe I'm just growing up. Sakura looked skeptical, but she nodded and stepped aside to let him through. As they walked toward classroom 2C together, she spoke again. For what it's worth, I'm glad you passed. I know we've never really. She trailed off, clearly uncomfortable with whatever she was trying to say. You've been annoyed by me. Naruto finished for her. I know. I'm not exactly subtle. No, you're not. A small smile crossed her face. But you're on my team now. So I figure we should at least try to get along. I'd like that, Sakura-chan. They reached classroom 2C to find Sasuke already seated, staring out the window with his usual detached expression. Sakura immediately moved to sit beside him, and Naruto took a seat in the back, returning to his passive cultivation while they waited for their instructor. They waited for a long time. 2 hours later, the door finally slid open. Yo! The man who stepped through was tall, lanky, and conspicuously late. A shock of silver hair defied gravity above a masked face, with only one eye visible beneath his tilted height. He moved with the studied laziness of someone who had nothing to prove, and his visible eye curved into what might have been a smile. You're late! Sakura shouted, her patience finally exhausted. 2 hours late! What kind of jounin keeps their students waiting for 2 hours? Calm down. The man, Hatake Kakashi, Naruto reminded himself, raised his hands in mock surrender. I got lost on the road of life. Sakura's eye twitched. Sasuke's expression didn't change. And Naruto was too busy staring at the natural energy around their new instructor to be properly annoyed. It was dense. Far denser than anyone else Naruto had observed, even the powerful shinobi he'd seen in passing around the village. And it was strange, concentrated in Kakashi's left eye, the one hidden beneath his height, in patterns that seemed almost artificial. My first impression of you all, Kakashi continued, his tone shifting to something slightly more serious. Is that I don't like you? Sakura sputtered. Sasuke remained impassive. Naruto just waited, curious about where this was going. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. We'll do introductions there. He vanished in a swirl of leaves, a shunshin, executed with casual mastery, leaving the 3 genin alone. I hate him already. Sakura muttered. HN. Sasuke contributed. Naruto said nothing, but he was suddenly very interested in what their new instructor could teach them. A man who carried that much natural energy, even unknowingly, was clearly operating on a level beyond ordinary shinobi. The question was whether he could help Naruto reach that level himself. The roof was warm in the afternoon sun, and Kakashi was already there when they arrived, lounging against the railing as if he'd been waiting for hours instead of 30 seconds. He gestured for them to sit, and they arranged themselves on a set of steps, Sakura next to Sasuke, Naruto slightly apart. All right, Kakashi said. Let's start with introductions. I'll go first, as an example. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislikes. My dreams for the future, I have lots of hobbies. Sakura's expression suggested she was reconsidering every life choice that had led to this moment. That told us almost nothing. Did it? How disappointing. Kakashi's eye curved again. Your turn. Pinky, you first. Sakura bristled at the nickname but complied. My name is Haruno Sakura. My likes are. She glanced at Sasuke and blushed. My hobbies include. Another glance, another blush. And my dream for the future is. She devolved into giggles, and Kakashi's visible eye conveyed profound disappointment. And your dislikes? He prompted. Naruto, Sakura said immediately, then caught herself. I don't really, it's complicated. Moving on, Kakashi said, cutting off her floundering. Brooding one. You're next. Sasuke's expression didn't change, but his voice carried an edge that hadn't been there before. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't particularly like anything, and I dislike most things. My dream. He paused, his hands clenching briefly. No. Not a dream. An ambition. I will restore my clan, and I will kill a certain man. The atmosphere on the roof shifted, becoming heavier, colder. Sakura looked worried. Kakashi looked unsurprised. And Naruto felt the natural energy around Sasuke roil and churn, responding to the intensity of his emotions. Interesting, Kakashi said after a moment. And finally, the blonde one. Naruto took a breath, considering his words carefully. The old Naruto would have launched into a speech about becoming Hokage, about making everyone acknowledge him, about proving his worth to a village that had never wanted him. But the knowledge inside him, the awareness of the cultivation path, had given him a new perspective. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, he said. I like ramen, training, and understanding things I didn't understand before. I dislike people who judge others without knowing them. And my dream. He paused, searching for the right words. My dream is to become strong enough that I can choose my own path. Strong enough that no one can force me to be something I'm not. Silence followed his words. Sakura was staring at him with open surprise. Sasuke had turned to regard him with something that might have been interest. And Kakashi. Kakashi was studying Naruto with an intensity that his lazy demeanor couldn't quite hide. Well, the Jounin said finally, you're all certainly unique. Tomorrow, we'll have a little test to see if you're qualified to be genin. A test? Sakura asked. But we already passed the graduation exam. The graduation exam just determines who has the potential to become genin. My test determines who actually gets to be one. Kakashi's eye curved into another smile. Oh, and I should mention, the test has a 66% failure rate. Only 1/3 of academy graduates actually become genin. The rest get sent back for another year, or washed out of the program entirely. Sakura went pale. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Naruto felt a thrill of anticipation. Finally, a challenge worth his attention. Meet at Training Ground 3 tomorrow at 6 a.m. Kakashi continued. Don't eat breakfast, you'll just throw it up. He vanished in another swirl of leaves, leaving the three genin to process what they'd learned. 66% failure rate, Sakura whispered. That means only one of us. It means nothing, Sasuke interrupted, standing. If there's a test, we pass it. Simple. He walked away without waiting for a response. Sakura watched him go with a mixture of admiration and anxiety, then turned to Naruto. What do you think he meant by choose your own path? She asked. That thing you said about your dream? Naruto stood, brushing off his pants. Exactly what it sounds like, Sakura-chan. I'm tired of being what everyone expects me to be. From now on, I decide who I am. He left her standing there, pondering his words, and made his way back to his apartment with new purpose in his steps. Tonight, he would cultivate. Tomorrow, he would show Kakashi, show everyone, that Uzumaki Naruto was no longer the dead last. He was something new. Chapter 4: The Bell Test. Training Ground 3 was a clearing in the forests east of the village, dominated by 3 wooden posts that generations of genin had used for target practice. A small stream cut through one corner, its gentle burbling the only sound in the pre-dawn stillness. Naruto arrived at exactly 6 a.m., as instructed. He had spent the night cultivating, and the results exceeded his expectations. The passive cultivation technique had worked while he slept, drawing natural energy into his dantian in a slow but steady stream. By morning, he could feel the beginnings of something solid forming in his energy center, not quite a sea of essence, not yet, but the foundation for one. Sakura arrived 5 minutes later, looking like she hadn't slept at all. She carried a small pack of supplies and wore the nervous expression of someone expecting the worst. Sasuke came shortly after, as composed as ever, though Naruto noted that the Uchiha's chakra was more agitated than usual, a sign of anticipation beneath the calm exterior. They waited. And waited. And waited. By the time Kakashi finally appeared, at 9 a.m., 3 hours late, Sakura was furious, Sasuke was radiating killing intent, and Naruto had used the extra time to make significant progress on his meridian opening exercises. Good morning! Kakashi chirped, seemingly oblivious to the murderous glares directed at him. Ready for your test? You're late again! Sakura screamed. Do you have any idea? Now. Kakashi waved a hand dismissively. I had to help an old lady with her shopping. Very time-consuming, old ladies. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 small bells, their silver surfaces catching the morning light. These are your objective. You have until noon to take a bell from me. If you fail, you go back to the academy. Naruto studied the bells, then looked back at Kakashi. There are only 2 bells. Observant. Yes, only 2 bells. That means at least one of you is guaranteed to fail, no matter what. Sakura's face went white. Even Sasuke looked slightly thrown by this revelation. But that's... Sakura started. Unfair? Perhaps. But the shinobi world isn't fair, Sakura. The sooner you learn that, the better. Kakashi's eye curved into its familiar crescent. Now then, begin! All three genin scattered into the surrounding forest, disappearing with the speed and stealth their academy training had drilled into them. Kakashi stood alone in the clearing, looking utterly unconcerned. One hidden to the north, he murmured to himself. One to the east and one. His eyes shifted to a spot that appeared empty. Trying to be clever. A kunai flew from the eastern tree line, and the test began in earnest. Sasuke's assault was everything the academy's top graduate should have been capable of. He emerged from cover with textbook precision, launching a coordinated attack of shuriken, kunai, and wire traps designed to restrict Kakashi's movement. When the jounin dodged, Sasuke was already there, engaging in taijutsu with the fluid grace of someone who had been training since before he could walk. Kakashi blocked each strike almost negligently, his visible eye never leaving his book, Ika Ika Paradise, Naruto noted with some amusement. Not bad, Kakashi commented, deflecting a high kick with his forearm. Your academy records weren't exaggerating. But he moved, and suddenly Sasuke was airborne, launched by a counter he hadn't seen coming. Technique without power is just dancing. Sasuke twisted in midair, landing on his feet with practiced ease. His hands were already moving through seals. Katon, Gakaki no Jutsu! A massive fireball erupted from his lips, engulfing the area where Kakashi had been standing. The heat was intense enough to singe the grass at the clearing's edge, and Sakura, hidden in a nearby bush, had to shield her face from the blast. When the flames cleared, Kakashi was gone. Underground, Sasuke realized, a moment too late. A hand erupted from the earth, seizing his ankle, and the next instant Sasuke was buried up to his neck in the training ground's soil. Doton Shinjuzanchu no Jutsu, Kakashi said, emerging from the ground beside his trapped student. Headhunting technique. A classic. He crouched down, meeting Sasuke's furious gaze. You're skilled, Sasuke-kun. Very skilled for a genin. But you're also predictable. Your attacks follow a linear progression, feint, engage, overwhelming technique. Any competent opponent will see the pattern. He straightened, tucking his book away. Try to dig yourself out before noon. I'd hate for you to miss the deadline. Kakashi vanished, and Sasuke was left alone with his humiliation. Sakura's attempt came next, though it was less an attack and more a series of increasingly desperate gambits. She had approached the test analytically, recognizing that her taijutsu and ninjutsu were both inferior to Sasuke's and that a direct confrontation would be suicide. Instead, she had tried to use genjutsu, her one area of genuine skill, to create openings. It didn't work. Kakashi dispelled her illusions almost before they fully formed, his chakra control so precise that her techniques simply couldn't take hold. She tried traps, tried misdirection, tried using the terrain to her advantage. None of it mattered. Kakashi moved through her strategies like water through a sieve, effortlessly evading everything she threw at him. And then, somehow, he was behind her. Sakura, he said, his voice almost gentle. You're intelligent. That's obvious. But intelligence without conviction is just cleverness, and cleverness alone doesn't win fights. She felt something touch her back, a finger, pointed at her spine, and froze. You spent this entire test trying not to lose, instead of trying to win. That mindset will get you killed in the field. He withdrew his finger. Think about that. When Sakura turned around, he was already gone. Naruto had been watching. Not attacking, not hiding, just watching. He sat in a tree at the edge of the clearing, his presence concealed by a simple camouflage technique he'd learned in the academy, and observed everything Kakashi did. The jounin moved with an efficiency that bordered on preternatural. No wasted motion, no unnecessary force, no reveals of techniques or abilities beyond what was strictly necessary to deal with each genin's assault. He was testing them, yes, but he was also conserving, hiding his true capabilities behind a mask of casual competence. More importantly, from Naruto's perspective, was what he saw in the natural energy. Kakashi's body was saturated with power in a way that ordinary shinobi simply weren't. His chakra was dense and refined, the product of decades of training and countless battles. But beyond that, he had something else, an instinctive connection to the world around him that let him sense threats before they fully materialized. It was, Naruto realized, a form of cultivation. Not conscious, not deliberate, but cultivation nonetheless. Kakashi had spent so long immersed in combat, so long pushing his body and mind to their limits, that he had naturally begun to absorb and integrate natural energy. He wasn't a cultivator in any meaningful sense, but he had stumbled onto some of the same principles. Which meant that fighting him directly was pointless. Naruto couldn't match that level of experience, that depth of accumulated power. Not yet. Not for years, maybe decades. But there might be another way. Naruto closed his eyes and reached for the incomplete sea of essence forming in his dantian. It wasn't much, barely a trickle compared to what true cultivators could access, But it was there. His power. His achievement. Something he had built himself, without anyone's help. He shaped that power with his will, guiding it through the meridians he had partially opened, letting it flow into his muscles and senses and mind. The world seemed to sharpen around him. Colors became more vivid. Sounds grew more distinct. His body felt lighter, quicker, more responsive to his intentions. It wasn't much of an enhancement, maybe a 5% increase in overall capability. But it was enough. Naruto dropped from his tree and walked into the clearing. Kakashi turned to face him, visible eye widening slightly. Bold. I expected you to keep hiding. Hiding wouldn't work, Naruto said, his voice calm in a way it had never been before. You knew where I was the whole time. True. So why reveal yourself now? Because I figured out the test. Kakashi's eye curved into its familiar crescent. Oh? Do tell. There are 2 bells and 3 genin. The obvious conclusion is that we're competing against each other, that only the 2 who get bells can pass. But that doesn't make sense. Doesn't it? No. Konoha teams are built around cooperation, not competition. 3-man squads with a jounin instructor are designed to complement each other's strengths and compensate for weaknesses. If this test was really about individual achievement, you'd be undermining the entire point of the team structure. Kakashi said nothing, but his eye had sharpened with interest. The real test isn't getting the bells, Naruto continued. It's figuring out that we need to work together to get them. You wanted to see if we could overcome our individual pride and cooperate against a superior opponent. Silence stretched between them. Behind Naruto, he could hear Sakura emerging from the bushes, drawn by the conversation. Even Sasuke, still buried up to his neck, had stopped struggling to listen. That's a very interesting theory, Kakashi said finally. But even if you're right, knowing the answer doesn't mean you pass. You still have to demonstrate that you can actually cooperate. I know. Naruto turned to his teammates. Sakura-chan, can you dig Sasuke out? I'll distract Kakashi. Sakura hesitated, clearly torn between wanting to help Sasuke and uncertainty about Naruto's plan. But something in his expression, a confidence she'd never seen before, made her nod. Sasuke, Naruto called out. When you're free, coordinate with Sakura. She'll direct, you'll execute. Her tactical intelligence combined with your combat ability gives us the best chance. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Being given orders, especially by the dead last, clearly didn't sit well with him. But after a moment, he gave a single sharp nod. Naruto turned back to Kakashi, sliding into a basic academy taijutsu stance. Let's go, sensei. The fight that followed was not, by any objective measure, a close one. Kakashi was a legendary jounin who had earned his reputation through decades of combat experience. Naruto was a freshly graduated genin who had only begun to scratch the surface of cultivation. The gulf between them was vast, perhaps unbridgeable. But Naruto wasn't trying to win. He was trying to buy time, and to do that, he didn't need to defeat Kakashi. He just needed to keep the jounin's attention focused on him long enough for his teammates to get into position. So he attacked. Not with the reckless abandon of his academy days, but with calculated aggression designed to force Kakashi to respond. He threw punches that were meant to be blocked, kicks that were meant to be dodged, combinations that created openings for escapes rather than follow-ups. And through it all, he fed power from his incomplete sea of essence into his body, maintaining that 5% enhancement that let him stay just barely ahead of elimination. You've changed, Kakashi observed, swaying past a haymaker that would have connected with empty air even without his dodge. Yesterday's reports said you were loud, impulsive, attention-seeking. This is different. People grow up, Naruto replied, launching another attack. Sometimes overnight. Kakashi caught his wrist, twisted, and sent Naruto spinning toward the treeling. Perhaps. But growth usually takes time. What happened to you was something else. Naruto landed on his feet, the enhancement burning through his meager reserves faster than he'd anticipated. He had maybe 2 more minutes before he exhausted himself entirely. But he could see Sakura helping Sasuke out of the ground. He could see them exchanging words, forming a plan. He could see, in the patterns of natural energy around them, the moment they decided to trust each other. Whatever happened to me, Naruto said. It's mine. I'll explain it when I'm ready. For now. He charged again, pushing his enhancement to its limits. Just focus on me. The next exchange was brutal. Kakashi stopped holding back, recognizing that Naruto was somehow pushing beyond what should have been possible. Strikes that would have ended the fight minutes ago were dodged or deflected by margins that shouldn't have existed. Counters that should have been invisible were anticipated and evaded. It wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough. But it was close, and it was impressive, and it gave Sakura and Sasuke exactly the opening they needed. Katon, Gakaki no Jutsu! The fireball came from Naruto's left, forcing Kakashi to dodge right, directly into a wire trap that Sakura had hastily rigged during her earlier failed assault. The wires caught his ankles, and for a fraction of a second, his movement was restricted. A fraction of a second was all Sasuke needed. The Uchiha burst from cover, moving faster than he had during his solo attempt, his hand outstretched toward the bells at Kakashi's hip. For one glorious instant, it seemed like the plan would work, that teamwork and coordination had overcome the impossible gap in power. Then Kakashi smiled. His hand blurred, and Sasuke went flying. Sakura's wire trap was severed by a kunai she never saw drawn. And Naruto, trying to capitalize on the chaos, found a foot planted firmly in his stomach, launching him back into the same tree he'd used for observation. Not bad, Kakashi said, straightening his uniform. Not bad at all. He reached down and picked up the two bells, which had somehow fallen from his hip during the exchange. They chimed softly in his palm. The clock says you still have 30 minutes. But I don't think time is your problem. He looked at each of them in turn, Sasuke, struggling to his feet, Sakura, pale but determined, Naruto, slumped against a tree with his enhancement completely exhausted. You work together. That's more than most teams manage on their first try. But we didn't get the bells, Sakura said, her voice heavy with defeat. No. You didn't. Kakashi tucked the bells away. But you came closer than anyone has in years. And more importantly, his eye curved into its warmest smile yet. You understood the real lesson. Teamwork. Cooperation. Putting the mission above individual achievement. He paused, letting the words sink in. Team 7 passes. The aftermath of the bell test was quieter than Naruto had expected. Kakashi had given them the rest of the day off, citing a need to file paperwork with the Hokage's office. The three genin had drifted apart, Sasuke to wherever Sasuke went when he wasn't brooding in public, Sakura to her home and family, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. He sat on the head of the fourth Hokage, staring out at the village that had hated him for 12 years. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold that reminded him, absurdly, of his own hair. You did well today. The voice came from inside his head, or from the space beyond the door, or from wherever the ancient entity resided when it wasn't directly communicating with him. Naruto had grown somewhat accustomed to it over the past 2 days, though it still startled him when it spoke without warning. I ran out of power in 2 minutes. Naruto replied silently, directing his thoughts toward that internal presence. If Kakashi had been serious, I'd be dead. 2 minutes is remarkable for someone who's been cultivating for less than 48 hours. Most foundation establishment cultivators need months to achieve what you accomplished today. It's not enough. Of course it's not. You've barely begun. The path of cultivation is long, longer than you can currently imagine. But every step counts. Every day of practice builds on the last. And in time. The presence seemed to smile, though it had no face to smile with. In time, you will look back on today and laugh at how weak you were. That is the nature of growth. That is the promise of cultivation. Naruto considered this. The entity's words were reassuring, in their way, but they also highlighted just how far he had to go. Kakashi was strong, absurdly strong by shinobi standards, but even he was only a single jounin. There were enemies out there who made Kakashi look like a child. And beyond them, if the entity's tales were to be believed, were powers that transcended mortal comprehension entirely. How long? He asked. How long until I'm strong? Really strong, not just academy strong? That depends on you. Your dedication. Your talent. Your willingness to push past limits that others accept as absolute. That's not an answer. It's the only honest one. I've trained beings who reached the peak of cultivation in centuries. I've trained others who were still struggling at foundation establishment after millennia. The path is the same for everyone, but the speed of travel varies wildly. Naruto stared at the village below him, watching the lights begin to flicker on as evening settled over Konoha. Somewhere down there, people were going about their lives, eating dinner, telling jokes, enjoying the company of friends and family. Simple pleasures that had always been denied to him. I want to be strong enough that no one can hurt me again, he said quietly. Strong enough that I can protect the people I care about. Strong enough that I can change this village, make it so no one else has to grow up the way I did. Noble goals. Ambitious ones? The presence's voice carried a note of approval. Very well. I'll give you what guidance I can. But remember, Uzumaki Naruto, cultivation is not just about power. It's about transformation. The person you become at the end of the path will not be the person who began it. Make sure that person is someone worth becoming. The presence faded, leaving Naruto alone with the sunset and his dreams. He sat there until the stars came out, then made his way home to cultivate through the night. Tomorrow was another day. Another step on a path that stretched further than he could see. But for the first time in his life, Naruto knew exactly where he was going. Chapter 5: Meridians and Missions. The next 3 weeks established a rhythm that Naruto came to treasure. Mornings were for team training, D-rank missions, basic exercises, the slow process of learning to function as a unit. Kakashi was, as it turned out, a surprisingly effective instructor when he could be bothered to show up on time, which was almost never. But his tardiness gave Naruto opportunities for morning cultivation sessions, turning what should have been wasted waiting time into productive training. Afternoons were free, officially designated for individual improvement. Sakura used them to study advanced theory at the Konoha library. Sasuke disappeared to train in private, refusing all offers to join him. And Naruto cultivated. The sea of essence in his dantian grew slowly but steadily, fed by the natural energy he absorbed during meditation and the passive cultivation that continued even while he slept. By the end of the first week, he had accumulated enough refined chi to maintain his enhancement for 10 minutes instead of 2. By the end of the second, he had opened 3 of the 12 primary meridians, allowing energy to flow more freely through his body. The knowledge the entity had implanted expanded as he progressed, revealing new techniques and concepts appropriate to his level. He learned that foundation establishment was just the first of 9 major realms in the cultivation hierarchy: foundation establishment, physique tempering, essence condensation, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, void traversing, Tao seeking, and finally, immortal ascension. Each realm was further divided into multiple stages, and each stage required more resources and understanding than the last. The path was long, impossibly long by ordinary human standards. But for someone with the 9 tails sealed inside them, someone who might already possess a form of conditional immortality through that seal, time was less of a constraint. More immediately useful was the combat application of his developing abilities. The enhancement technique he'd used during the bell test was just the beginning. As his meridians opened and his sea of essence deepened, new possibilities emerged. Energy projection, allowing him to launch attacks without physical contact. Sensory enhancement, sharpening his perception beyond normal human limits. Accelerated healing, boosting his already impressive regeneration to even greater heights. Body strengthening, making his physical form more durable and powerful. None of these abilities were fully developed. They were, at best, rough sketches of what they could become, but they were enough to change the nature of his training. He could now keep pace with Sasuke in taijutsu spars, could track Kakashi's movements during demonstrations, could recover from exertion that would have left him better than before. His teammates noticed, of course. It would have been impossible not to. "You're getting stronger." Sasuke's voice cut through the evening air, flat and analytical. They had just finished another D-rank mission, this time, chasing down a cat that had escaped from its owner for the 5th time this month, and Naruto had been the one to finally corner it, moving with a speed that surprised everyone, including himself. "Training," Naruto replied, not looking up from the scroll he was studying. It was a basic text on chakra nature transformation, borrowed from the library as cover for his cultivation studies. "That's not training." Sasuke moved closer, his dark eyes narrowing. "Your chakra is different now. Denser and more controlled. And there's something underneath it that wasn't there before." Naruto finally looked up, meeting Sasuke's gaze. "You can sense that? I've been watching you." Sasuke's expression didn't change, but his tone carried an edge of frustration. "Tell me what you're doing. I need..." He cut himself off, visibly reining in his emotions. "If there's a way to get stronger faster, I need to know. To kill your brother?" The words hung in the air between them. Sasuke's killing intent spiked, a palpable pressure that would have sent the old Naruto stumbling backward, but Naruto held his ground. "Yes," Sasuke said finally, his voice quiet and cold. "To kill Itachi. That's all that matters." Naruto considered his response carefully. The entity's voice was silent, leaving the decision entirely to him. On one hand, sharing cultivation techniques with Sasuke could create a powerful ally, someone who could help him grow through competition and cooperation. On the other hand, Sasuke's obsession with revenge made him unstable, potentially dangerous, the kind of person who might misuse power in pursuit of his goals. "I can't teach you what I'm doing," Naruto said finally. "Not because I don't want to, but because I genuinely can't. It came to me during the graduation exam, a gift from somewhere. It's not like normal training. It's more like learning to use a part of myself that was always there but that I'd never noticed." Sasuke's eyes narrowed further. "That's convenient. It's the truth." Naruto stood, tucking the scroll into his pouch. "But I can tell you this much, the path to real strength isn't just about learning new techniques or accumulating power. It's about understanding yourself, your limits, your potential, your purpose. You want to kill Itachi? Fine. But what happens after? What do you become when your revenge is complete? That's none of your concern. Maybe not. But you asked me about getting stronger, so I'm answering. Naruto met Sasuke's gaze without flinching. The strongest people I've learned about didn't get that way by chasing revenge. They got that way by pursuing something larger than themselves, a vision, a principle, a dream that gave their power meaning. Revenge is a dead end, Sasuke. Even if you achieve it, you'll have nothing left. Silence stretched between them. Sasuke's expression was unreadable, his chakra churning with emotions he refused to show. You don't understand, he said finally. You can't understand. You didn't watch your entire family die. You didn't have the person you trusted most tell you that you weren't worth killing. No, Naruto agreed. I didn't have a family to lose. I've been alone since the day I was born, no parents, no clan, no one who cared whether I lived or died. His voice was calm, almost gentle. But that doesn't mean I don't understand pain, Sasuke. It doesn't mean I don't understand wanting something so badly it consumes everything else. He turned and walked away, leaving Sasuke standing alone in the fading light. Behind him, he felt Sasuke's chakra shift, still turbulent, still conflicted, but with something new underneath. Not acceptance, not agreement, but consideration. The first crack in a wall that had been building for years. It was a start. The Wave Country mission began with a deceptively simple assignment. Team 7 was summoned to the Hokage's office for what their mission request form described as a C-rank escort mission. The client was a bridge builder named Tazuna, an older man with a weathered face and a perpetual smell of alcohol about him. He needed protection during his journey home, and while he completed construction on a bridge that would connect Wave Country to the mainland. A C-rank? Sakura asked, her expression brightening. That's our first real mission. Indeed, the third Hokage said, his pipe trailing lazy smoke as he spoke. You've demonstrated sufficient capability through your D-rank work to warrant this advancement. Kakashi has recommended you highly. Kakashi, standing behind his students, gave a vague wave that could have meant anything. The journey to Wave Country should take approximately 3 days. The Hokage continued. You'll provide protection against bandits and wildlife during the trip, then remain with Tazuna-san until his bridge is complete. Standard escort protocol, maintain formation, stay alert, avoid unnecessary engagement. Understood, Hokage-sama, Naruto said, speaking for the team. His voice was calm, professional, a far cry from the loud declarations that would have characterized his earlier self. The Hokage's eyes lingered on him for a moment, sharp with something that might have been recognition or curiosity. Then he nodded and dismissed them with a wave. Depart tomorrow morning. Good luck. The first sign of trouble came on the second day. They had been walking for hours along a road that wound through Fire Country's southeastern forests, maintaining a loose formation around Tazuna with Kakashi at the point. The day was warm, the sky clear, and absolutely nothing had suggested that their simple escort mission was anything other than what it appeared to be. Then Naruto felt it, a disturbance in the natural energy ahead. 2 presences, concealed in a puddle that shouldn't have existed on a road that hadn't seen rain in weeks, their chakra signatures muffled but still detectable to his enhanced senses. He didn't say anything. Instead, he shifted his position slightly, moving closer to Tazuna while his hand drifted toward his kunai pouch. Ahead of him, Kakashi's posture changed almost imperceptibly. The Jounin had noticed the puddle too. They walked past it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then chains erupted from the water. The attack was swift and brutal, metal links wrapping around Kakashi before anyone could react, pulling tight, and then Kakashi was torn apart. Sakura screamed. Sasuke spun, kunai already in hand, facing the 2 figures that had emerged from the hidden puddle. They were shinobi, clearly, masked, wearing mist-style headbands, their arms connected by the chain that had seemingly killed their instructor. One down, one of them said, his voice cruel with satisfaction. The rest are just genin. This'll be. Naruto moved. He had been preparing since the moment he sensed the ambush, gathering chi from his sea of essence, and channeling it through his partially open meridians. Now he released that power in a burst of enhanced speed that caught even his teammates off guard. His fist connected with the first attacker's jaw before the man could finish his sentence. The impact, reinforced by cultivation energy, sent him spinning away, chain going slack as his arm was yanked by his partner's momentum. Naruto followed up with a kick to the second attacker's midsection, doubling him over, then brought both hands down on the back of his neck in a hammer blow that dropped him to the ground. 2 enemy shinobi, neutralized in less than 3 seconds. Naruto stood over them, breathing hard, the enhancement already fading as his reserves depleted. Around him, his teammates stared in undisguised shock. What? How? Sakura sputtered. Training, Naruto said, the same answer he'd given Sasuke. Then, more urgently. They might have backup. We need to secure these two and figure out what's going on. No need for the first part. Kakashi's voice came from behind them, and all three genin spun to find their instructor alive and well, studying the downed attackers with clinical interest. I substituted with a log the moment I sensed the ambush. Wanted to see how you'd handle it. You let us think you were dead, Sakura shouted. That's a valid teaching technique, Kakashi interrupted. And an effective one, apparently. Naruto, that was impressive. Where did you learn to move like that? Naruto met his instructor's gaze and saw, behind the lazy facade, a sharpness that suggested Kakashi had noticed far more than he was letting on. Everywhere I could, Naruto said. I've been practicing. Kakashi studied him for a moment longer, then nodded and turned his attention to Tazuna. These are the Demon Brothers, Chunin-level missing nin from Kirigakure. They specialize in assassination, not random banditry. Which means this mission has been misclassified from the start. Tazuna's face had gone pale, his earlier bravado completely evaporated. I can explain. Please do. The explanation, when it came, reframed everything. Wave Country was under the economic stranglehold of a shipping magnate named Gato, a businessman on the surface, but in reality a crime lord whose influence extended across multiple nations. The bridge Tazuna was building would break that stranglehold, giving Wave Country a trade route that didn't go through Gato's ports. Gato had hired shinobi to stop the bridge. The Demon Brothers were just the first wave. This should be an A-rank mission at minimum, Kakashi said, his voice flat. Possibly S-rank, depending on what else Gato has in his employ. We should turn back. We can't. Tazuna's voice cracked with desperation. If the bridge isn't completed, my country dies. Gato has bled us dry, our fishermen can't sell their catch, our farmers can't buy seed, our children go to bed hungry every night. The bridge is our only hope. That's not our concern, Kakashi replied. We were hired for a C-rank mission with C-rank pay. We should continue. Every head turned toward Naruto. The mission parameters have changed, he acknowledged. And yes, we're probably going to face threats beyond our current capability. But we're already here, already involved, and turning back won't undo that. Gato knows someone is protecting Tazuna now, he'll just send stronger forces next time, and Tazuna might not have any protection at all. That's not... Sakura started, but Naruto continued over her. More importantly, we're shinobi. Not mercenaries, not hired muscle, shinobi. And shinobi are supposed to protect people who can't protect themselves. If we turn back now, just because the mission got harder, what does that say about us? What does it say about Konoha? Silence followed his words. Sasuke was studying him with that calculating expression that meant he was reassessing everything he thought he knew. Sakura looked uncertain, torn between fear and the idealism that had made her want to become a ninja in the first place. And Kakashi. Kakashi's eye had softened, just slightly, in a way that suggested Naruto had touched something deeper than mere professional consideration. The sensei's decision is final, Kakashi said eventually. But I appreciate the input, Naruto. Your reasoning is not wrong. He turned to Tazuna, his expression unreadable. Wave Country will compensate Konoha for the difference between C-rank and A-rank payment? Yes. Anything. We'll pay whatever. Then we continue. Kakashi's eye curved into its familiar crescent. But if we run into anything beyond my ability to handle, we're retreating immediately. No heroics, no last stands, no arguments. Understood? Understood. All three genin replied in unison. They resumed their journey, the atmosphere considerably more tense than before. And in the trees lining the road, unseen by anyone, a figure watched their progress with cold, calculating eyes. Chapter 6: The Demon of the Mist. They reached the coast of Fire Country without further incident, and hired a fisherman to ferry them across the strait to Wave Country. The crossing was quiet, shrouded in mist that reduced visibility to almost nothing, perfect conditions for an ambush, as Kakashi pointed out with his characteristic blend of laziness and paranoia. The boat deposited them on a rocky beach that gave way to dense forest. According to Tazuna, his home was about half a day's walk inland, through terrain that was theoretically familiar to him, but that the mist made treacherous. They had been walking for perhaps 2 hours when Naruto felt it. A presence. Massive, suffocating, radiating killing intent, so intense that his enhanced senses registered it as almost physical pain. It was coming from ahead and slightly to the left, concealed by the mist but making no effort to hide its nature. Whoever this was wanted them to know they were being watched. Everyone down! Kakashi shouted, and Naruto obeyed without thinking, tackling Sakura and Tazuna to the ground just as something enormous whistled through the air above them. A sword. A massive, cleaver-like weapon that embedded itself in a tree trunk with enough force to shake the ground. Standing on its handle, perfectly balanced, was a man. He was tall and muscular, his lower face wrapped in bandages, his torso bare except for a utility belt loaded with weapons. His forehead protector bore the symbol of Kirigakure, but with a deep slash through it, the mark of a missing nin. His eyes, visible above the bandages, were flat and cold, the eyes of someone for whom killing had long ago ceased to hold any moral weight. Momochi Zabuza, Kakashi said, straightening slowly. The demon of the hidden mist. A-rank missing nin, former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I was wondering when you'd show up. Hatake Kakashi, Zabuza replied, his voice a low rasp. The copy ninja, wielder of 1,000 jutsu. I've heard a lot about you. His eyes flicked to the 3 genin, dismissing them instantly. I'm not interested in the brats. Hand over the bridge builder and I'll let you walk away. Can't do that. Kakashi's hand moved to his hitaite, lifting it to reveal a Sharingan. A fully developed, 3-tomo Sharingan, spinning lazily in an eye that should have been Kakashi's own. Naruto felt his teammate's shock, but he was too focused on the flow of natural energy to share it. Zabuza's presence distorted everything around him, a black hole of malevolence that seemed to consume the very essence of the forest. Whatever else he was, this man was powerful, genuinely, terrifyingly powerful, in ways that went beyond simple chakra capacity. Protect Tazuna, Kakashi ordered, his voice dropping into mission mode. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. This fight is beyond your level. Big words, Zabuza said, pulling his sword from the tree with a single hand. Let's see if you can back them up. Ninpo, Kirigakure no Jutsu. The mist, already thick, became impenetrable. Visibility dropped to less than arm's length, and the temperature seemed to plummet as moisture saturated the air. Naruto felt his enhanced senses straining, trying to track the movements of the 2 jounin through a medium designed specifically to defeat tracking. 8 points. Zabuza's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. So many targets, so little time. Which one should I pierce first? The killing intent spiked, and Naruto felt Sakura and Sasuke both trembling beside him. Even Tazuna, who had lived his whole life in dangerous circumstances, was frozen with terror. This wasn't the fear of death, this was something deeper, more primal, an instinctive recognition of a predator so far beyond them that resistance was laughable. But Naruto refused to yield to it. He drew on his sea of essence, channeling chi through his meridians, using the energy to stabilize his mind and body against the overwhelming pressure. It wasn't enough to eliminate the fear entirely, nothing could do that, short of reaching a cultivation level far beyond his current state, but it was enough to think, to act, to function. Sakura, Sasuke, he said quietly, his voice cutting through the paralysis. Focus on my voice. The killing intent is a technique, it's designed to freeze you. You can fight it. Sakura's breathing steadied slightly. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his own will asserting itself against the fear. Neither of them was fully recovered, but they were no longer helpless. Impressive. Zabuza's voice came again, closer this time. One of you has some spine. Maybe I'll kill you first. Metal clashed against metal somewhere in the mist, Kakashi engaging Zabuza, the 2 jounin fighting at speeds that would have been impossible to follow even without the visual obstruction. Naruto caught glimpses of movement, heard the impact of blows and the hiss of jutsu, but couldn't track the specifics. Then Kakashi screamed. Sensei! Sakura cried out, starting to move toward the sound. Naruto caught her arm. Wait. That could be. Water erupted around them. Zabuza had circled behind their defensive formation, emerging from the mist like a shark from the depths. His sword swept toward Tazuna in a strike that would bisect the old man from shoulder to hip. Naruto moved without thinking. He enhanced his body to the absolute limit of his current capabilities, pushed his speed beyond anything he'd achieved before, and threw himself between Zabuza's blade and its intended target. His kunai came up in a desperate parry that he knew wouldn't be enough. And somehow, impossibly it was. The collision of steel on steel sent shockwaves through Naruto's arm, nearly dislocating his shoulder, but the blade stopped. Zabuza's eyes widened slightly behind his bandages, the first sign of genuine surprise he'd shown since the fight began. What? Kakashi's fist connected with Zabuza's jaw, launching the missing nin away before he could finish his sentence. The copy ninja landed beside his students, his Sharingan spinning with furious speed. Nice save, Naruto, Kakashi said, not looking away from the mist. But I told you not to engage. He was going to kill Tazuna. And you were going to die stopping him. There's a difference between bravery and suicide. Zabuza's laugh echoed through the mist. The brat has potential, Kakashi. Too bad he won't live long enough to develop it. We'll see about that. The 2 jounin clashed again, and this time Naruto could track more of the fight. His enhancement had sensitized his perception, letting him catch glimpses of technique and movement that would have been invisible before. Kakashi was good, extraordinarily good, his Sharingan allowing him to predict and counter Zabuza's strikes with uncanny precision. But Zabuza was relentless, his taijutsu brutal and efficient, his sword work designed to overwhelm defense through sheer power. They were evenly matched, Naruto realized. Or close enough that the outcome was uncertain. And with the mist favoring Zabuza's fighting style, the odds were slowly shifting against Kakashi. Something had to change. Naruto closed his eyes, shutting out the visual distraction of the mist, and reached for his deepest reserves. The sea of essence in his dantian was nearly depleted. He'd been burning through chi at an unsustainable rate since the fight began. But there was still something there, a final reserve that he'd been holding back instinctively. The knowledge inside him whispered a warning. Using that reserve would push his body beyond safe limits. There would be consequences, exhaustion, possibly damage to his still developing meridians. It was the kind of gamble a cultivator only made when failure meant death. Naruto made it anyway. Power flooded through him, more than he'd ever channeled before, more than his body was truly capable of handling. His muscles screamed in protest, his chakra coils burned, his vision went white around the edges. But he could see. Through the mist, through the killing intent, through everything, he could see the flow of natural energy, the patterns of movement, the precise location of every being in the area. Zabuza was a void in the energy field, a consuming darkness. Kakashi was a bright point of concentrated power. His teammates were flickering candles, their fear dampening their signatures. And there, behind Zabuza, hidden in the trees, watching the fight with cold calculation, was another presence. Smaller than Zabuza's, but with a similar quality of refined deadliness. "Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto shouted, his voice carrying supernatural clarity through the mist. "There's another one! In the trees, 20 meters northwest!" Kakashi's head snapped toward the indicated location just as Zabuza lunged at him. The momentary distraction should have been fatal, but Kakashi had trained to fight with the Sharingan for decades. He could process multiple threats simultaneously. His hand formed a seal even as he dodged Zabuza's strike. "Suetun, Suryodin no Jutsu!" A water dragon erupted from the puddles on the ground, launching itself toward the hidden presence. There was a blur of movement, and a figure dropped from the trees, small, masked, dressed in hunter-nin attire, barely avoiding the attack. "Haku!" Zabuza snarled. "I apologize, Zabuza-sama. I've been discovered." Zabuza's demeanor shifted, his tactics changing now that his trump card had been revealed. "Fine. We do this the hard way." His hands flew through seals faster than Naruto could track, and the mist suddenly became a weapon. Moisture coalesced into needles, thousands of them, hovering in the air like a suspended swarm, pointed at everything in the clearing. "Sarento Karingu, Simban Shigur!" The needles flew. Naruto didn't think. His body moved on pure instinct, chi flooding his system despite the damage it was causing. He grabbed Sakura with one hand and Tazuna with the other, dragging them to the ground and covering them with his own body. Needles punched into his back, dozens of them, each one a spike of agony, but his enhancement held, preventing any from reaching vital organs. Beside him, Sasuke had done the same for his own position, using a hastily formed Katon Jutsu to incinerate the needles heading his way. The heat scorched his arms, but he emerged intact. Kakashi had simply moved, his speed exceeding even the attacks, positioning himself to block the needles aimed at his students with his own body. Blood bloomed on his flak jacket, but he showed no sign of slowing down. "Enough," Kakashi said, and his voice held an edge that hadn't been there before. "Zabuza, I'm ending this now." His hands moved through a long series of seals, too fast for normal eyes, but Naruto's enhanced perception caught every one. The chakra Kakashi was gathering was immense, more than Naruto had ever felt from a single individual. "Raikiri!" Lightning screamed to life in Kakashi's hand, concentrated into a point of blinding intensity. The chirping of 1,000 birds filled the air as he lunged towards Zabuza with killing intent that matched the missing nin's own. And then the masked figure, Haku, was between them. Time seemed to slow. Kakashi's attack, already committed, couldn't change direction. Haku's body was directly in its path. And Zabuza. Zabuza was using the opening to finish his own jutsu. "Suetun Daibakufu no Jutsu!" Water exploded from everywhere at once, from the ground, from the mist, from sources that shouldn't have existed, forming a massive wave that crashed toward the Konoha shinobi with devastating force. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced Haku's chest the same instant the water struck. When Naruto regained consciousness, he was lying in a small room with rough wooden walls and a low ceiling. Sunlight filtered through a window to his right, illuminating dust motes that danced in the still air. His body ached in ways he hadn't known were possible, not just the needle wounds, which had apparently been bandaged while he was unconscious, but deeper pains that suggested his meridians had suffered exactly the damage his knowledge had warned about. "You're awake." The voice was Kakashi's. Naruto turned his head, slowly, carefully, to find his instructor sitting against the wall, his Sharingan eye covered again, his visible eye watching Naruto with concern. "Tazuna's house," Kakashi continued, answering the unasked question. "We made it here after the fight." "Barely. The others?" "Sasuke and Sakura are fine. Minor injuries, nothing serious. Tazuna is unhurt, thanks mostly to you." Naruto struggled to sit up, managing it only with significant effort. "Zabuza?" "Alive, unfortunately. His accomplice, Haku, took the hit from my Raikiri, but it wasn't fatal. A hunter-nin technique, putting the body into a death-like state. They retreated before I could finish them off. They'll be back. Almost certainly." Kakashi's eye curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Which brings us to the real question. What the hell happened out there, Naruto? That wasn't normal genin capability. That wasn't normal anything." Naruto was silent for a long moment, weighing his options. He could lie, claim it was a hidden Uzumaki bloodline, or a technique he'd stumbled upon, or simple luck. Kakashi might even accept it. He had secrets of his own, and he understood the value of keeping certain things private. But lies had consequences. And with Zabuza likely to return, with the mission more dangerous than ever, Team 7 needed to function at its best. That meant trust. That meant honesty. At least, as much honesty as Naruto could safely offer. "It's called cultivation," he said finally. "A method of gathering and refining energy from the world itself. I've been practicing it since the graduation exam." "Cultivation." Kakashi's tone was neutral, giving nothing away. "I've heard the term, but only in old texts. Pre-Warring States era references, mostly, legends about techniques that predate chakra itself. The legends are true. Or at least, they're based on truth." Naruto met his instructor's gaze. "I can't explain everything. There are parts one don't fully understand myself, but the basics are this. I've developed a second energy system alongside my chakra. It lets me enhance my body, sharpen my senses, and recover from injuries faster than normal." "The needle wounds," Kakashi said, nodding slowly. "They should have been more serious. And you're already sitting up, despite taking enough damage to incapacitate most genin for days. The cultivation helps with healing. But it has limits. I pushed too hard during the fight, and my meridians are damaged. It'll be at least a week before I can use the enhancement again without making it worse." "A week?" Kakashi considered this. "That's about how long Zabuza will need to recover from Haku's intervention. Convenient timing." "Yeah." Naruto's expression hardened. "Convenient isn't the word I'd use." "No. I suppose not." Silence fell between them, comfortable in a way that surprised Naruto. He had expected disbelief, demands for more explanation, possibly even suspicion that his cultivation was somehow related to the Nine Tails. Instead, Kakashi seemed to accept the information at face value, processing it with the same analytical calm he brought to everything. "You know," Kakashi said eventually, "when the Hokage assigned you to my team, he told me to watch for something. He didn't specify what, just that you might develop abilities that were unusual. The Hokage knows? The Hokage knows many things. Not all of them are things he chooses to share." Kakashi's eye curved slightly. "But it seems he expected you to become something more than a typical genin. It's nice to know his expectations weren't misplaced. Does this change things? The mission, I mean? It changes nothing and everything." Kakashi pulled himself to his feet with a wince that suggested his own injuries were more serious than he'd let on. "Zabuza will return. Gato will send more forces. And we're still responsible for keeping Tazuna alive until his bridge is complete. Can we win? Honestly? I don't know." Kakashi moved toward the door, pausing with his hand on the frame. "But I know this. When you threw yourself between Zabuza's blade and Tazuna, you showed me something that can't be taught. Courage. Selflessness. The willingness to sacrifice for others." He looked back at Naruto, and for a moment, the lazy facade dropped entirely, revealing the legendary shinobi underneath. "That's what makes a ninja, Naruto. Not power, not technique, not bloodlines or special abilities. It's the heart to protect what matters, no matter the cost. You have that heart. You've always had it." He stepped through the doorway, his voice trailing behind him. "Rest while you can. The hard part is still coming." The next 7 days were a study in contrasts. During the day, Naruto maintained the appearance of a recovering genin, limited in his capabilities and focused on basic exercises. He helped with Team 7's training, contributed to guard rotations around Tazuna, and did his best to appear as unremarkable as possible. The villagers who occasionally visited, curious about the shinobi protecting their bridge builder, saw nothing unusual, just a blonde kid with whisker marks, eating too much ramen and making loud declarations about becoming Hokage. At night, alone in his borrowed room, he cultivated with desperate intensity. His meridians were damaged, yes, but the knowledge inside him contained techniques for repairing such damage, methods that accelerated the natural healing process through careful manipulation of chi. It was painstaking work, requiring hours of focused meditation for minimal gain, but each session brought him closer to full recovery. And as he worked, he discovered something unexpected. The overuse during the fight had actually expanded his capacity. By pushing beyond his limits, he had forced his energy channels to grow, to adapt, to become capable of handling greater flows of power. It was painful, dangerous, and exactly the kind of desperate gamble that cultivation manuals warned against, but it had worked. When Zabuza returned, Naruto would be stronger than he had been before. Progress, the entity's voice commented during one of their rare conversations. Real progress. You've taken the first genuine step on the path. It doesn't feel like progress, Naruto replied silently. It feels like I almost killed myself and got lucky. Growth often feels that way. The difference between breakthrough and breakdown is sometimes nothing more than survival. A pause. You've advanced to the peak of early foundation establishment. Another experience like this one, hopefully with better preparation, and you might reach the middle stages. How much stronger would that make me? Significantly. Middle foundation establishment cultivators can maintain enhancement for extended periods, project energy for ranged attacks, and begin developing techniques beyond simple body strengthening. You would still be no match for Zabuza directly, but you would be a meaningful factor in the fight. Naruto considered this. A meaningful factor. It wasn't victory, wasn't even equality, but it was something. A step away from helplessness toward genuine capability. He could work with that. The confrontation with Zabuza came on the 8th day. They had expected it, of course. Kakashi had predicted the timeline almost exactly. But expecting something and experiencing it were different things, and when the mist rolled in over the bridge, bringing with it the familiar weight of killing intent, Naruto felt his heart rate spike despite his preparations. They're here, Kakashi said, his Sharingan already revealed. Everyone, formation around Tizuna. Don't break ranks unless absolutely necessary. The mist parted to reveal Zabuza and Haku, standing at the far end of the unfinished bridge. Zabuza looked fully recovered, his massive sword resting on his shoulder with casual menace. Haku stood slightly behind him, the Hunterine mask concealing any expression. Round 2, Zabuza said, his voice carrying clearly through the mist. I don't suppose you'd consider stepping aside? I don't suppose you'd consider finding a different employer? Gato pays too well. Zabuza's eyes swept over the 3 genin arrayed behind Kakashi. I see your brats are still alive. The blonde one especially. He surprised me last time. He has a habit of doing that. Zabuza's gaze locked onto Naruto, assessing, calculating. I don't like surprises. Haku, deal with him. Yes, Zabuza-sama. Haku moved, and suddenly the battle was on. The dome of ice mirrors materialized around Naruto before he could react. One moment he was standing in formation, the next he was surrounded by reflective surfaces that seemed to multiply Haku's image infinitely. The masked ninja appeared in every mirror simultaneously, Senbon needles already in hand, moving with a speed that defied normal human capability. I apologize, Haku said, and there was genuine regret in the voice, surprisingly, unmistakably female, despite the masculine clothing and combat stance. I take no pleasure in this. But Zabuza-sama needs you eliminated. Sorry, Naruto replied, dropping into a combat stance. But I'm not planning to be eliminated. Needles flew from every direction. The first wave was experimental, Haku testing his defenses, probing for weaknesses in his guard. Naruto deflected what he could, dodged what he couldn't deflect, and accepted the impacts he couldn't avoid. His enhancement was active, burning chi at a rate he couldn't sustain for long, but it was enough to keep the needles from hitting anything vital. Impressive, Haku observed from her mirrors. Your reflexes are far beyond what I expected from a genin. But reflexes alone won't save you. The second wave was faster. More precise. Targeted specifically at the joints and pressure points that would disable without killing. A mercy, in its way, that Naruto couldn't afford to appreciate. He felt needles pierce his arms, his legs, his shoulders, each impact sending spikes of pain through his nervous system. But he didn't fall. What? For the first time, Haku's voice carried genuine surprise. You should be paralyzed. Those strikes. My body doesn't follow normal rules anymore. Naruto reached up and pulled a needle from his shoulder, studying it briefly before tossing it aside. Neither do I. He gathered chi, more than he should have used, more than was safe, and released it in a burst of raw energy that cracked two of the ice mirrors. Haku flickered between the damaged surfaces, reforming them almost instantly, but the attack had achieved its purpose, demonstrating that the mirrors weren't invulnerable. "You're hurting yourself," Haku observed. "That technique, it's damaging your body even as you use it." "Maybe. But I'll heal." Naruto's eyes met Haku's through the mirror's surface. "Will your mirrors?" He attacked again, and again, and again. Each burst of energy cost him, wearing down his reserves and straining his meridians, but each burst also chipped away at the ice prison surrounding him. The battle became one of attrition, Haku trying to incapacitate him before he escaped, Naruto trying to break free before his energy ran out. Neither of them noticed the figure approaching from outside the dome. "Sasuke, no!" Sakura's scream cut through the noise of combat, and Naruto spun to see his teammate charging toward the ice mirrors with a kunai in hand. The Uchiha's face was twisted with frustration, at being sidelined while Naruto fought alone, at his inability to contribute meaningfully to the battle. He was going to get himself killed. Naruto didn't think. His body moved on pure instinct, the same instinct that had driven him to shield Tazuna from Zabuza's blade. He gathered every drop of chi remaining in his sea of essence, channeled it through his partially healed meridians, and released it in a single desperate burst of speed. He intercepted Haku's Senbon attack with his own body. The needle struck him everywhere: arms, legs, torso, neck. Pain exploded through his nervous system, overwhelming even his enhancement, driving him to his knees. Through blurring vision, he saw Sasuke's shocked face, saw Haku's mirrors waver with uncertainty, saw Sakura screaming something he couldn't hear. And then he saw nothing at all. In the darkness of unconsciousness, something stirred. It was vast. Ancient. Filled with a rage so old and so deep that it had become a fundamental part of existence itself. It had been sleeping, forced to sleep by the seal that bound it, but the boy's near death had weakened those bonds, creating cracks through which awareness could seep. Finally, the voice was not spoken so much as experienced, a vibration in the soul, a pressure in the void, a certainty of malevolent attention that would have driven most minds to madness. Finally, the kid comes to visit. Naruto opened his eyes, or whatever passed for eyes in this place, and found himself standing in a massive chamber. Water dripped from an invisible ceiling, pooling around his ankles. The walls were made of pipes and metal, industrial and cold, stretching into darkness in every direction. Before him stood a cage. A cage so large that its bars seemed to extend infinitely into the gloom, so massive that the being behind them should have been impossible to contain. And yet, somehow, it was contained, held by a single paper seal, affixed to the bars at their center, bearing a symbol Naruto recognized. The 8 trigrams? His father's seal. "Come closer," the being said. "No," commanded. "Let me see what you've become." Naruto didn't move. His instincts, honed by weeks of cultivation, screamed at him that approaching those bars would be catastrophic. Whatever this thing was, it was dangerous beyond anything he had faced, dangerous beyond Zabuza, beyond Haku, beyond every threat he could imagine combined. "The 9 tails," he said. "You're the demon fox." "Demon?" The word dripped with contempt. "Is that what they call me? How reductive. I am the Kyubi no Kitsune, the strongest of the Bijou, a fragment of the Jubi itself. I have destroyed armies, leveled mountains, brought nations to their knees. And you?" The being's presence pressed against the bars, and Naruto felt the full weight of its attention. "You are the cage they've stuffed me into. The jailer who doesn't even know he's a jailer." "I know now," Naruto said. "The entity told me. About you, about everything." "Ah, yes. The Ancient One." Something that might have been interest flickered through the fox's massive eyes. "I felt it, 12 years ago. Something reaching through the seal, touching your soul, leaving its mark. Another cage within the cage, though this one, at least, comes with benefits." "Benefits?" "The cultivation." The Kyubi's voice carried grudging respect. "I've watched you develop it, felt the energy you've been gathering. It's pathetic, of course, the merest shadow of true power, but it's not nothing. And it's something your kind has forgotten for a very long time." Naruto considered this. The fox was clearly trying to manipulate him, offering information, establishing rapport, positioning itself as a source of knowledge rather than a threat. It was intelligent, far more intelligent than the Academy's lessons about mindless beasts of destruction had suggested. But intelligence didn't mean honesty. And rapport didn't mean alliance. "Why am I here?" Naruto asked. "This place, is this the seal?" "A representation of it, yes. Your mind's interpretation of the space between us." The Kyubi's tails swished lazily behind it, each one larger than buildings Naruto had seen. "You're dying, kid. Out there, in the real world, your body is failing. The masked girl's needles have struck too many vital points. Even your enhanced healing won't save you. Then you have a choice. The fox's grin, already massive, seemed to widen further. Die out there, and I sleep until they find a new vessel. Or accept my power, and survive to fight another day. What's the catch? Smart. There's always a catch. The QB pressed against the bars again, and this time, Naruto could see beyond them, could see the vast, impossibly dense chakra contained within, enough power to level entire nations. My chakra is corrosive to mortal bodies. It will enhance you, but it will also damage you. Use too much, and it will burn away everything that makes you who you are. Use it carelessly, and you become a puppet dancing on my strings. Sounds like a terrible deal. It is. But it's better than death. The fox's eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. I'm not offering you this out of kindness, Kit. I'm offering because I don't want to sleep again. Because watching you struggle is more entertaining than endless darkness. Because the Ancient One's gift interests me, and I want to see what it does when combined with my power. Naruto stood there, in the dripping darkness of his own mindscape, weighing options that shouldn't have existed. Accepting the fox's power meant risking everything he was, but refusing it meant dying, meant abandoning his teammates, meant failing before he'd even truly begun. The choice was, in the end, no choice at all. Fine, he said. Give me your power. But I want something in return. Oh? Information. About cultivation, about chakra, about this world and what it used to be. You've lived for a long time, seen things no human could remember. I want access to that knowledge. The QB laughed, a sound like thunder, like earthquakes, like the world itself cracking open. Bargaining with a bijou. You've got guts, Kit, I'll give you that. Its tail swished again, considering. Very well. I'll share what I know, when I choose to share it. In return, you use my power to survive, and you keep cultivating. I want to see how far you can climb. Deal. Power flooded through the seal, through his chakra system, through every cell of his being. It was nothing like chi, nothing like the refined, purified energy of cultivation. This was raw primal, burning with hatred and malice that seemed baked into its very nature. But beneath the hatred, beneath the malice, there was something else. Something ancient and vast and strangely familiar. Now go. The QB rumbled. Show them what we can do together. The mindscape shattered, and Naruto returned to the waking world. The bridge exploded with red light. Haku, who had been preparing to finish off the seemingly unconscious genin, stumbled backward as chakra erupted from Naruto's body in visible waves. The needles embedded in his flesh were pushed out by the force of his healing, wounds closing in real time, his entire form wreathed in crimson energy that seemed to burn the very air. His eyes, when they opened, were no longer blue. They were red, with slitted pupils that spoke of something far older than any 12-year-old should have been. What? Haku started. Naruto moved. The ice mirrors shattered. Not cracked, not damaged, shattered, every single one exploding into fragments as Naruto's speed exceeded anything the technique could track. Haku barely managed to raise a defensive ice wall before Naruto's fist connected, and even that wasn't enough. The wall crumpled like paper, and Haku went flying across the bridge. You wanted to see what I could do? Naruto growled, his voice resonating with harmonics that weren't entirely human. Here it is. The QB's chakra burned through his system, enhancing everything: strength, speed, durability, healing. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, almost too much to control. He could feel the fox's influence at the edge of his consciousness, pushing him toward violence, toward destruction, toward the release of all the rage he'd accumulated over 12 years of isolation and contempt. He pushed back. I'm not a puppet, he said to the fox and to himself. I'm not a weapon. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I decide what I do with this power. The red chakra flickered, stabilized, became something slightly more controlled. It was still burning, still corrosive, still fundamentally wrong, but it was his. His choice. His power. He turned toward where Kakashi and Zabuza were still fighting, the two jounin pausing momentarily at the eruption of Bijou chakra. Zabuza's expression was unreadable behind his bandages, but his body language had shifted from confident aggression to wary caution. Haku! He called out. I'm fine, Zabuza-sama. The hunter Nin had recovered from Naruto's attack, though she moved with the careful deliberation of someone who'd taken significant damage. But the boy. I see. Zabuza's eyes fixed on Naruto, assessing the crimson chakra that surrounded him. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I'd heard rumors, but I didn't believe them. Believe them, Kakashi said, his voice carrying a warning. Zabuza, this fight is over. Whatever Gato is paying you, it's not worth facing a Bijou. Perhaps. Zabuza's grip on his sword didn't loosen. Perhaps not. The kid can't control it. Look at him, struggling just to stay standing. One good hit and... And what? A new voice cut through the tension. You'd actually accomplished something, Zabuza? That would be a first. They all turned toward the end of the bridge, where a small army had assembled. At its head stood a short, bespectacled man in a business suit, Gato, unmistakably, surrounded by dozens of mercenaries armed with various weapons. Gato, Zabuza growled. What is this? A change of plans? Gato's smile was the smile of a man who believed himself untouchable. You've been useful, Zabuza, but you're also expensive. Why pay a fortune for one ninja when I can hire 100 thugs for the same price? They'll kill the bridge builder, deal with the Konoha team, and save me the trouble of paying your fee. The mercenaries laughed, spreading out to cover the bridge's width. Some of them were already eyeing Haku with expressions that made Naruto's stomach turn. You're betraying me, Zabuza said flatly. I'm being practical. Business is business, after all. Silence stretched across the bridge, a silence filled with tension, with the promise of violence, with 100 calculations running simultaneously in a dozen minds. Then Zabuza laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. Business is business, he repeated, turning to face Gato and his mercenaries. You know, for a businessman, you're remarkably stupid. What? Zabuza moved. One moment he was standing beside Haku, the next he was among the mercenaries, his sword singing through the air. Men fell, blood sprayed, and Gato's confident smile transformed into a mask of terror. You think I fight for money? Zabuza roared, his blade claiming another life with every swing. You think I'm a tool you can use and discard? I am Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. And no one betrays me. The mercenaries, confronted with a genuine monster, broke and ran. Those who didn't die immediately fled toward the far end of the bridge, trampling each other in their haste to escape. Gato tried to join them, but Zabuza was faster. The shipping magnate's head left his shoulders before he could take 2 steps. The aftermath was anticlimactic, as aftermaths often are. With Gato dead and his mercenaries scattered, the immediate threat to Wave Country evaporated. The villagers, emerging from their homes to witness the end of the battle, found not the destruction they'd expected but a group of exhausted shinobi and a bridge builder who couldn't stop laughing with relief. Zabuza collapsed from his wounds shortly after killing Gato, his body finally giving out after sustaining what should have been fatal damage. Haku knelt beside him, her mask removed, tears streaming down a face that was surprisingly young, no older than Naruto himself. Zabuza-sama. Don't. Zabuza's voice was weak, fading. Don't cry, Haku. I've lived, as I wanted. Died as I wanted. No regrets. But take care of yourself. Find a new purpose. His eyes, dimming, found Naruto's. The kid, he's something special. Might be worth following. His breathing stopped. His body went still. And Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist, passed from the world of the living. The Kyuubi's chakra had faded during the confrontation with Gato, leaving Naruto exhausted beyond anything he'd ever experienced. He sat on the edge of the unfinished bridge, watching the sunrise paint the water gold and orange, trying to process everything that had happened. Kakashi sat beside him, equally tired but characteristically composed. You accessed the fox's power, Bijanin observed. I assume that wasn't planned. No. It was. Naruto struggled for words. A deal. I was dying, and it offered power in exchange for survival. A dangerous bargain. I know. Naruto looked down at his hands, still human, despite the crimson energy that had wreathed them hours earlier. But I'm still me. I didn't lose control. I could have, but I didn't. That's remarkable, actually. Kakashi's eye curved slightly. Most Jinchuriki require years of training to access their Biju's power without losing themselves. You did it on your first attempt. Maybe the cultivation helped. A stronger foundation means better control. Perhaps. Kakashi was quiet for a moment then. You know, when I was assigned to this team, I wasn't optimistic. A fangirl, an avenger, and a village pariah, it seemed like a recipe for disaster. Harsh but fair, Naruto admitted. But I was wrong. You, all of you, exceeded my expectations. Sasuke's willingness to charge into Haku's technique to help you, Sakura's determination to keep fighting despite her limitations, and you. He shook his head slowly. You held off an enemy that should have killed you, accessed power that should have consumed you, and came out the other side as yourself. That's not something just anyone can do. I had help. The entity's teachings, the fox's power, none of it was really mine. Tools are only as valuable as the people who use them. You've been given extraordinary resources, yes, but you're the one deciding how to apply them. Kakashi stood, stretching. Speaking of which, we should discuss your training going forward. The cultivation, the Biju chakra, the hybrid techniques you're developing, It's beyond anything the standard curriculum covers. You want to help me? I want to see where you can go. A shinobi with your potential, with your heart, could change the world, Naruto. One way or another. He walked back toward Tazuna's house, leaving Naruto alone with the sunrise. And with the voice in his head that had been silent throughout the battle but now stirred with what might have been satisfaction. Well done, Kit. Well done indeed. Thanks, Naruto replied silently. Now, about that information you promised. The Kyuubi's laughter echoed through his mindscape. Eager, aren't you? Very well. Let me tell you about the world that existed before chakra, the era when cultivation was the only path to power, and beings like me were young. Chapter 7, Return and Recognition. The journey back to Konoha took 4 days, extended by the need to rest and recover from the battle's aftermath. Sasuke was quiet throughout the trip, but it was a different kind of quiet than his usual brooding silence. He watched Naruto with an intensity that suggested constant reassessment, his Sharingan occasionally flickering to life when he thought no one was looking. The dojutsu had awakened during the final confrontation, perhaps triggered by his desperate charge into Haku's technique, perhaps by the overwhelming pressure of witnessing Naruto's transformation. He hadn't spoken about it. He hadn't spoken about much of anything. But Naruto could feel the shift in their dynamic, no longer simply rivals but something more complicated. Partners, perhaps. Or at least, potential partners. Sakura was processing things in her own way, which mostly involved asking Kakashi endless questions about advanced medical techniques and combat analysis. The mission had shown her exactly how outclassed she was, and rather than despair, she channeled that realization into determination. There was a sharpness to her eyes now that hadn't been there before, the look of someone who'd glimpsed their future and decided to fight for it. And Naruto cultivated. The battle with Haku and the awakening of the Kyuubi's power had pushed his foundation to its limits, but those limits had expanded as a result. His sea of essence was deeper now, his meridians more open, his control over chi more refined. He was solidly in the middle stages of foundation establishment, still far from true power, but light years beyond where he'd started. More significantly, he had begun to integrate the Kyuubi's chakra into his cultivation system. It wasn't easy. The fox's power was wild, corrosive, fundamentally hostile to human physiology. But cultivation, at its core, was about transformation, taking external energy and making it part of oneself. The Kyuubi's chakra was just another form of external energy, albeit far more dangerous than natural chi. By the time they reached Konoha's gates, Naruto had developed a basic technique for drawing small amounts of Bijuu chakra through his seal, filtering it through his cultivation pathways, and integrating it into his sea of essence. The result was a hybrid energy that combined the refinement of chi with the raw power of the Nine Tails, stronger than either alone, but requiring constant vigilance to maintain. Clever, the Kyuubi commented as they passed through the gates. I didn't think you'd figure that out so quickly. I had good teachers, Naruto replied silently. The ancient entity's knowledge, your information about chakra history, Kakashi's insights about energy manipulation, it all fits together. Don't let it go to your head. You're still a speck compared to what you could become. That's the idea. Keep growing, keep climbing, keep getting stronger. And what happens when you reach the top? What will you do with all that power? Naruto didn't answer immediately. He was too busy staring at the village that had hated him his entire life, seeing it with new eyes. The Hokage monument dominated the northern skyline, 4 faces carved into stone, watching over the village they'd given their lives to protect. The Yondaime's face, his father's face, seemed to gaze directly at him, and for the first time, Naruto didn't feel the usual mix of confusion and longing that sight provoked. He felt something closer to determination. I'll protect it, he said finally. The village, the people, the dream it represents. I'll become strong enough that no one ever has to suffer the way I did. Noble, the Kyuubi said, and there was something in its voice that might have been respect, or might have been mockery. It was hard to tell with a being that old. We'll see if you can hold on to that when the choices get harder. We will, Naruto agreed. We'll see. The debriefing with the Hokage was extensive. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, listened to Kakashi's report with the patient attention of a man who had led shinobi for longer than most people had been alive. His expression remained neutral throughout, through the revelation of the mission's true difficulty, through the account of battles with A-rank missing Nin, through the description of Naruto's awakening. When Kakashi finished, the old man was silent for a long moment. The Nine Tails chakra, he said finally. You accessed it consciously? Yes, Hokage-sama. Naruto stood before the desk, meeting the old man's gaze without flinching. I made a deal with the fox. Power in exchange for survival. A deal. The Hokage's tone was neutral, but his eyes had sharpened. What kind of deal? Information. The QB shares knowledge about the world, and I continue cultivating. Naruto paused, considering how much to reveal. It's interested in my development. It wants to see how far I can go. And you trust this arrangement? No. But I trust my own will. The fox can influence me, but it can't control me, not as long as my foundation remains solid. He touched his stomach, where the seal lay beneath his clothes. The seal holds. And my cultivation gives me additional defense against its influence. The Hokage studied him for a long moment, his pipe trailing lazy smoke into the afternoon air. Then, slowly, he nodded. The fourth Hokage, your father, believed that you could master the Nine-Tails' power. He designed the seal specifically to allow you eventual access to its chakra, trusting that you would have the strength to control it. He paused. It seems his faith was not misplaced. You knew. About my father. I've always known. As did Jiraiya, and Kakashi, and a handful of others who were close to Minato. The old man's expression softened slightly. We kept it secret to protect you, Naruto. Your father had many enemies, people who would have harmed his son to spite his memory. But it seems those days are ending. He stood, moving around his desk to stand before Naruto directly. You've grown these past weeks. In power, yes, but also in maturity, in wisdom, in understanding of what it means to be a shinobi. The village owes you a debt for the Wave Country mission, not that most of them will acknowledge it. I didn't do it for acknowledgement. I know. And that, perhaps more than anything else, tells me you're ready. The Hokage reached into his pocket and withdrew a small scroll, sealed with the personal mark of the Hokage's office. This contains information about your heritage, your parents, your clan, the circumstances of your birth. It also contains access codes to the Namikaze estate, which has been held in trust since your father's death. Naruto took the scroll with hands that trembled slightly despite his best efforts. I'm not giving you this because you've earned it, though you have. The Hokage continued. I'm giving it because you need it. The path you're walking is dangerous, Naruto. The cultivation, the bijou, the enemies who will inevitably arise, you'll need every resource available to survive. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Don't thank me yet. The old man's expression turned serious. With power comes responsibility. You're no longer just a genin who happens to contain a demon, you're someone who could reshape the shinobi world. Every choice you make from this point forward carries weight. Every action has consequences. I understand. Do you? The Hokage held his gaze. I've watched generations of talented shinobi destroy themselves, consumed by power, corrupted by ambition, lost to the darkness that inevitably accompanies strength. I don't want that fate for you, Naruto. You have the potential to be something extraordinary. Please, live up to it. Naruto thought about the entity's words, about the QB's warnings, about everything he'd learned in the weeks since that door in his consciousness had first opened. I will, he said. Or I'll die trying. The Hokage studied him for a moment longer, then nodded and stepped back. Dismissed. Take a week to recover, then report to Kakashi for further training. And Naruto. He paused at his desk. Congratulations on your first successful A-rank mission. Officially, it will be recorded as a C-rank, for political reasons, but those who matter will know the truth. Naruto bowed and left the office, the scroll clutched in his hand like a lifeline. Behind him, the third Hokage watched him go with an expression that held pride and worry in equal measure. Minato, Kushina. He murmured to himself. Your son is becoming exactly what you hoped he would be. I only pray the world is ready for him. The Namikaze estate was a compound on the outskirts of the village, hidden behind privacy seals and misdirection jutsu that had kept it invisible to the general population for 12 years. It was large, larger than Naruto had expected, with a main house, several outbuildings, and a garden that had grown wild in the absence of tending. He stood at the entrance, the scroll's access codes already entered, and felt something shift in his chest. This was where his parents had lived. This was where they had dreamed about their future, about the child they would raise, about the family they would build together. This was where it had all been taken away. Emotional, the QB observed, but for once, there was no mockery in its voice. Even I can feel it. The echoes of their chakra, lingering in the walls after all this time. They really loved me, Naruto said quietly. All those years, believing I was alone, that no one had ever wanted me, and they were here the whole time. Waiting. He stepped through the entrance, and the compound seals recognized him. The true heir returned at last. Lights flickered on in the main house. The garden's wards hummed with renewed energy. And somewhere, in the depths of his cultivation space, the ancient entity stirred. Home, it said, and the word carried weight that surprised Naruto. You've found your home. Now, let's see what your parents left behind. Naruto walked into the house, and behind him, the door closed on 12 years of isolation. A new chapter was beginning. The estate's library was, even by shinobi standards, impressive. Shelves lined every wall, filled with scrolls and books that covered everything from basic jutsu theory to advanced fuinjutsu techniques that made Naruto's head spin. His father had been obsessive about collecting knowledge, it seemed, a trait that had served him well in developing the techniques that made him legendary. But it was a single scroll, locked in a secure case at the library's center, that caught Naruto's attention. The case was protected by seals he recognized from his cultivation knowledge, not chakra-based locks, but barriers that operated on principles far older than the shinobi system. They were crude by cultivation standards, rough approximations of techniques that should have been elegant, but they were unmistakably cultivation-derived. My father knew, Naruto breathed. About cultivation. About the old ways. Of course he did. The Kyuubi's voice held something that might have been grudging respect. The fourth wasn't just powerful, he was brilliant. When your mother became my Jinchuriki, he started researching everything he could find about Bijou, about the Sage of Six Paths, about the world that existed before chakra was distributed to humanity. He couldn't recreate true cultivation, the knowledge was too fragmentary, but he understood enough to incorporate elements of it into his sealing work. That's why the seal on my stomach has cultivation symbols mixed in with the chakra formations. Exactly. Your father designed your seal to be compatible with cultivation, should you ever discover the path. He couldn't give you the knowledge directly, he died before he could, but he prepared the way. Naruto approached the case, extending his senses toward its locks. The barriers resisted at first, but when he channeled chi through his meridians, the same energy his father had glimpsed in his research, they recognized him. The locks clicked open. Inside was a single scroll, labeled in his father's handwriting. For Naruto, should you find the path. He unrolled it with trembling hands. The scroll contained notes, fragmentary, incomplete, clearly the work of someone piecing together a puzzle from scattered pieces. His father had theorized about cultivation, had experimented with incorporating its principles into fuinjutsu, had dreamed about the possibilities such integration might offer. And at the end, written in a hand that shook slightly, was a personal message. My son. If you're reading this, then the entity kept its promise. Cultivation found you, as I hoped it would. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to guide you myself. I'm sorry for the burden you've been forced to bear. But I want you to know, I believe in you. Your mother believes in you. Whatever the world throws at you, however dark things become, remember that you are our son, born of love, destined for greatness, capable of anything you set your mind to. The path of cultivation is long and difficult. The path of the Jinchuriki is longer and more difficult still. But you're not walking alone. We're with you, always, in the seal, in the estate, in the memories we've left behind. Draw strength from our love, and let it guide you to heights even we couldn't imagine. I'm proud of you, Naruto. I've been proud of you since the moment you were born. Be well. Be strong. Be kind. Your father. Namikaze Minato. Naruto sat in the library for a long time, the scroll clutched to his chest, tears streaming down his face. He had come to Konoha as an orphan, despised and alone. He was leaving as an heir, loved and remembered. And the path that stretched before him, the cultivation, the bijou, the enemies and allies and challenges yet to come, no longer seemed quite so daunting. He had his father's faith, his mother's love, the entity's guidance, the Kyuubi's power. And most importantly, he had himself, Uzumaki Naruto, the boy who had refused to break, who had chosen his own path, who had decided to become something greater than anyone expected. The world wasn't ready for what he would become. But he was. Chapter 8, Gathering Storm. 3 months after the Wave Country mission, Konoha buzzed with anticipation. The Chunin selection exams, the biannual tournament that determined which genin were worthy of promotion, were approaching, and teams from across the 5 great shinobi villages would be descending on the leaf. It was an opportunity for young ninja to prove themselves, yes, but it was also a political event of significant importance. The exams demonstrated each village's military strength, offered chances for espionage and information gathering, and occasionally served as a pretext for settling old scores. Kakashi had entered Team 7 without hesitation. You're ready, he'd said during their morning training session, 3 days before the exams began. All 3 of you have grown significantly since Wave Country. The exams will be challenging, but you have what it takes to succeed. Sasuke had nodded, his expression as closed as ever, but with a gleam in his dark eyes that suggested fierce anticipation. The Sharingan had developed since its awakening, 2 tomo in each eye now, with the third hovering just out of reach. His training had become almost obsessive, driven by the twin goals of matching Naruto's mysterious power and preparing to eventually face Itachi. Sakura had simply smiled, but it was the smile of someone who had spent 3 months training with a focus that surprised everyone, including herself. She had discovered an aptitude for medical jutsu, studying under the village's hospital staff whenever Team 7 wasn't on missions. Her chakra control, always excellent, had become precise enough to support advanced medical techniques that most genin couldn't even attempt. And Naruto. Naruto had continued cultivating. The 3 months since Wave Country had seen him progress from the middle stages of foundation establishment to its peak. His sea of essence was deeper, his meridians more refined, his control over chi approaching mastery. He had integrated significant amounts of the Kyuubi's chakra into his cultivation system, creating a hybrid power base that exceeded anything a genin should have possessed. More importantly, he had been studying. The estate's library contained wealth beyond measurement, not just his father's research, but generations of accumulated knowledge from the Uzumaki clan's archives, smuggled out of Uzashio before its destruction. Sealing techniques. Chakra theory. Historical records of the Sage of Six Paths and the world that existed before him. The more Naruto learned, the more he understood how much he didn't know. But that was fine. The path of cultivation was long, and he had time. Less time than you think, the Kyuubi warned. The exams will draw attention. Other villages will send their strongest genin, some of them Jinchuriki like yourself. And there are powers watching this village that you're not yet ready to face. Then I'll become ready, Naruto replied. That's the whole point, isn't it? Keep growing, keep climbing, keep getting stronger. Humph. Just don't get yourself killed before things get interesting. The morning of the exams dawned clear and cold, autumn sunlight filtering through the leaves that gave Konoha its name. Naruto met his teammates at the academy, the site of the exam's first phase, and found them waiting with expressions that mixed nervousness and determination. You look calm, Sakura observed. I thought you'd be bouncing off the walls by now. Different Naruto, he replied, which had become something of a catchphrase over the past months. Ready? As we'll ever be, Sasuke said. His Sharingan flickered on briefly, a habit he'd developed, using the dojutsu to scan for threats, before fading back to black. Let's see what these exams have to offer. They entered the academy together, and the door closed behind them on everything they'd been. Whatever came next, they would face it as a team. The first phase of the exams was, superficially, a written test. Rows of desks filled a large classroom, each occupied by a genin from one of the participating villages. Proctors lined the walls, watching for cheaters with hawk-like intensity. And at the front of the room stood Marino Ibiki, head of Konoha's torture and interrogation division, whose scarred face and pitiless eyes suggested that this test would be anything but ordinary. The rules are simple, Ibiki announced, his voice carrying to every corner of the room. 10 questions. 1 point deducted for every wrong answer. 10 points deducted if you're caught cheating 3 times. Score 0 or below, and your entire team fails. Murmurs rippled through the assembled genin. Ibiki smiled, a cold, predatory expression that silenced them instantly. And one more thing. The 10th question will not be given until the last 15 minutes of the exam. Until then, begin. Naruto looked down at his test and immediately understood what was happening. The questions weren't just difficult, they were impossible for anyone without specialized knowledge or Jounin-level expertise. They covered advanced cryptography, tactical analysis, historical minutiae that even most Chunin wouldn't know. No genin could answer them legitimately. Which meant cheating wasn't just allowed, it was required. The test wasn't measuring knowledge. It was measuring information-gathering skills. How well could the genin gather intelligence without being caught? How would they respond to a situation where the obvious path, answering the questions honestly, was doomed to failure? Naruto smiled to himself and activated his enhanced senses. The world sharpened around him as chi flowed through his perception pathways. He could feel the movement of chakra throughout the room, some subtle, some not, as various genin employed techniques to gather answers. Byakugan users scanning through walls of paper. Sensor types reading the micro-expressions of proctors. Puppet users with hidden ink dispensers. A girl with twin buns in her hair using mirrors to see neighboring papers. And scattered among them, several genin who sat with perfect confidence, answering questions without hesitation. Plants, obviously. Chunin or Jounin disguised as genin, their papers containing correct answers for others to copy. Naruto identified the closest plant, a seemingly ordinary boy 3 rows ahead, and began copying his answers through a combination of enhanced vision and subtle chakra manipulation. The technique was crude compared to some of the others in the room, but it was effective, and he was careful to introduce small errors that would make his paper look legitimately imperfect. Beside him, Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, copying the hand movements of a genin who was writing with suspicious fluency. Sakura was simply solving the questions through pure intelligence. Her academy scores had been the highest in their year, and it seemed she could actually answer several of the questions legitimately. The hour passed quickly. Genin were eliminated, their teams escorted out in shame. The tension in the room built steadily, a pressure that Naruto could feel in the natural energy surrounding them all. Finally, Ibiki glanced at the clock. Time for the 10th question. But first, a special rule. The room went silent. You may choose not to take the 10th question. If you do, you and your team will fail immediately, but you'll be able to attempt the exams again next time. Murmurs of relief started to spread. Ibiki held up a hand. However, if you take the 10th question and answer incorrectly, you will be barred from ever taking the Chunin exams again. You will remain a genin for the rest of your career. The relief transformed into horror. Hands started rising around the room, genin choosing to fail now rather than risk permanent genin status. Teams collapsed as one member's fear infected the others. Naruto watched this happen and understood. The 10th question was fear. Not a written problem. Not a puzzle to solve. Just a simple question: could you face uncertainty? Could you risk everything on a chance? Could you take the leap when the consequences of failure were catastrophic? His hands stayed on the desk. Sasuke's did the same. And Sakura, after a moment of visible struggle, lowered her half-raised hand with an expression of fierce determination. Ibiki waited until the flow of withdrawals had stopped, roughly half the room now empty, then spoke again. Those of you who remain, pass. Silence. Then confusion. The 10th question was the choice itself. Ibiki explained. In the field, shinobi face situations where the only options are bad ones. Retreat and guarantee failure, or advance and risk death. The ability to take that risk, to face the unknown rather than accept certain defeat, is what separates true shinobi from those who only play at it. He removed his bandana, revealing a scalp covered in scars, burns, punctures, the marks of torture that should have killed him a dozen times over. I've been captured, interrogated, tormented for information about this village. And I never broke. Not because I didn't feel fear, but because I understood that some things are worth risking everything for. His eyes swept across the remaining genin. You've all demonstrated that understanding today. The first phase is complete. Report to Training Ground 44 tomorrow morning for the second phase. He paused, his expression shifting to something almost like respect. And for what it's worth, good luck. You'll need it. Training Ground 44 was known, unofficially, as the Forest of Death. It was a massive wilderness preserve in the heart of Konoha's training facilities, miles of dense forest filled with oversized predators, poisonous plants, and terrain designed to challenge even experienced shinobi. The proctors for this phase, led by a purple-haired woman named Mitarashi Enko, explained the rules with obvious relish. Each team will receive one scroll, heaven or earth. To pass, you must collect both scrolls and reach the tower at the forest center within 5 days. How you get the other scroll is up to you. She smiled, and it was not a reassuring expression. People die in this forest. If you can't handle that, well, there's the gate. No one moved. Good. Teams will enter at staggered intervals from different points around the perimeter. Once you're in, anything goes. Ready? Team 7 received an earth scroll. Naruto secured it in a seal on his person, one of his father's designs, virtually undetectable without knowing exactly what to look for. They were assigned Gate 12 and waited, tension building, until the signal came. The gate opened. They ran. The forest was everything its reputation suggested and more. Within the first hour, Team 7 had evaded 3 separate predator attacks, giant tigers, venomous centipedes, and something that might have been a mutated bear but was hard to identify through the blood and teeth. The wildlife alone would have been enough to eliminate unprepared teams. The other genin were worse. Contacts, Sasuke murmured, his Sharingan active. 3 teams converging from the northeast. They're hunting. Hunting us or hunting in general? Does it matter? They're between us and the tower. Naruto extended his enhanced senses, reading the flow of natural energy through the forest. The approaching teams registered as disturbances in that flow, points of concentrated intent that stood out against the ambient life of the wilderness. 1 team from rain, 1 from grass, 1 from... He frowned. I can't identify the third. Their energy is strange. Darker. Darker? Like something's eating the natural energy around them. Consuming it. Sakura's medical instincts kicked in. That sounds like a parasitic technique. Some villages have jutsu that drain life force from the environment. Or something else entirely. Naruto thought about what the Kyuubi had told him, about other Jinchuriki, about powers that transcended normal shinobi capabilities. Let's avoid them for now. We need information before we engage. They changed direction, moving deeper into the forest, putting distance between themselves and the converging teams. The strange energy signature followed at first, then veered away as if losing interest. But Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that they hadn't seen the last of it. Night fell over the Forest of Death, and Team 7 made camp in a hollow tree large enough to shelter all 3 of them. They set watches, ate ration bars, and discussed strategy in low voices. "We need a heaven scroll," Sakura said. "There are multiple teams between us and the tower, and at least some of them will have what we need." "The rain team would be easiest," Sasuke observed. "Their energy signatures suggest their Chunin level at best. We could take them directly and alert everyone else in the area," Naruto countered. "Combat draws attention. We should be smarter than that." "Then what do you suggest?" Naruto considered. The knowledge from his cultivation training included techniques for stealth, for concealment, for operating unseen in hostile territory. And his father's sealing work included applications he'd only begun to explore. "I'll scout ahead. My enhanced senses can track teams without revealing our position, and I can create a clone to cover my absence. If I find a vulnerable target, I'll signal you both. And if you find that dark energy again, then I retreat immediately. I'm not looking for a fight, just information." Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances. The old Naruto, the loud, impulsive genin from the academy, would never have suggested something so cautious. But the new Naruto had proven himself repeatedly over the past months. They could trust his judgment. "Be careful," Sakura said finally. Naruto nodded, created a shadow clone to maintain the watch rotation, and slipped into the darkness. The forest at night was a different world. Sounds that had been background noise during the day became overwhelming. The rustle of nocturnal predators, the calls of hunting birds, the constant subtle movement of creatures that lived their entire lives in the canopy above. Naruto moved through it all like a shadow, his enhanced senses guiding him around threats before they could detect his presence. He found the rain team within an hour. They had made camp in a clearing, their fire visible for miles, a rookie mistake that marked them as easy targets. He watched them for several minutes, confirming they had a heaven scroll, then marked their location in his memory for later. But it wasn't the rain team that drew his attention. That dark energy was back. He felt it before he saw it, a void in the natural flow, a consuming darkness that seemed to devour the life force around it. It was stronger now, closer, and it was moving directly toward, not his current position. Toward where Team 7 had made camp. Toward his clone. Naruto's blood ran cold. He turned and ran, abandoning stealth for speed, pushing his enhancement to its limits. The forest blurred around him as he moved faster than any genin should have been capable of, driven by the desperate certainty that his teammates were in danger. He arrived to find chaos. The hollow tree was shattered, splinters scattered across the clearing. Sasuke was down, bleeding from a wound on his shoulder, his Sharingan spinning wildly. Sakura crouched beside him, medical chakra glowing around her hands as she tried to stop the bleeding. And standing over them both, surrounded by an aura of darkness so thick it seemed to swallow light, was a figure Naruto didn't recognize. It was shaped like a woman, tall, pale, with long dark hair and a face that might have been beautiful if not for the eyes. Those eyes were yellow, slitted, and human in a way that went beyond any Kekkei Genkai Naruto had ever heard of. And when they turned toward him, he felt the weight of attention that made even the Kyuubi's killing intent seem gentle. "Ah," the figure said, and its voice carried harmonics that shouldn't have existed. "There you are. The interesting one." Chapter 9, The Snake's Garden. The figure stepped forward, and reality seemed to bend around it. Naruto's enhanced senses screamed warnings that he struggled to process. This wasn't just a powerful shinobi, this was something else, something that existed on a level he had only glimpsed in his cultivation studies. The natural energy didn't just flow around this being, it was consumed by it, devoured by a hunger that seemed endless. "Orochimaru!" Sasuke gasped, his Sharingan fixed on the figure despite the pain of his wound. "The legendary Sannin! How flattering that you recognize me, Sasuke-kun!" Orochimaru's tongue extended, absurdly long, snake-like, and ran across pale lips. "I've come a long way to meet you. The last of the Uchiha, bearer of such delicious potential. Get away from them." Naruto's voice cut through the clearing, and for a moment, Orochimaru actually paused. Those serpentine eyes turned toward him with an expression that mingled curiosity and amusement. "The Kyuubi Jinchuriki speaks." And with such conviction. The Sannin tilted its head, studying Naruto like a scientist examining an interesting specimen. "I sense something different about you, boy. Something that shouldn't exist in this era. You'll sense a lot more than that if you don't back off." Orochimaru laughed, a sound that crawled across Naruto's skin like insects. "Bold. Very bold. But ultimately meaningless." He moved. Naruto had trained with Kakashi, had fought against Sabuza, had pushed his enhancement to levels that should have been impossible for a genin. None of it mattered. Orochimaru was simply faster, so fast that Naruto's enhanced perception could barely track him, a blur of motion that crossed the clearing before he could react. Pain exploded through his stomach as Orochimaru's hand drove into him with surgical precision. Naruto felt something shift, something wrong, and then his enhancement flickered and died. The seal? Orochimaru observed, withdrawing his hand. Your father's masterwork. But every seal has weaknesses, and this one has just been disrupted. Naruto collapsed to his knees, his connection to the Kyuubi's chakra suddenly, terrifyingly gone. The fox's voice, a constant presence in the back of his mind for months, was silent. His cultivation energy was still there, that came from himself, not the seal, but without the Biju's power supplementing it, he felt diminished. Vulnerable. Mortal. Now then. Orochimaru turned back towards Sasuke, who was struggling to rise despite his injuries. Let's continue where we left off. I have a gift for you, Sasuke-kun. A mark of my appreciation for your potential. Don't touch him. Sakura launched herself at the Sannin, kunai in hand, chakra surging around her fist in the beginnings of a medical technique converted to offense. It was brave. It was futile. Orochimaru batted her aside without looking, sending her crashing into a tree with enough force to crack the trunk. Sakura! Sasuke screamed. She'll live. I have no interest in damaging goods I might want later. Orochimaru's neck extended, impossibly, grotesquely, bringing his head close to Sasuke's shoulder. But you, Sasuke-kun, you, I have great plans for. His mouth opened, revealing fangs that dripped with something that wasn't saliva, and he bit down. Sasuke's scream echoed through the forest. When Naruto's consciousness returned, the clearing was empty except for his teammates. Orochimaru was gone, leaving behind only the lingering taste of his presence and the damage he'd inflicted. Sakura was unconscious against the base of the tree she struck, her breathing steady but shallow. And Sasuke? Sasuke was curled into a fetal position, his hand pressed against his neck, black markings spreading from a point where Orochimaru's teeth had pierced the skin. The marks pulsed with the dark energy that Naruto's cultivation senses recognized, a corruption, a seal designed not to contain but to compel. The cursed seal of heaven. Kit! The voice came from deep within his mindscape, faint but present. The Kyuubi wasn't gone, Orochimaru's disruption had only blocked the connection temporarily. That snake placed a seal over your father's work. It's interfering with our link, limiting how much power I can push through. But it's not permanent. Given time, the original seal's structure will reassert itself. How much time? Days. Maybe a week. Until then, you'll have to rely on your cultivation alone. Naruto closed his eyes, assessing his remaining capabilities. His sea of essence was still intact, his meridians functional. He had power, not as much as he'd grown accustomed to, but enough. He would have to make it work. First things first, his teammates needed care. He moved to Sakura, checking her injuries with the limited medical knowledge he'd picked up from watching her train. Concussion, probably. Possible internal bleeding, though nothing immediately life-threatening. She needed rest and monitoring, not surgery. Sasuke was more complicated. The cursed seal continued to spread, black marks crawling across his skin like living things. Naruto could feel the dark energy it radiated, similar to what he'd sensed from Orochimaru, but filtered, diluted, designed to be endured rather than overwhelming. It was a brand, a claim of ownership, and it was actively trying to corrupt Sasuke's chakra system. But Sasuke was fighting it. Even unconscious, the Uchiha's will asserted itself against the foreign energy. We push forward, Naruto decided. I'll carry them if I have to, but we're not giving up. Bold. Possibly stupid. Probably both. He created shadow clones, 5 of them, the maximum he could currently manage, and assigned them to carry Sakura and guard the perimeter. Then he lifted Sasuke onto his own back, feeling the Uchiha's fevered weight settle against him. Hold on, he murmured. We're getting out of this. They disappeared into the forest, leaving the ruined clearing behind. The next 2 days were a blur of survival. Naruto moved through the forest of death like a ghost, his enhanced senses compensating for his reduced power by providing perfect awareness of his surroundings. He evaded 3 separate teams, scavenged supplies from a camp whose occupants had been killed by wildlife, and found shelter in a cave system that was defensible enough to allow brief rest. Sakura regained consciousness on the morning of the second day. Her first words, upon seeing Sasuke's condition, were a stream of profanity that Naruto hadn't known she was capable of. Orochimaru, she said, examining the cursed seal with professional intensity. I've read about his experiments. This mark, it's a seal that forces the victim's body to adapt to foreign chakra. The power it grants is real, but the cost. Dependency and degradation. Naruto finished. The Kyuubi told me. Sakura's eyes widened. The Kyuubi, you can communicate with it? Long story. Short version, yes, and it's been very educational. He gestured at Sasuke, who was still unconscious but whose breathing had stabilized. Can you do anything for him? I can manage the symptoms, keep the seal from spreading further. But actual removal? She shook her head. That's way beyond my level. We need to get him to the hospital, or to someone who specializes in sealing. The tower. There will be medical personnel there, and the Hokage will be monitoring the exam's final phase. If we can get Sasuke there, we can get him help. Sakura nodded, then hesitated. Naruto, what happened to you? During the fight, I saw Orochimaru hit you, and then your chakra just changed. He disrupted the seal that contains the Nine Tails. I can't access its power properly right now, have to rely on my own reserves. Your own reserves. She studied him with new eyes. The cultivation thing. That's why you've been different since the graduation exam. Part of it. There's more, but now's not the time. He moved to the cave entrance, scanning the forest. We still need a heaven scroll. I found a team yesterday, Sound Village 3 Genin. They were hunting someone specific, but I couldn't tell who. Hunting Sasuke, probably. If Orochimaru is involved, Sound is almost certainly under his control. That's what I figured. Which means they're between us and the tower, and we'll have to go through them eventually. Sakura's expression hardened. Then let's go through them. The Sound team attacked them 2 hours later. They had clearly been waiting, positioned along the most direct route to the tower, their senses alert for any sign of Team 7's approach. What they hadn't expected was for Naruto to detect them first. 3 targets, he reported, his voice low. 1 male, 2 female. The male has some kind of sound-based attack. I can feel the vibrations he's generating. The females, one uses the same technique, the other has something different. More physical. Dosu, Kin, and Zaku. Sakura identified. I've seen their profiles in the bingo book excerpts we studied. All 3 specialize in sound-based genjutsu and disruption techniques. Sound disrupts balance, equilibrium, concentration. But it requires medium, air usually. If we can get close fast enough, their techniques won't have time to take effect. Fast is my specialty these days. Naruto formed a single-hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 10 clones materialized around him, each one channeling chi through its pathways in preparation for enhancement. It was a drain on his reduced reserves, but it would be worth it if the tactic worked. Sakura, stay with Sasuke. Protect him no matter what. I can fight. I know you can. But Sasuke is compromised, and if anything happens to him while we're engaged, we fail the exam and lose our teammate. Your job is the most important one. She clearly wanted to argue, but his logic was sound. Fine. But don't get yourself killed. I'll do my best. Naruto and his clones vanished into the forest, and the ambush became a counter-ambush. Dosu heard them coming. His enhanced hearing made that inevitable, but hearing and reacting were different things. Naruto's clones hit the sound team's position from 5 different angles simultaneously, each one moving at speeds that challenged even sound-based tracking. Scatter! Dosu shouted, his arm-mounted resonance device already humming with deadly frequency. The clones didn't scatter. They converged. Zaku, the male with air pressure cannons embedded in his palms, managed to get off one attack before 3 clones overwhelmed him. The slicing sound wave cut through 2 of them, but the third ducked under the blast and drove an enhanced fist into his stomach, folding him like paper. Kin, the one with the bells and wire, tried to establish her genjutsu, but Naruto's enhanced perception cut through the illusion before it could fully form. He appeared behind her, his hand on her neck, applying precise pressure to the points that induced unconsciousness. That left Dosu. The sound Jounin, because that's what he was, despite the genin disguise, faced Naruto with an expression that mixed wariness and calculation. You're not normal, he observed. That speed, that perception, no genin should have capabilities like that. I've been training. Training doesn't explain this. Dosu's resonance device hummed louder. Orochimaru-sama was interested in your teammate, but I wonder if he shouldn't have been interested in you instead. Funny. I was wondering the same thing about him. They moved simultaneously. Dosu's attack was sound itself, a wave of vibration that targeted the inner ear, designed to destroy balance and induce crippling nausea. It would have worked on almost any opponent. But Naruto's cultivation had changed his body at the fundamental level, strengthening his organs, reinforcing his systems against external disruption. He felt the attack hit, felt the momentary disorientation, and pushed through it with pure will. His fist connected with Dosu's chest, and the sound ninja flew backward, crashing through 3 trees before coming to rest against the 4th. Naruto stood over his fallen opponents, breathing hard, his reserves depleted but his mission accomplished. In Zaku's pocket, he found a heaven scroll. Team 7 reached the tower on the evening of the 4th day. They were battered, exhausted, and 1/3 conscious, but they had both scrolls, and they were alive. That was more than many teams could say. The Forest of Death had claimed its usual toll, and the number of surviving teams was significantly lower than the number that had entered. The medical team that met them at the tower's entrance took one look at Sasuke and rushed him to the emergency ward. Sakura went with him, refusing to leave his side, her medical knowledge making her as useful as any of the staff. Naruto stayed behind, submitting his scrolls to the registration desk and confirming Team 7's qualification for the exam's final phase. Impressive, the Chunin behind the desk observed. Your team entered in rough shape and still made it before most of the others. That's not something we see every day. We had motivation. I can imagine. The Chunin stamped their registration. Preliminary matches start tomorrow morning. Get some rest, you look like you need it. Naruto nodded and turned toward the tower's living quarters. He was halfway there when a voice stopped him. Uzumaki Naruto. He turned to find himself facing a genin he didn't recognize, tall, with red hair and pale green eyes that seemed to hold no emotion whatsoever. A gourd was strapped to his back, filled with something that registered as wrong to Naruto's enhanced senses. Around him, natural energy didn't just flow or stagnate. It screamed. Gaara, the genin said. Of the desert. I want to fight you. Naruto studied this newcomer, reading the signs that his cultivation training had taught him to recognize. The instability in his chakra. The darkness lurking just beneath the surface. The sense of something vast and hungry contained within a fragile shell. You're a Jinchuriki, he said. Gaara's eyes widened fractionally, the first sign of genuine emotion Naruto had seen. You can sense it? I can sense a lot of things. Naruto met Gaara's gaze without flinching. Your bija is different. Shikaku, Gaara said. The one tail. It speaks to me constantly. Demands blood. Demands death. Demands that I prove my existence through the destruction of others. And what do you want? The question seemed to catch Gaara off guard. Want? I want nothing. I am a weapon. A tool. An instrument of my village's will. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. Naruto considered this. Considered the boy standing before him, clearly unstable, clearly dangerous, but also clearly suffering. He had been down that road himself, once. The loneliness, the isolation, the sense that he was nothing more than what others made of him. The exams have preliminary matches tomorrow, he said finally. If we fight, we'll find out who's stronger. But that's not the same as what you're asking. What am I asking? For someone to see you. To acknowledge that you exist as more than a weapon. Naruto stepped closer, and Gaara tensed, ready to kill, to unleash the sand that even now swirled around his feet in agitation. I see you, Gaara. I see what you could be if you let yourself. The question is whether you can see it too. He walked past the sand Jinchuriki, leaving him standing alone in the corridor. Behind him, Gaara watched him go with an expression that held something it had never held before. Confusion. And beneath that, buried so deep he didn't recognize it himself, hope. Chapter 10, Revelations. The preliminary matches were announced the following morning. Too many teams had passed the second phase, a consequence of the Forest of Death being less lethal than usual, or perhaps of this particular crop of genin being unusually capable. Either way, the numbers needed to be reduced before the final tournament, and that meant a series of one-on-one elimination matches. Naruto watched the bracket unfold with quiet attention. Sasuke was still in the medical ward, his condition stable but unresolved. The curse seal continued its slow corruption, held at bay by a combination of medical jutsu and Sasuke's own willpower, but the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Sakura had stayed with him through the night, and the exhaustion in her eyes when she finally emerged told Naruto everything he needed to know about how that vigil had gone. He's fighting it, she reported. The seal wants to take over, but Sasuke keeps pushing back. The doctors say they've never seen anyone resist so effectively. The Uchiha stubbornness, Naruto observed. Finally useful for something. Sakura managed a tired smile. He woke up briefly. Asked about you. Said. She hesitated. Said he wanted to fight you in the finals? That you'd better not lose before then. I'll do my best. The first match was called Uchiha Sasuke vs Akato Yoroi. But Sasuke, still unconscious, was automatically disqualified, his fight rescheduled to the tournament's final phase if he recovered in time. The second match, Aburame Shino vs Sakuabumi. Shino won through insect colonization of Zaka's air tubes, a victory that was as decisive as it was unsettling. The third match, Kankuro vs Masumi Tsurugi. Kankuro's puppet work dismantled his opponent with mechanical precision. And then, fourth match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto descended to the arena floor, facing the Inuzuka air across 30 feet of stone. Kiba was grinning, confident, his partner Akamaru perched on his head with matching enthusiasm. "Finally!" Kiba crowed. "I've been wanting a piece of you since the academy, dead last. Let's see if you can back up all that talk about becoming Hokage." "Less talk," Naruto replied calmly. "More fighting." The proctor, Hate Gecko, a sickly-looking jounin with a perpetual cough, raised his hand. "Fourth match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba. Begin!" Kiba attacked immediately, transforming his fighting style into the beast-human clone technique that turned both him and Akamaru into feral, clawed combatants. The Fong passing Fong came next, a spinning drill attack that should have been impossible to dodge in the confined arena space. Naruto sidestepped it. Sidestepped, with a casual precision that made Kiba's most powerful technique look like a child throwing a tantrum. "What the?" Kiba landed, skidding across the stone. "You shouldn't be able to move like that." Things change. Naruto's enhancement was active, drawing on his reduced but still substantial reserves. "The question is whether you can keep up." Kiba's response was another attack, faster this time, more desperate. He'd expected to overwhelm the dead last with superior speed and ferocity. Instead, he was facing someone who moved like the Jounin instructors, who read his attacks before they were fully launched, who seemed to know exactly where he was going to be before he got there. The fight lasted 4 more exchanges. On the 5th, Naruto's enhanced fist connected with Kiba's jaw, and the Inuzuka went down. Akamaru, loyal to a fault, tried to continue the fight alone, but a gentle application of pressure to the puppy's neck sent him into unconsciousness as well. "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto!" The crowd's reaction was mixed. Surprise from those who remembered academy days, calculation from those who had seen the changes more recently. Naruto ignored them all, walking back to his place among the remaining contestants. His reserves were lower now, but he had more to give. He had to. The matches continued. Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino ended in a double knockout, a battle of wills that exhausted both combatants to the point of collapse. Naruto felt a surge of pride watching his teammate fight, even as the outcome meant neither would advance. Temari of the Sand demolished her opponent with casual wind manipulation. Shikamaru somehow surrendered his way into a strategic victory. And then came the match that stopped all conversation. 9th match, Gaara of the Sand vs. Rock Lee. Lee was everything Gaara was not: bright, enthusiastic, overflowing with youthful energy that seemed almost physically visible. He couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, a limitation that should have made him helpless against any competent opponent. Instead, he had transformed that limitation into a strength, developing taijutsu skills that rivaled Jounin through sheer effort and determination. The fight was spectacular. Lee's speed exceeded anything the preliminary matches had seen, faster than Naruto's enhancement, faster than even Kakashi could have matched without the Sharingan. He battered Gaara's sand defense with punches and kicks that should have been impossible, opening gates in his chakra system that multiplied his power at terrible cost. For several glorious minutes, it seemed like Lee might actually win. Then Gaara's sand caught him. The crush was audible throughout the arena, bones breaking, joints dislocating, a sound that Naruto would remember for the rest of his life. Lee fell, his body broken but his spirit somehow still burning, his unconscious form a testament to determination that transcended mere physical capability. And Gaara stood over him with an expression of absolute emptiness, ready to deliver the killing blow. Enough. The word cut through the arena like a blade. Gai-sensei, Lee's instructor, a jounin of legendary taijutsu prowess, had appeared between Gaara and his fallen student, his presence a wall of protective fury. Gaara studied him for a moment, sand swirling in agitation. Then, slowly, he turned and walked back to his position, leaving Lee broken but alive. "Winner, Gaara of the Sand!" The arena was silent. Naruto watched Gaara climb the stairs, their eyes meeting briefly as he passed. In that gaze, Naruto saw something he hadn't expected. Loneliness. Pain. And beneath it all, a desperate, wordless plea for someone, anyone, to show him another way. "We'll fight in the finals," Naruto said quietly. "And when we do, I'm going to show you that existence doesn't have to be proven through destruction." Gaara didn't respond. But his sand, for just a moment, stopped its constant agitation. The preliminary matches concluded with Hyuga Neiji's brutal victory over Hyuga Hinata, a family conflict that left Hinata hospitalized and Neji seething with unresolved anger. The brackets for the final tournament were announced. Naruto vs. Neji. Gaara vs. Sasuke, if he recovered. Shino vs. Kankuro. Shikamaru vs. Temari. 1 month of preparation time before the finals began. 1 month to grow stronger. Naruto looked at the bracket, at the names of opponents who ranged from skilled to terrifying, and felt something he hadn't felt since the entity first opened the door to cultivation. Anticipation. Pure, uncomplicated anticipation for the challenges ahead. "Well, the QB rumbled, its voice finally clear again as Orochimaru's disruption faded. You've got your work cut out for you. The Hyuga prodigy, and then either the Uchiha or the One-Tail. What's the plan? The same as always, Naruto replied. Train. Grow. Become strong enough that the obstacles ahead become stepping stones rather than walls. Spoken like a true cultivator. The fox's voice held something that might have been approval. Very well. Let's see what you can accomplish in 30 days. Naruto smiled and turned toward the training grounds. The storm was coming. And he would be ready. Chapter 11, The Training Month. The first week of training focused on recovery. Orochimaru's disruption had damaged Naruto's seal in ways that weren't immediately obvious. The direct connection to the Kyuubi's chakra was restored, yes, but the pathways that channeled that power had been strained, weakened by the forced disconnection. Using the fox's energy too aggressively would risk tearing those pathways entirely. Take it slow, the Kyuubi advised. Your father's work is resilient, but it has limits. Push too hard, and you'll make the damage permanent. So Naruto cultivated instead. The training ground he'd claimed, a secluded area in the northeastern forest, far from prying eyes, became his home for hours each day. He sat in meditation, drawing natural energy through his meridians, refining it into chi that filled his sea of essence. The process was slower than combining cultivation with Bijuu chakra, but it was safer, and it gave his seal time to heal. By the end of the first week, his reserves had returned to their pre-forest levels. The second week focused on technique. His father's library contained jutsu that Naruto had only begun to explore, shadow clone variations, space-time techniques, sealing applications that made Orochimaru's work look primitive. He couldn't master all of it in a month, but he could learn enough to expand his combat repertoire significantly. The Flying Thunder God was out of reach. The technique required infrastructure, marked kunai placed at strategic locations, and a level of chakra control that Naruto hadn't yet developed. But its underlying principles, the manipulation of space through chakra and seals, could be adapted to shorter-range applications. By the end of the second week, Naruto could flash step short distances without hand signs, not true teleportation, but close enough to be useful in combat. The third week focused on integration. The Kyuubi's chakra and his cultivation energy needed to work together, not in parallel. The hybrid power he developed before the exams was a start, but it was crude, inefficient, limited by the barriers between two fundamentally different energy systems. The key is the seal, the fox explained during one of their mindscape conversations. Your father designed it to convert my chakra into a form you could use. That conversion process creates a middle ground, energy that's neither pure Bijuu chakra nor pure human chakra, but something in between. If you can learn to cultivate in that space, I could draw on both sources simultaneously. No more switching between them. Exactly. It's dangerous. The energies could clash, could tear you apart from the inside. But if you succeed, I become something new. You become something no one has seen for a very long time. By the end of the third week, Naruto had achieved the first stage of true integration. He could channel Bijuu chakra through his cultivation pathways, could use chi to stabilize the fox's corrosive influence, could maintain enhancement and chakra techniques simultaneously without the strain that had limited him before. He was, by any reasonable measure, no longer a genin. The fourth week focused on application. Neji Hyuga was a prodigy, the strongest Hyuga of his generation, master of the gentle fist style that targeted chakra points to disable opponents. His Byakugan could see through almost any deception, and his defensive technique, rotation, was supposed to be impenetrable to external attacks. Naruto spent the final week developing counters to everything Neji could do. Flash Step negated the Byakugan's tracking by making positional prediction useless. By the time Neji saw where Naruto was, he would already be somewhere else. The integrated energy system provided resistance against chakra point attacks, the hybrid nature of his power defying the Byakugan's normal targeting. And rotation, for all its power, was ultimately just a technique. It had limits, and Naruto had ways of testing them. You've been training hard. Naruto looked up from his meditation to find Kakashi leaning against a tree, his visible eye curved in its familiar crescent. The month's almost up. Figured I should stop by, see how my cute little student is progressing. I'm not little anymore, sensei. No. You're not. Kakashi moved closer, his posture shifting to something more serious. I've been hearing rumors. About your speed, your power, the way you move through the village like you own it. People are starting to notice. Let them notice. That attitude is going to get you in trouble. But Kakashi's voice held no real rebuke. The Hokage wants to see you. Before the finals begin. About what? About the invasion. The Hokage's office was different in the evening light. The familiar desk, the familiar walls, the familiar view of the village through windows that had witnessed decades of decisions, all of it seemed sharper somehow, more significant, as if the shadows themselves were listening. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, his expression grave. Naruto. Thank you for coming. The rumors are true, then. Orochimaru's planning something. More than planning. Executing. The old man's pipe sat unlit in his hand, a sign, Naruto had learned, of extreme stress. Our intelligence indicates a joint operation between Orochimaru's Sound Village and Sunagakure. They intend to attack Konoha during the Chunin exam finals, using the gathered crowds as cover and the confusion as opportunity. When? The moment Sasuke's match begins, most likely. Orochimaru has shown particular interest in him. The cursed seal is evidence of that. Drawing Sasuke into combat will distract our forces while the main assault begins. Naruto processed this, his mind racing through implications. The other villages genin. The spectators. They'll be caught in the crossfire. Yes. We're coordinating with our allies to minimize casualties, but an operation of this scale. The Hokage shook his head. There will be deaths. Possibly many deaths. What do you need from me? The question seemed to catch the old man off guard. He studied Naruto for a long moment, seeing, perhaps for the first time, not the child he had watched grow up but the warrior that child had become. I need you to do what you've always done, Naruto. Protect those who cannot protect themselves. When the attack begins, the genin in the arena will be targets, young, talented shinobi from multiple villages, all gathered in one place. Many of them will be paralyzed by genjutsu or overwhelmed by chaos. Someone needs to keep them alive until our forces can restore order. You want me to babysit instead of fight? I want you to save lives. The Jounin will handle the major combatants, Orochimaru, the Sans Jinchuriki, whoever else they've brought. But the genin. He paused. The genin are the future. All of them, not just Konoha's, but Suna's and the others. If we lose them, we lose more than a battle. We lose the next generation. Naruto considered this. The strategic part of him, the part that had developed through months of cultivation and combat, wanted to argue. He was strong now, stronger than any genin had a right to be. He should be on the front lines, facing the greatest threats, making the biggest difference. But the human part of him, the part that remembered being alone, being scared, being a child in a world of monsters, understood. I'll do it, he said. But I want something in return. Name it. Gaara. The Sans Jinchuriki. When the invasion begins, he's going to be unleashed. The one tail is unstable, and Gaara's control is barely holding. I could feel it during our encounter. If he releases Shikaka fully, the casualties could be catastrophic. You want to face him yourself. I want to save him. He's not a monster. He's a kid, same as me, same as everyone else who's been used as a weapon. Someone gave up on him a long time ago. I'm not willing to do the same. The Hokage was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Minato would be proud of you, Naruto. Kushina as well. He stood, moving to the window, his gaze sweeping across the village he had protected for so long. Very well. If the opportunity arises, if you can reach Gaara before he loses control entirely, you have my permission to try. But if he becomes a threat to the village... I know. I'll do what's necessary. I believe you will. The old man turned back to face him. One more thing. Orochimaru marked Sasuke with the cursed seal. Whatever happens during the invasion, that seal remains active, a time bomb that could go off at any moment. I've asked Jiraiya to examine it, but even he hasn't been able to remove it safely. The snake wants Sasuke for something. The Sharingan, probably, or the Uchiha bloodline. Most likely. Which means that even if we survive the invasion, Sasuke will remain a target. Orochimaru doesn't give up easily. Then I'll have to make sure he doesn't get what he wants. The Hokage nodded, his expression carrying a weight of years and burdens that Naruto was only beginning to understand. Good luck, Naruto. For all of us. The day of the finals arrived. Konoha's stadium was packed to capacity, dignitaries from multiple nations, civilians eager for entertainment, shinobi from a dozen villages all gathered to witness the next generation's emergence. The atmosphere was festive, celebratory, completely unaware of the storm about to break. Naruto stood in the contestants' waiting area, watching the crowd through a window. Beside him, Shikamaru lounged with his characteristic laziness, while Shino maintained his usual inscrutable silence. Neji stood apart, his pale eyes fixed on Naruto with undisguised hostility. We face each other first, the Hyuga prodigy observed. Fate has decided to settle our conflict early. Fate hasn't decided anything. We drew lots. Fate works through many mechanisms. The outcome was always inevitable, a failure like you, challenging a genius like me. You should surrender now and spare yourself the humiliation. Naruto turned to face him, and something in his expression made Neji take an involuntary step back. You know what I've learned about fate, Neji? It's a lie people tell themselves when they're afraid to reach for something better. Your cousin Hinata understood that. She fought you even though everyone said she couldn't win, because she believed that determination matters more than destiny. And look where it got her. Broken. Defeated. A failure, as I always said she was. No. She proved that the Hyuga's precious fate was wrong about her. She was supposed to lose quickly, to surrender to your superior talent. Instead, she pushed you to your limits, made you work for every inch of ground. That's not failure, that's growth. That's exactly what she needed. Neji's hands clenched at his sides. You understand nothing. The branch family serves the main family. That is our fate, our purpose, our reason for existence. I didn't choose to be branded, it was decided for me, before I was even born. Hinata represents everything that was stolen from me, everything I can never have. Then take it back. What? Your fate. Your future. Your reason for existing. Naruto's voice hardened. Stop blaming your cousin for the crimes of your elders. Stop accepting that the brand on your forehead defines who you are. If you hate the cage they've put you in, then fight it. Tear it down. Become something no one predicted. Easy for you to say. You don't carry a seal that can kill you at any moment. Don't I? Naruto touched his stomach, where the 8-trigram seal lay beneath his clothes. I've been carrying a burden since the day I was born. A burden that should have destroyed me, that everyone expected to destroy me. And you know what I did? He leaned closer, his eyes burning with a fire that had been cultivating for months. I cultivated it. I turned it into strength. I took the thing that was supposed to be my weakness and made it my greatest power. And I'm going to do the same thing to your fate, Neji. Right now, in front of everyone. I'm going to show you that destiny is just another word for the obstacles we choose not to overcome. The announcement came over the stadium speakers. First match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. Both contestants, please proceed to the arena. Naruto turned and walked toward the stairs. Behind him, Neji followed, his Byakugan already active, his mind racing through strategies for defeating an opponent he had just realized he didn't understand at all. The finals had begun. And nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 12, Destiny Rewritten. The arena floor was hard-packed earth, designed to provide stable footing for combat while minimizing the advantage of any particular fighting style. The stadium walls rose around it in tiers of spectator seating, thousands of faces looking down on the two genin who faced each other across 30 feet of space. Naruto and Neji. Dead last and prodigy. The failure and the genius. Genma Shirani, the proctor for the finals, raised his hand. First match of the Chunin exam finals, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. Fighters ready? Neji activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging as his bloodline limit came to life. His fighting stance was textbook perfect, gentle fist, designed to strike the chakra points and disable opponents from within. Naruto stood casually, his hands in his pockets, his expression calm. Ready, Neji said. Ready. Naruto agreed. Begin. Neji moved first, as expected, as planned. The Hyuga style was designed for aggressive engagement, closing distance before opponents could react, dismantling defenses through superior speed and precision. But Naruto wasn't there. Flash step. The technique he'd developed over the past month, combining cultivation principles with his father's space-time theories. One moment he was in Neji's path, the next, he was behind him, already launching a counter. Neji spun, his defensive instincts perfect even without seeing the attack coming. His palm strike intercepted Naruto's fist, and met resistance that shouldn't have existed. Your chakra. Neji breathed, his Byakugan analyzing what he was feeling. It's not, it's different. The pathways are wrong. I can see them, but they don't match any system I know. Cultivation, Naruto said, disengaging. A different way of channeling energy. Your gentle fist is designed to target chakra points. But my meridians don't align with those points, not exactly. You can hit them, but the damage won't be what you expect. Neji's expression shifted, calculation replacing confidence. Interesting. A bloodline limit I've never encountered? Something like that. They clashed again, faster this time, Neji's gentle fist meeting Naruto's enhanced strikes in an exchange that shook the arena floor. The crowd roared, unable to follow the specifics but recognizing the intensity of the combat. You're faster than before, Neji observed between exchanges. In the academy, in the forest, this is beyond what you showed. Have you been holding back? I've been growing. There's a difference. Growth implies potential. Potential is determined by fate, by bloodline, by circumstance, by the conditions of one's birth. Neiji's attacks intensified, his strikes targeting the few chakra points that did align with Naruto's meridians. You were born a failure, Uzumaki. No amount of cultivation can change that fundamental truth. Can it? Naruto caught Neiji's wrist, holding him in place despite the Hyuga's attempts to break free. Let me tell you about my birth, Neiji. I was born on October 10th, 12 years ago. The same night the nine-tailed fox attacked this village. The same night my father, the fourth Hokage, gave his life to seal that beast. And where did he seal it? He released Neiji, stepping back, pulling up his shirt to reveal the spiral seal on his stomach. Into me. I've been the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki since the moment I was born. That's why the village hated me. That's why I grew up alone. That's my fate, Neiji, a fate determined by circumstances I had no control over, just like yours. The crowd had gone silent. Even Neiji seemed frozen, his Byakugan confirming what Naruto was saying, seeing the massive reserves of chakra that the seal contained. But here's the thing about fate. Naruto continued. It's not an endpoint. It's a starting position. What matters isn't where you begin, it's what you do with where you end up. Pretty words. But Neiji's voice had lost some of its certainty. You think sharing your burden changes anything? You're still the vessel for a demon. I'm still the slave to a seal that could kill me at my family's whim. Neither of us can escape what we are. Wrong. You can't escape what you were. But what you are, what you become, that's up to you. Naruto's chakra flared, and for the first time, he let the crowd see what he'd become. Bijuu chakra wrapped around him like a cloak, crimson energy that made the air shimmer with heat. But it wasn't wild, wasn't uncontrolled, it flowed through his cultivation pathways, integrated into his system, transformed from a curse into a tool. I chose to cultivate my burden, Naruto said, his voice resonating with power. I chose to master what was supposed to destroy me. And now I'm going to show you exactly what that choice looks like. He moved. Flash step, but faster now, enhanced by the hybrid energy that filled his system. Neiji's Byakugan tracked him, barely, but tracking wasn't the same as countering. Naruto's fist connected with the Hyuga's guard, and the impact sent Neiji skidding backward despite his perfect defensive form. Rotation. Neiji spun, chakra erupting from every Tenketsu point to form the absolute defense of the Hyuga main family. The technique had been forbidden to the branch family, but Neiji had developed it himself, proof, he'd always thought, that talent could overcome any limitation. Naruto's next attack hit the rotation directly. The energy dome held for half a second. Then Naruto's hybrid chakra, part cultivation and part bijuu, found the gaps in its structure, the places where Neiji's self-taught technique was imperfect, and exploited them with surgical precision. The rotation shattered. Neiji stumbled, his chakra depleted, his defenses broken, his worldview crumbling around him. Naruto stood over him, power fading back to normal levels, his expression not triumphant but compassionate. You're strong, Neiji. Probably the strongest genin I've ever fought. But you've been using that strength to build walls instead of bridges. To convince yourself that fate is real because accepting that truth was easier than fighting it. He extended his hand. It doesn't have to be that way. You can keep your anger, your pain, your resentment for what was done to you. But you can also use them, forge them into something that drives you forward instead of holding you back. The choice is yours. It's always been yours. Neiji stared at the offered hand, his Byakugan still active, still analyzing, still searching for the deception that surely had to be there. He found none. Slowly, hesitantly, he reached up and took Naruto's hand. I concede. The match is yours. The crowd erupted. Naruto had less than a second to understand what he was seeing before the stadium erupted into chaos. The genjutsu struck without warning, a wave of hypnotic influence that swept across the stadium, putting civilians to sleep and disorienting shinobi. The barriers went up around the Kage box, trapping the third Hokage with a figure in white robes who shed his disguise to reveal Orochimaru's serpentine features. And from every corner of the village, the sounds of combat began. The invasion had begun. Naruto didn't hesitate. The Hokage's orders were clear in his mind: protect the genin, save as many lives as possible, trust the jounin to handle the major threats. Everyone with me! He shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Contestants, assistants, anyone who can fight, we need to get the civilians out and cover the evacuation. Shikamaru was already moving, his lazy demeanor replaced by tactical intensity. South exit is compromised. I can see Sound Ninja blocking it. North might be clear. Shino, can your bugs scout the routes? Already done. East exit is unguarded. The attackers are focusing on the main gates and the Kage box. Then we go east. Neiji. Naruto turned to his former opponent, who had risen despite his injuries. Can you still use the Byakugan? I can see. Neiji's voice was steady, his previous hostility replaced by something more professional. Multiple contacts approaching from the west. Sound and sand forces, mixed composition. Good. You're on point, spot threats before they reach us. Shikamaru, coordinate movement. Shino, rear guard. Everyone else, stay in formation and follow orders. They moved, a coordinated group of genin who should have been rivals but who had become, in the space of seconds, a functional unit. Civilians were gathered from the stands, pushed toward the eastern exit, shielded from attacks by young shinobi who were discovering, in the crucible of combat, what they were truly capable of. But Naruto's attention was split. He could feel it, the pulse of malevolent chakra from the far side of the stadium. Gaara, releasing his seal, letting the One-Tail's power flow through him. The transformation was beginning, and if it completed, the casualties would be catastrophic. Shikamaru, take command. Get everyone out and link up with the village defense force. What? Where are you going? To stop something that needs stopping. He looked back at the Nara air, his expression conveying everything words couldn't. You've got this. I believe in you. And then he was gone, Flash stepping across the stadium, racing toward the confrontation he'd been preparing for since the moment he'd looked into Gaara's empty eyes. Sasuke had already engaged Gaara when Naruto arrived. The Uchiha was in rough shape, his curse seal was active, black marks spreading across his skin, boosting his power but exacting a terrible cost. He was using Chidori, the assassination technique Kakashi had taught him, trying to pierce Gaara's sand armor with lightning-enhanced strikes. It wasn't working. Gaara's transformation was halfway complete. The right side of his body had become monstrous, sandy, distorted, shaped like the demonic tanuki that Shikaku's full form would eventually resemble. His eye on that side was yellow and insane, filled with a bloodlust that had nothing human in it. Uzumaki! Gaara's voice was a mix of human and beast, his dual nature evident in every syllable. I knew you'd come! I knew you'd try to stop me! I'm not here to stop you, Gaara. Naruto landed between the two combatants, facing the Sand Jinchuriki directly. I'm here to wake you up. Naruto, get out of here! Sasuke struggled to rise, the curse seal draining him with every passing second. He's too strong, you can't. Sasuke. Naruto didn't look away from Gaara. Get clear. Link up with the evacuation. This is my fight. Like hell. Trust me. The words, and the certainty behind them, stopped Sasuke's protest. He looked at Naruto, really looked, and saw something that made his Sharingan spin with confusion. Fine. But if you die, I'll never forgive you. Wouldn't dream of it. Sasuke retreated, his body finally giving out as the cursed seal's backlash caught up with him. He collapsed against the wall, unconscious but alive, leaving Naruto alone with the monster Gaara was becoming. You think you can save me? Gaara laughed, and it was a sound of pure madness. There is no saving me. I am hatred. I am loneliness. I am the proof that my existence has meaning. No, Naruto said quietly. You're a kid. A kid who was hurt, and alone, and told that the only way to matter was to destroy. But that was a lie, Gaara. Just like the lie I was told. Just like the lies we were both raised on. He reached for his deepest reserves, his cultivation energy, his Biju chakra, the integration he'd spent months perfecting. Power flooded through him, and for the first time, he let it manifest fully. Naruto's form shifted, wreathed in crimson energy that took on a vaguely vulpine shape. One tail of chakra extended behind him, a fraction of the nine tails' true power but more than enough for what he needed. You're not alone, he said, his voice resonating with the Kyuubi's influence. You've never been alone. Even when no one else was there, even when the whole world turned against you, there was always someone who understood. Someone who carried the same burden, who felt the same pain, who knew what it meant to be the monster everyone feared. Who? Who understands? I do. Naruto stepped forward, and Gaara's sand, which should have lashed out to destroy him, hesitated. I understand, Gaara. And I'm not going to let you destroy yourself. Even if I have to beat you into the ground first. The battle began. Chapter 13, The Weight of Sand. The transformation completed before Naruto could close the distance. Gaara's body expanded, sand flowing from his gourd and from the ground itself, building and reshaping until a massive form loomed over the battlefield. Shikaku, the one-tailed tanuki, stood where a boy had been, a construct of sand and hatred given terrible life by the Bija sealed within. The stadium was abandoned now, the evacuation successful, leaving only Naruto and the monster. Finally! Shikaku's voice was a hurricane, shaking buildings half a mile away. Finally free! The boy's hatred opened the cage, and now I'll show this village what true fear looks like. Naruto didn't respond with words. He reached deeper, drew more power, felt his single tail of chakra split into two, then three. The transformation was agony, His body wasn't ready for this level of integration, his meridians screaming in protest, but he had no choice. He had to match the monster. Or at least, come close enough to matter. Shikaku observed, its massive head turning toward him with gleeful malice. The Nine-Tails vessel. Weakened, fragmented, a shadow of what it should be. But still. Interesting. Come, little fox. Let's see how you die. The Tanuki's tail swept toward him, a tsunami of sand that would have crushed anything in its path. Naruto met it with pure chakra, a construct of his own, smaller than Shikaku's attack but denser, more controlled. The collision sent shockwaves through the district, shattering windows and cracking foundations, but Naruto held his ground. And then he pushed back. I told Gaara, he said, his voice carrying despite the chaos, that existence doesn't have to be proven through destruction. That there are other ways to matter. But I don't think he believed me. He advanced step by step, forcing the One-Tail's sand back with each stride. So I'm going to show him. I'm going to show both of you. That the power we carry doesn't define us, we define it. That being a Jinchuriki isn't a curse unless we make it one. That even monsters can learn to be something else. Words. Shikaku roared. Meaningless words. Power is everything. Destruction is the only truth. No. Naruto's eyes locked onto the spot where Gaara's body was still visible, half merged with Shikaku's forehead. Love is the truth. Connection is the truth. The people we protect, the bonds we form, the lives we touch, those are the things that make us real. Everything else is just noise. He launched himself upward, chakra propelling him toward Gaara's position with speed that defied physics. Shikaku's claws swept toward him, but his flash step carried him past them, around them, through gaps that shouldn't have existed. And then he was there, face to face with the sleeping form of Gaara of the desert, suspended in Shikaku's flesh. Wake up, Naruto said. And he headbutted him. In the mindscape, things were different. Gaara stood alone in a desert that stretched forever, sand dunes rolling to every horizon under a sky that held no sun but somehow produced light. This was his inner world, the landscape of his psyche, shaped by years of isolation and pain. And standing before him was Naruto. How did you? Gaara's voice was small here, stripped of Shikaku's influence. This is my mind. You shouldn't be able to. Jinchuriki have connections. Naruto explained. Our Biju used to be one being, the Ten-Tails, split by the Sage of Six Paths. That connection still exists, even after all these years. I just followed it. Why? Because you need help. And because no one else is coming. Gaara stared at him, this boy who had invaded his most private space, who had fought through a Biju to reach him, who was still talking about connection and bonds even here, in the depths of Gaara's broken soul. You don't understand, Gaara said. I've tried. I've tried to make connections, to form bonds, to be something other than a weapon. Every time, it ends the same way. My power hurts the people I care about. My existence brings suffering to everyone around me. It's better, safer, if I embrace what I am. You're right. Naruto's response surprised him. Your power does hurt people. It will hurt them again, no matter how hard you try to control it. That's the nature of what we carry. Then. But that doesn't mean you stop trying. It means you get better. You learn. You grow. You find people who can handle what you are, and you let them help carry the weight. Naruto stepped closer, and Gaara flinched, but didn't retreat. I'm not going to lie to you, Gaara. The path ahead is hard. There will be more pain, more loneliness, more moments where everything seems pointless. But there will also be moments of connection. Of happiness. Of actually mattering to people, not as a weapon, but as a person. How do you know? How can you be certain? I can't. Naruto smiled, and it was the smile of someone who had lived through his own share of darkness. But I'm willing to find out. Are you? For a long moment, Gaara said nothing. The desert around them shifted, dunes rising and falling like breath, sand whispering secrets that only he could hear. Then, slowly, he reached out and took Naruto's hand. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to connect, how to trust, how to be anything other than what they made me. That's okay. Neither do I sometimes. We'll figure it out together. The mindscape began to dissolve, reality reasserting itself. But before it faded entirely, Gaara spoke one more time. Naruto. Thank you? Don't thank me yet. We still have to survive the next few minutes. Shikaku screamed as Gaara wrested control back. The massive sand construct began to collapse, stability lost as the Jinchuriki's consciousness reasserted itself. Naruto leaped clear, his chakra cloak fading as his reserves hit critical levels, landing hard on the rooftop of a nearby building. Gaara emerged from the collapsing sand, his body human again, exhaustion etched into every line of his face. He looked at Naruto, really looked, and for the first time, his pale eyes held something other than emptiness. They held hope. "It's over," Naruto said, dropping to sit beside the former monster. "The invasion's collapsing. Orochimaru retreated when the Kazekage revealed himself. Turns out your father was dead before the exams even started, replaced by one of the snake's subordinates. Sans surrendering now that they know they were manipulated." "My father is dead?" "Yeah. I'm sorry." Gaara was quiet for a long moment. "I'm not. He didn't love me. He tried to have me killed multiple times. But he was still..." He trailed off, unable to find the words. "He was still your father." "I know." Naruto looked up at the sky, where smoke from the invasion's fires was beginning to clear. "I never knew my father. He died sealing the Nine Tails into me, gave his life to save the village and protect me from a threat I couldn't have survived otherwise. For years I hated him for it. For making me what I am. But now I understand. He did what he had to do, and he trusted me to become strong enough to handle it. That trust," Naruto's voice caught. "That trust was the greatest gift he could have given me. Even if it took me 12 years to realize it." Gaara processed this, comparing it to his own experience. "My father never trusted me. He only feared me. Then prove him wrong. Become something he never imagined. Not to spite him, to show yourself that you're more than what he made you." Before Gaara could respond, reinforcements arrived. Suna forces, led by a blonde kunoichi Naruto recognized as Temari, Gaara's sister. She took in the scene with wide eyes, her brother, not transformed, sitting peacefully beside the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, both of them looking like they just survived the apocalypse. "Gaara," she said carefully. "Are you all right?" Gaara paused, considering the question honestly for perhaps the first time in his life. "I'm tired. But I think I'm going to be okay." "That's..." Temari clearly didn't know what to make of this. "That's good. The invasion is over. Baki-sensei sent me to find you. We're retreating back to Suna." "No." The word surprised everyone, including Gaara himself. "We were manipulated," he continued. "Used by Orochimaru to attack an ally. The damage we've caused, the lives we've taken, those are real, regardless of whether we knew we were being deceived." He looked at Naruto. "If I'm going to become something different, I have to start by taking responsibility for what I've done." "Gaara, that's..." Temari started. "I'll surrender myself to Konoha's custody. Face whatever judgment they consider appropriate. It's not much, but it's a beginning." Naruto felt a swell of something that might have been pride. This was growth, real growth, not the kind you could measure in power levels or technique mastery. This was a person choosing to be better than their past. "I'll vouch for you," Naruto said. "The Hokage trusts me. I'll make sure you're treated fairly." "You would do that? After everything I've done?" "You haven't done anything yet. You've just been given a chance to start." Naruto stood, offering his hand to help Gaara rise. "What you do with that chance, that's what matters." Gaara took the offered hand and pulled himself to his feet. For a moment, the two Jinchuriki stood together, silhouetted against the smoke-streaked sky. Then they walked toward Konoha's center, toward whatever came next. Together. Chapter 14, Aftermath. The funeral was held 3 days after the invasion. 53 shinobi had died defending Konoha, Jounin and Chunin, Anbu and Genin, each name recited solemnly as the village gathered to mourn. The third Hokage's casket dominated the ceremony. His loss felt more keenly than any other. He had died fighting Orochimaru, sacrificing himself to seal away the Sanin's arms using the very technique Minato had developed, the very technique that had created Naruto's seal. Naruto stood among the mourners, rain streaming down his face, and wondered if this was how his father had felt before his own death. That terrible clarity, that understanding that sacrifice was sometimes the only option. "He was a great man," the Kyuubi observed quietly. "For a human. His soul was not displeasing. High praise coming from you. Don't get used to it. Most humans are beneath notice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was an exception." The ceremony concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. Naruto stayed behind, standing before the monument that listed every shinobi who had died in service to the village. His father's name was there, and now the Sandai-mez would be added. Sacrifices upon sacrifices, building the foundations of a village that had treated Naruto like garbage for most of his life. And yet, "I'll protect it," he said quietly, to the monument, to the rain, to whoever might be listening. "Not because it deserves protection, but because you believed it was worth protecting. Because you saw something in these people, in me, that was worth dying for. Talking to the dead is typically considered a sign of mental instability. Naruto turned to find Jiraiya standing behind him, the legendary Toad Sage looking considerably more serious than his usual demeanor suggested. I prefer to think of it as maintaining connections. Philosophical. Jiraiya moved to stand beside him, his gaze sweeping across the monument. The old man talked about you, you know. In his final days, before the exams. Said you were becoming something extraordinary. I'm just getting started. I know. That's why I'm here. Jiraiya reached into his coat and produced a scroll, sealed with an unfamiliar symbol. Sarutobi-sensei left instructions. If he died, there were certain assets he wanted transferred to your care. Training resources, intelligence files, and one other thing. He held out the scroll. The authority to name his successor. Naruto's hand froze halfway to the scroll. What? The Hokage is traditionally chosen by the previous Hokage, with the approval of the council and the daimyo. Sarutobi-sensei hadn't named anyone officially. He was planning to retire, eventually, but the invasion caught him before he could formalize the succession. In his absence, the authority defaults to whoever he designated in his private will. And he designated me? He designated you to make the choice. The actual successor has to be someone capable of holding the office, which, let's be honest, you're not ready for yet. But the decision of who that person should be, that, he wanted you to make. Naruto took the scroll, feeling its weight in ways that had nothing to do with the physical object. Why me? Jiraiya was quiet for a moment, rain streaming down his craggy face. Because you understand something the council doesn't. Something most shinobi never learn. The will of fire isn't about power, or position, or the ability to make difficult decisions. It's about the willingness to protect, to sacrifice, to put others before yourself, even when it costs everything. He turned to face Naruto directly. You've demonstrated that willingness, Naruto. In Wave Country. In the Forest of Death. During the invasion. Every time someone needed protecting, you were there. Not because you were ordered to, not because you had something to gain, but because it was the right thing to do. That's the quality Sarutobi-sensei valued above all others. That's why he trusted you with this choice. But I don't know who to choose. I don't even know who the candidates are. Then learn. Take the time you need. The council will appoint an interim leader while you decide. Probably Hamura or Koharu, maybe Danzo if he plays his cards right. They'll keep the village functioning while you figure out who should actually lead it. And if I choose wrong? Jiraiya smiled, and for a moment, he looked almost gentle. Then you'll learn from the mistake and do better next time. That's what growth is, kid. That's what cultivation is, if I understand what you've been doing correctly. You take your failures, your errors, your moments of weakness, and you transform them into strength. Sarutobi-sensei believed you could do that. I believe it too. He turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. The Akatsuki is moving. Orochimaru's attack was partly designed to weaken Konoha for what comes next. They're targeting Jinchuriki, all of them, including you. The next few years are going to be dangerous in ways you can't imagine. What's the Akatsuki? A group of S-rank missing nin, working toward goals we don't fully understand. They've been collecting bijou, extracting them from their hosts, which, in case it's not obvious, kills the Jinchuriki in the process. Gaara. He's a target too. As are the other 7 hosts scattered across the elemental nations. Jiraiya's expression hardened. This is bigger than Konoha, Naruto. Bigger than any one village. The Akatsuki wants to reshape the world, and they're willing to kill a lot of people to do it. Then I'll stop them. The words came out with a certainty that surprised even Naruto himself. Not bravado, not childish determination, a simple statement of intent. I'll stop them. I'll protect every Jinchuriki. I'll find out what they're planning and destroy it before they can succeed. Jiraiya studied him for a long moment. You know, I'm supposed to take you as an apprentice. Sarutobi-sensei arranged it before he died, wanted me to train you in the techniques your father never had a chance to teach. But looking at you now, he shook his head slowly. I'm not sure I have anything to teach you that you haven't already figured out for yourself. There's always more to learn. True. Very true. Jiraiya grinned, some of his usual levity returning. All right, kid. We'll do this the hard way. You continue whatever mysterious training regimen you've got going. The cultivation stuff, the bijou integration, all of it. I'll handle the intelligence gathering, the Akatsuki investigation, the political nonsense that comes with being a Sannin. Partners? Something like that. More like mentor and student who actually respect each other. A rare thing in my experience. He turned and walked away into the rain, leaving Naruto alone with the scroll and its impossible responsibility. Well? The Kyuubi asked, its voice echoing in Naruto's mind. What will you do? What I always do, Naruto replied. Keep moving forward. Keep growing. Keep protecting the people who need it. And the Hokage succession? Naruto thought about it, really thought, considering the options he knew of, the qualities the position required, the future he wanted for the village that had shaped him for better and worse. Tsunade, he said finally. The slug Sannin. She has the skills, the experience, the bloodline connection to the previous Hokages. And from what Jiraiya's told me, she needs a purpose, something to fight for, after everything she's lost. A gamble. She's been gone from the village for years. Her allegiances are uncertain. Then I'll convince her. I'll show her what Konoha can become, if someone with the right vision is leading it. And if she refuses? Then I'll find another way. There's always another way. The Kyuubi was silent for a moment. Then, surprisingly, it laughed. You remind me of someone, it said. Someone I knew a very long time ago, before the sage split us apart. Someone who believed that every problem had a solution, if you were willing to work hard enough to find it. Who? The person I was before I became this. Before the hatred, before the centuries of being used and betrayed, before I forgot what it meant to hope. Naruto felt something shift in his seal, not the disruption of Orochimaru's attack, but something gentler. A loosening. An opening. The seal your father created allows for eventual cooperation between us. The Kyuubi continued. He designed it that way intentionally, hoping that, in time, we might become partners rather than prisoner and jailer. I never believed it possible. Humans have always disappointed me. But you're different. Your cultivation has changed you in ways I didn't anticipate. You're becoming something that doesn't fit into the categories I've used to judge humanity for centuries. Is that good or bad? I don't know yet. Ask me again in a few years, when you've proven whether your pretty words about bonds and connections actually mean anything. Naruto smiled, rain still streaming down his face, the weight of impossible responsibilities settling onto shoulders that had grown broad enough to bear them. It's a deal. The rain continued to fall over Konoha, washing away the blood and ash of the invasion, cleansing the village for whatever came next. In his apartment, Sasuke Uchiha stared at the ceiling, the curse seal burning against his skin, and thought about power, about the strength he needed to destroy his brother, about the shortcuts that Orochimaru had offered, about the gap between where he was and where he needed to be. In the hospital, Gaara of the desert sat by a window, watching the rain, and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Peace. The first fragile shoots of a life that might be worth living. In the Hokage Tower, councils argued about succession and security, about budgets and borders, about all the mundane necessities of keeping a village functioning in the aftermath of crisis. And on the Monument Hill, a boy who had once been the village pariah stood alone, holding a scroll that contained the authority to shape the future, and made a promise to the ghosts who had trusted him with that authority. I won't let you down, he said. Any of you. The will of fire continues, and I'll be its guardian until someone better comes along. The rain answered with silence, but Naruto could have sworn he felt something in that silence. Chapter 15. An approval. The road blessing. Begins. A passing of the torch from one generation behind them as Naruto and Jiraiya set out onto his jacket sage casually back toward the village. A little recruiting mission, and what Naruto understood to be potentially the most important journey of his life. An organization of S-rank criminals to defeat, convincing her to return. A world to save, giving Konoha all the time and creation to do it. The morning was crisp, autumn deepening toward winter, leaves falling from the trees that lined the main road in cascades of gold and crimson. Naruto walked in silence, his mind turning over everything that had happened since the invasion, the battles, the losses, the responsibilities that had been thrust upon him without warning or preparation. You're quiet, Jiraiya observed after the first hour. I was told you never shut up. People change. So I've noticed. The Sannin studied his new student with an appraising eye. The reports from Wave Country mentioned it. The exams confirmed it. You're not the same brat who graduated from the academy 6 months ago. Is that a problem? Not necessarily. Just unexpected. Jiraiya's expression shifted to something more contemplative. Your father was the same way, actually. Quiet when he was thinking, explosive when he was acting. Drove Kushina crazy, she never knew which version of him she was going to get. You knew my mother? Knew her? I was her genin instructor's teammate. Watched her grow up, fall in love with Minato, become one of the most terrifying kunoichi the village had ever produced. Jiraiya's voice carried a warmth that seemed at odds with his usual lecherous demeanor. She would have been proud of you, Naruto. Furious about how the village treated you, probably would have leveled half of it in revenge, but proud. Naruto processed this, adding it to the growing collection of information about parents he had never known. Every detail felt precious, a fragment of a picture he was slowly assembling from scattered pieces. What was she like? Really? Fierce. Stubborn. Absolutely unwilling to accept any limitation anyone tried to put on her. Jiraiya smiled at some distant memory. She was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you know. Inherited it from Mito Uzumaki, the first Hokage's wife. The transfer nearly killed her, most transfers do, but she fought through it by sheer force of will. The red-haired woman. The Kyuubi rumbled in Naruto's mind. I remember her. She was irritating. Kept talking to me like I was a misbehaving pet rather than a force of nature. The fox says she was irritating, Naruto reported. Jiraiya laughed. That sounds about right. She had a talent for getting under people's skin, human or otherwise. Never let anyone intimidate her, not even a bijou with enough power to flatten mountains. They walked in companionable silence for a while, the road stretching before them through Fire Country's endless forests. Naruto used the time to cultivate passively, drawing natural energy through his meridians, adding to the reserves he depleted during the invasion. So, Jiraiya said eventually, this cultivation thing. Want to tell me about it? What do you already know? Fragments. Rumors. Old texts that mention practices predating the Sage of Six Paths. The Sanin's eyes sharpened with scholarly interest. Your father was researching it before he died, found references in the Uzumaki archives, tried to incorporate elements into his sealing work. I always assumed it was theoretical, a lost art that couldn't be recovered. It's not lost. Just hidden. Hidden where? Naruto considered how much to reveal. Jiraiya was his godfather, his father's student, one of the few people in the world with a legitimate claim to his trust. But the entity's gift felt intensely personal, not something to be shared casually. During the graduation exam, something awakened in me. A door in my consciousness that had always been there but that I'd never noticed. When I opened it, I found knowledge. Techniques. A whole system of power development that works alongside chakra but isn't dependent on it. A bloodline limit? Something older. The entity that gave it to me, I'm still not entirely sure what it is. Ancient, definitely. Powerful beyond anything I can measure. It claims to have trained beings across multiple worlds, taught techniques that make our jutsu look primitive. Jiraiya's expression had gone very still. An entity. Communicating with you directly. Not constantly. It guided me at first, explained the basics, then stepped back. Said it wanted to watch me develop without too much interference. I haven't heard from it in weeks. And you trust this entity? Trust is a strong word. I believe it's not actively trying to harm me. I believe the power it gave me is real and useful. Beyond that. Naruto shrugged. I'm careful. You'd better be. Entities that offer power without obvious cost usually have hidden agendas. Jiraiya's voice carried the weight of experience. I've encountered similar things in my travels, spirits, demons, beings that exist outside normal reality. They all want something, even if they claim otherwise. The entity said it wanted entertainment. That watching me develop was interesting enough to justify the gift. Entertainment. Jiraiya's tone suggested he found this deeply suspicious. Well, at least it's honest about being self-serving. That's more than most can say. They continued walking, the conversation shifting to more practical matters, the route they'd take, the leads Jiraiya had on Tsunade's location, the political situation in the towns they'd passed through. But Naruto could tell the Sannin was still processing what he'd learned, filing it away for future consideration. That was fine. Naruto had his own processing to do. Their first major stop was Tanzaka Town, a gambling den of a city that attracted tourists, criminals, and everyone in between. According to Jiraiya's intelligence network, Tsunade had been spotted here recently, though recently could mean anything from yesterday to last month, given how quickly the legendary sucker moved to stay ahead of her creditors. She's got a gambling problem, Jiraiya explained as they approached the city gates. Loses more money in a week than most people earn in a year. The casinos love her, she's basically a walking donation to their bottom lines. And she's supposed to be our next Hokage? Hey, everyone has flaws. Tsunade's medical skills are unmatched, her combat abilities are terrifying, and she's got the bloodline connection to lend legitimacy to the position. A little gambling addiction is manageable. A little? Okay, a lot. But the point stands. Tanzaka Town was everything Naruto expected and worse, gaudy, loud, reeking of desperation beneath a thin veneer of excitement. The main street was lined with casinos, each one promising fortune and delivering mostly broken dreams. Hawkers shouted from every corner, pushing everything from rigged games to questionable entertainment. Naruto's enhanced senses were overwhelmed by the sheer density of human activity. Natural energy flowed strangely here, polluted by the concentrated greed and desperation of thousands of people chasing luck they'd never find. Charming place, he observed. It grows on you. Like a fungus. Jiraiya led them to a mid-range inn, securing rooms with a practiced ease that suggested extensive experience with this particular establishment. We'll start searching tomorrow. Tonight, rest and reconnaissance. Reconnaissance? I need to check in with my information network. You. Jiraiya's expression shifted to something approaching embarrassment. You should probably stay in your room. The entertainment options in this town aren't exactly appropriate for someone your age. I'm a shinobi. I've killed people. And yet you're still 12. Some things can wait until you're older. Naruto considered arguing, decided it wasn't worth the effort, and retreated to his assigned room. The space was small but clean, with a window overlooking the main street and its endless parade of hopefuls. He sat on the bed, crossed his legs, and began to cultivate. The energy in Tanzaku town was different from Konoha's, thinner somehow, as if the concentration of human activity had displaced the natural chi that should have filled the space. Drawing it in required more effort, more focus, but the challenge was itself useful training. Interesting. The QB observed. Human settlements disrupt the flow of natural energy. The more people gathered in one place, the more their collective presence warps the ambient field. Is that a problem for cultivation? In the long term, yes. True cultivators typically retreat to remote locations for extended practice: mountains, forests, places where nature remains dominant. Cities are good for application but poor for accumulation. Noted. I'll adjust my expectations. He continued practicing until sleep claimed him, his consciousness sliding into the darkness that preceded dreams. The dream was different from his usual experiences. Naruto found himself standing in a vast library, shelves stretching to infinity in every direction, filled with books and scrolls in languages he couldn't identify. The air smelled of old paper and older knowledge, and the lighting came from no visible source. Welcome back. The entity's voice was unchanged, casual, ancient, carrying weight that transcended mere sound. Naruto turned to find it manifesting beside him, its form still shifting and indefinite but somehow more present than before. You've been quiet, Naruto said. You've been busy. Invasions, battles, political upheavals, hardly the time for extended conversations about the nature of existence. The entity moved through the library with the ease of long familiarity. But now you're on the road, seeking the Slug Princess, and I thought it might be useful to provide some context. Context for what? For Tsunade herself. For what you're walking into. For the challenges that await you beyond this simple recruiting mission. The entity gestured, and one of the shelves slid forward, presenting a collection of scrolls that glowed with inner light. Tsunade Senju is more than a medic nin with a gambling problem. She's the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, the man who, with Madara Uchiha, founded Konohagakure and established the shinobi system as it currently exists. Her bloodline carries traces of something older. Older? The Senju and Uchiha clans are both descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, his two sons, to be specific, who inherited different aspects of his power. But the sage himself was a cultivator, after a fashion. The first true cultivator this world had seen in millennia, though he used different terminology and approached the path from a unique angle. Naruto felt pieces clicking into place. The chakra he gave to humanity, it was derived from cultivation energy? Partially. The sage took the power of the Shinju, the divine tree, and distributed it among humanity in a form they could use. But the Shinju itself was a remnant of an earlier age, when cultivation was common and beings of immense power walked this world freely. The chakra your people use is, essentially, a simplified and standardized version of the cultivation energy that existed before. So Tsunade has a natural affinity for cultivation? Potentially. The Senju bloodline retained more of the original sage's cultivation-adjacent abilities than most: their famous vitality, their massive chakra reserves, their instinctive connection to natural energy. Tsunade, as one of the purest expressions of that bloodline, could theoretically achieve things that would take ordinary cultivators centuries. But she's never explored it. She doesn't know it exists. None of them do. The knowledge was lost, buried, forgotten over generations of focusing on the simplified chakra system. You could change that if you chose to. Naruto considered this. Teaching Tsunade to cultivate, giving her access to the power that had transformed his own capabilities, could be an incredibly valuable bargaining chip. Or it could be seen as manipulation, using knowledge as leverage to get what he wanted. I'll think about it. That's all I ask? The entity's form began to fade, the library dissolving around them. One more thing. The organization hunting Jinchuriki, the Akatsuki, they'll make their move soon. 2 of their members are already in Fire Country, seeking information on your location. Be ready. Who? But the entity was gone, and Naruto was waking up in his room in Tanzaku town, dawn light streaming through the window. He sat up slowly, processing what he'd learned. The Senju bloodline's connection to cultivation. Tsunade's potential. The Akatsuki's approach. And beneath it all, the continuing sense that forces beyond his understanding were moving, positioning themselves for confrontations he couldn't yet imagine. Well? The QB asked. What do you intend to do? Find Tsunade. Convince her to come back. And be ready for whatever the Akatsuki throws at us. Simple goals. Complex execution. Story of my life. He rose, prepared for the day ahead, and went to meet Jiraiya for the search that would determine Konoha's future. Chapter 16. The Legendary Sucker. Finding Tsunade took 3 days. Not because she was particularly well hidden. Her gambling habits left a trail that any competent investigator could follow. But because she kept moving, chasing the next big score, staying one step ahead of the creditors who followed her like vultures circling carrion. They finally caught up with her in a bar on the outskirts of town, where she sat surrounded by empty sake bottles and losing lottery tickets, her blonde hair disheveled and her expression carrying the particular despair of someone who had just lost their last stake. Jiraiya, she said flatly, not looking up. What do you want? World peace, a harem of beautiful women, and about 3 million ryo to cover my research expenses. The Toad Sage slid into the seat across from her, his usual levity firmly in place. But I'll settle for a conversation. I don't have anything to say to you. That's fine. You can listen instead. Jiraiya gestured for Naruto to join them, and the boy took a seat beside his godfather, studying Tsunade with cultivation-enhanced perception. She was impressive, even in her current state. Her chakra reserves were massive, larger than anyone Naruto had encountered except the Kage-level opponents he'd faced during the invasion. And beneath the surface, he could see traces of something else, a natural vitality that aligned with what the entity had described, a connection to life energy that went beyond normal shinobi capabilities. This is Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya continued. Minato's son. The current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. And incidentally, the person who's been designated to choose Konoha's next Hokage. Tsunade's eyes flickered to Naruto for the first time, something shifting in their depths. Minato's son. Yeah. The old man died during the invasion. You heard about that? I heard. Her voice was carefully neutral. Orochimaru finally made his move. He made a lot of moves. Most of them didn't work out the way he planned, thanks partly to the kid here. Jiraiya's tone shifted, becoming more serious. The point is, Konoha needs a Hokage. The council wanted to appoint one of their own, but Sarutobi-sensei left instructions that the choice should go to Naruto. And Naruto chose you. Me. Tsunade laughed, and it was not a pleasant sound. The legendary sucker, Konoha's greatest disappointment, the woman who abandoned her village and hasn't looked back in 15 years. That's who you want leading your shinobi? Yes, Naruto said. Something in his voice, the certainty, the lack of judgment, made Tsunade pause. She looked at him more carefully, taking in details she had dismissed before. The seal visible at the edge of his shirt, the whisker marks on his cheeks, the eyes that held experience far beyond his years. You don't know anything about me, kid. I know you're the greatest medical ninja in the world. I know your grandfather founded the village and your grandmother was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I know you lost people you loved and that the pain drove you away from everything that reminded you of them. He met her gaze without flinching. I know what that kind of pain feels like. And I know it doesn't go away by running from it. Pretty words. You practiced that speech? I lived it. 12 years of being hated by the village my parents died to protect. 12 years of wondering what was wrong with me, why no one could look at me without fear or disgust. And you know what I learned? Enlighten me. That the pain is real, but it's not the whole story. That the people who hurt us don't define us, we define ourselves. And that running away might protect you from more pain, but it also cuts you off from everything that makes life worth living. Tsunade was silent for a long moment, her sake forgotten, her attention fully focused on the boy across from her. You're nothing like your father. I've heard. Minato was cautious, analytical, always thinking 3 steps ahead. You. She shook her head slowly. You're like your mother. Charging straight at problems, trusting that sheer determination will carry you through. Is that a bad thing? It got Kushina killed. It also got her everything she ever wanted. A village that needed her. Friends who loved her. A family she would have died for, and did. Naruto leaned forward. You're scared, Tsunade. Scared that if you go back, if you let yourself care again, you'll lose everything just like before. But the fear is already winning. You've given up everything, your home, your purpose, your legacy, just to avoid the possibility of more pain. How is that living? You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I've been to the same dark place you're in. I've looked at the world and decided it wasn't worth the effort. And then I made a different choice. He extended his hand across the table, palm up. Make a different choice, Tsunade. Come back. Lead the village that your grandfather built. Honor the people you lost by protecting the people who are still alive. She stared at his hand as if it were a snake that might bite her. The silence stretched, filled with the weight of decisions that would shape the future of nations. Then, slowly, she reached out and took it. That was manipulative as hell, Shizune observed later, watching Naruto from across their shared campfire. Tsunade's apprentice and attendant had been present for the confrontation, though she'd stayed in the background, letting events unfold without interference. Now, with Tsunade asleep in the tent they pitched outside town, she seemed to feel free to speak her mind. Was it? Naruto asked. You used her grief against her. Pushed exactly the buttons that would hurt the most. That's not something a 12-year-old should be capable of. I'm not a normal 12-year-old. Obviously. Shizune's expression softened slightly. But it worked. She's coming back, or at least, she's considering it seriously for the first time in years. Whatever you did, whatever technique you used to read her so accurately, thank you. It wasn't a technique. Just understanding. Understanding? I know what it's like to be alone. To feel like the world has taken everything that matters and left you with nothing but pain. And I know what it takes to climb out of that pit, the choice that has to be made, over and over, to keep going despite everything. Naruto stared into the fire, watching the flames dance. Tsunade made a different choice years ago. She decided that the pain wasn't worth it, that caring about things just led to loss, that the safest option was to stop trying. And she's been paying for that choice ever since, not in blood or death, but in the slow erosion of everything that made her who she was. You sound like you're speaking from experience. I am. Before the cultivation started, before I opened the door that changed everything, I was heading down the same path. The village hated me, I hated them back, and I was building walls around my heart that would have eventually made me into something cold and empty. What changed? I found something worth fighting for. Not revenge, not recognition, not proving myself to people who would never accept me anyway. Something real. Something that mattered regardless of what anyone else thought. What? Naruto smiled, and it was the smile of someone who had found peace in the midst of chaos. The path itself. The cultivation. The endless possibility of becoming more than I was. That's what saved me, Shizune. And that's what I'm hoping can save Tsunade too. Morning brought complications. They were breaking camp, preparing to begin the journey back to Konoha, when Naruto felt it, the disturbance in natural energy that signaled approaching threats. Two presences, both immensely powerful, both carrying the same dark resonance he had sensed from Orochimaru during the invasion. Company, he said quietly. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted instantly from lazy pervert to legendary Sannin. Direction? Northwest. Moving fast. They'll be here in about 3 minutes. Can you identify them? Not specifically. But they feel like Orochimaru, the same wrongness, the same consumption of natural energy. Akatsuki. Jiraiya's voice carried grim certainty. The intelligence was right. They're making their move. Tsunade emerged from her tent, her expression sharpening as she read the situation. What's happening? S-rank threats incoming. 2 of them. Jiraiya moved to stand between the approaching enemies and the others. Tsunade, take Shizune and Naruto and go. I'll buy time. Like hell, Tsunade said. I'm not running from a fight. This isn't about running. It's about protecting the kid. If they're Akatsuki, they're here for him, the 9 tails. Everything else is secondary. Then we fight together. 3 Sannin-level combatants against 2 opponents, those are acceptable odds. 3? Naruto asked. Tsunade looked at him, something shifting in her expression. You think you can't contribute? After everything you showed in that bar? I don't think I'm Sannin-level. Neither do I. But you're not nothing either. She cracked her knuckles, her legendary strength coiling in her muscles. Stay back, support when you can, and don't do anything stupid. Clear? Clear. The presences arrived. They emerged from the treeline like nightmares given form, 2 figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, their faces carrying the marks of their respective villages and their eyes carrying something far more dangerous. The first was tall, blue-skinned, his features somewhere between human and shark. A massive sword was strapped to his back, wrapped in bandages that couldn't quite contain the malevolence radiating from within. The second was shorter, his face framed by black hair, his eyes. Sharingan. Fully developed, 3 tomo in each eye, spinning with a power that made Sasuke's awakening look like a candle compared to the sun. Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya said flatly. And Hashigaki Kisame. The Akatsuki's most dangerous pair. Jiraiya of the Sannin. Itachi's voice was emotionless, empty in a way that felt deliberate rather than natural. And Tsunade as well. This complicates things. Complicates, sure. Kisame's grin revealed teeth that had been filed to points. But it also makes things more interesting. I've always wanted to test myself against the legendary Sannin. You're not here for us, Tsunade said. You're here for the boy. The Jinchuriki, yes. Itachi's eyes moved to Naruto, and something flickered in their depths. Recognition, calculation, and something else that Naruto couldn't identify. The Nine Tails is valuable to our organization's goals. Your organization's goals. Naruto stepped forward, ignoring Tsunade's warning gesture. The Akatsuki? You're collecting bijou, extracting them from their hosts. What for? That's not information you need. It is if you want me to come quietly. Itachi studied him for a long moment, his Sharingan spinning. You wouldn't come quietly regardless. Your type never does. My type? The ones who believe in bonds. In connections. In protecting others at the cost of themselves. Itachi's voice carried something that might have been approval, or contempt. You're like your father. And like Sarutobi. And like all the others who think that love is stronger than power. Is that supposed to be an insult? It's an observation. The ones who believe in love always lose in the end. The world doesn't reward idealism, it punishes it. Everything you care about will be taken from you, and in the end, you'll realize that the only thing that matters is strength. You're wrong. Am I? Ask your village how they treated you for 12 years. Ask the third Hokage how his ideals served him in his final battle. Ask Tsunade what happened to everyone she ever loved. Itachi's eyes seemed to drill into Naruto's soul. The world is cruel, Uzumaki Naruto. The sooner you accept that, the sooner you can stop suffering. No. Naruto's voice was steady, his cultivation energy gathering despite the overwhelming presence of his opponents. The world is cruel because people like you make it cruel. Because you've decided that power matters more than connection, that strength matters more than love, that the only way to protect yourself is to destroy everyone who could hurt you. He took another step forward, and Itachi's expression flickered, surprise? Concern? At his refusal to back down. I'm not going to accept that. I'm not going to become like you. And I'm definitely not going to let you take me or anyone else without a fight. Kisame laughed. I like this kid. He's got guts. He has ignorance. Itachi corrected. But it's not our mission to educate him. His hands moved in a blur, forming seals that Naruto recognized from his cultivation studies, techniques designed to incapacitate rather than kill. Tsukuyomi. The world went dark. Naruto found himself in a crimson void, the sky above him colored like blood, the ground beneath him nothing but endless darkness. And standing before him, Itachi Uchiha regarded him with eyes that seemed to contain all the sorrow in the world. This is the realm of Tsukuyomi, Itachi said. A genjutsu world where I control everything, time, space, perception, pain. In this place, seconds become days, and days become eternities. An impressive technique. Naruto's voice was calm, drawing on the mental discipline his cultivation had developed. But not invincible. You think you can resist? That Tsukuyomi has broken stronger minds than yours. Maybe. Naruto reached for his cultivation energy, finding it still present even in this illusory space. But I'm not relying on my mind alone. He began to cultivate. The action was unexpected enough that Itachi actually paused, his Sharingan analyzing what Naruto was doing. The natural energy that should have been absent from this genjutsu world was somehow responding to Naruto's call, flowing into his meridians, reinforcing his consciousness against the illusion's influence. Interesting, Itachi observed. You've found a way to anchor yourself to reality even within my technique. That's not something I've encountered before. There's a lot about me you don't know. Clearly. Itachi's expression shifted, becoming almost contemplative. You remind me of someone. Someone I lost a long time ago. Your brother? The Sharingan spun faster, and suddenly Naruto was experiencing pain, not physical pain, but emotional. The memory of every rejection, every cruel word, every moment of isolation from his childhood, playing on repeat at accelerated speed. It hurt. It hurt more than anything he'd experienced in combat. But it didn't break him. I've already lived through all of this, Naruto said, his voice strained but steady. You're showing me my own memories, Itachi. Things I've already survived. Things that made me stronger instead of destroying me. Then let me show you things you haven't survived. The Crimson World shifted, and suddenly Naruto was watching the destruction of Konoha. Not the invasion that had just occurred, but something worse, total annihilation, the village reduced to rubble, everyone he cared about dead or dying. Sakura, impaled on debris. Sasuke, consumed by the curse seal's corruption. Kakashi, overwhelmed by enemies he couldn't defeat. Iruka, the old man at Ichiraku's, every person who had ever shown him kindness, all of them broken, bleeding, crying out for help that would never come. This is what awaits you. Itachi's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. This is the future you're walking toward. Everyone you love will die, and you'll be powerless to stop it. Naruto watched the horrific visions, feeling their weight pressing down on his consciousness. Then he closed his eyes. You're right, he said. Everyone I love will die eventually. That's the nature of existence, impermanence, loss, the inevitable end that comes for everything and everyone. He opened his eyes, and they were filled not with despair but with determination. But that doesn't mean I stop loving them. It doesn't mean I give up trying to protect them. The fact that they'll be gone someday makes the time we have together more precious, not less. That's what you don't understand, Itachi. That's what you've lost. The Tsukuyomi world began to crack around them, Naruto's cultivation energy finally finding purchase, finally undermining the Genjutsu's foundations. You've made yourself into a weapon. A tool. You've cut away everything that makes you human because you thought it made you weak. But you were wrong. The weakness isn't in caring, it's in being afraid to care. And I refuse to be afraid. The world shattered. Reality reasserted itself with jarring suddenness. Naruto was on his knees in the clearing, blood streaming from his nose and eyes, his body trembling from the strain of breaking free from one of the most powerful genjutsu in existence. Around him, chaos was erupting, Jiraiya engaging Kisame with a combination of sage techniques, Tsunade circling for an opening with fists that could shatter mountains. And Itachi stood before him, his Sharingan still active but his expression changed. You broke free, the Uchiha said. In less than a second of real time, you broke free from the Tsukuyomi. That's not supposed to be possible. I'm not supposed to be possible. Naruto forced himself to his feet, cultivation energy flooding his system to counteract the damage. Are you going to keep trying? Or are you going to realize that this mission is a failure? Itachi studied him for a long moment. Then, to Naruto's complete surprise, he turned away. Kisame. We're leaving. What? The shark man disengaged from Jiraiya, his expression incredulous. We have them on the ropes. One more push and we have our orders. The Jinchuriki proved too well protected for a casual acquisition. We'll report back and reassess. But now. Something in Itachi's tone brooked no argument. Kisame shot Naruto a look that promised future violence, then followed his partner as they vanished into the treeling. The clearing fell silent. Jiraiya was the first to speak. What the hell just happened? I broke his genjutsu, Naruto said, his voice rough with exhaustion. And I think I made him reconsider something. Reconsider what? I don't know. But when he looked at me at the end, it wasn't the way a predator looks at prey. It was something else. Something almost like hope. Tsunade moved to support him, her medical instincts kicking in as she assessed his condition. You're a mess. That technique, how did you resist it? Cultivation. My training has made my consciousness more stable than normal. It took everything I had, but I managed to anchor myself to reality even inside the illusion. That shouldn't be possible. I've been told that a lot lately. She stared at him for a moment, then, unexpectedly, smiled. It was a small thing, barely visible, but it transformed her face in ways that made Naruto understand why she had once been considered beautiful beyond compare. You really are like your mother. I'll take that as a compliment. It is. She straightened, her expression firming with decision. All right. Let's get moving. If the Akatsuki knows where we are, staying here is suicide. Moving where? Tsunade looked toward the east, toward Fire Country, toward Konoha. Home. It's time to see what's become of my grandfather's village. Chapter 17, Homecoming. The gates of Konoha looked different in the afternoon light. Naruto had passed through them countless times, leaving for missions, returning from training, beginning and ending the ordinary cycles of a shinobi's life. But today felt different. Today, he was bringing home the village's future. Tsunade walked beside him, her posture slowly straightening as they approached the walls. Whatever reluctance she had carried since agreeing to return was giving way to something else, not quite anticipation, but a kind of resigned determination. She had made her choice, and Senju Tsunade was not the type to second-guess herself. It's smaller than I remember, she said. Smaller? I left when the Third Great War was ending. The village was expanded then, packed with refugees and temporary housing. Half of what I remembered was cleared away years ago. She shook her head slowly. Shows how long I've been gone. The important parts are still here. The people. The traditions. The will of fire. The will of fire. Tsunade's voice carried complex emotions. My grandfather used to talk about that constantly. Said it was the most important thing he'd ever created, more than the village itself, more than his jutsu, more than any of his other legacies. He was right. Maybe. She looked at Naruto with an expression he couldn't quite read. You really believe in all of it, don't you? The ideals, the philosophy, the idea that a village can be more than just an alliance of convenience. I believe it's worth trying to be more. Whether we succeed or not depends on the choices we make, all of us, every day. Philosophical for someone your age. I've had good teachers. The gates opened before them, and they walked through into a village that was simultaneously recovering from invasion and celebrating its salvation. Reconstruction crews worked on damaged buildings while children played in streets that had seen battle just weeks before. Life was continuing, as life always did, with a resilience that seemed to prove everything Naruto believed about human nature. Welcome home, Tsunade-sama. The voice came from a woman waiting just inside the gates, dark-haired, dark-eyed, carrying herself with the efficiency of a career administrator. Naruto recognized her from his briefings, Shizunea's aunt, or cousin, or something, one of the countless functionaries who kept the village running regardless of which Hokage sat in the office. The council has been expecting you. They've arranged a meeting to discuss the succession. Of course they have. Tsunade's tone suggested extensive experience with bureaucratic inevitability. Lead the way. They followed the woman through streets that buzzed with whispered recognition. Tsunade's return was apparently not the secret Naruto had assumed. Rumors had spread, and the villagers seemed evenly divided between hope and skepticism about what it meant for their future. She's actually here, someone muttered. Doesn't matter. She abandoned us once. She'll do it again. But if she's taking the Hokage position, then gods help us all. Naruto listened to the murmurs and understood, perhaps for the first time, just how damaged Tsunade's reputation truly was. Not just the gambling, not just the running, but the sense that she had betrayed something fundamental, had turned her back on the village when it needed her most. Earning back their trust would be the work of years. Ignore them, he said quietly. I always do. No, I mean, listen, but don't internalize. They're speaking from fear, from the trauma of the invasion. Give them time to see who you really are. Tsunade glanced at him sideways. And who am I really? Someone who came back. That's more than most would do. The council meeting was exactly as contentious as expected. Hamura and Koharu represented the old guard, their suspicions of Tsunade barely concealed beneath diplomatic language. Danzo sat in the shadows, his single visible eye tracking everything, his silence more threatening than any words. And around the table, clan heads and senior jounin offered opinions that ranged from enthusiastic support to barely veiled hostility. The Hokage position requires stability, Hamura argued. Tsunade-sama's history suggests anything but. Her history includes saving more lives than anyone in this room, Shikaka Nara countered. Her medical contributions alone would justify consideration. Contributions made before she abandoned her post. Before she spent 15 years drinking and gambling her way across the continent. People change. Do they? The evidence suggests otherwise. Naruto watched the debate unfold, his own role reduced to observer once the relevant parties assembled. The scroll the third Hokage had given him, his authority to designate the next leader, sat in his pocket, a weight that seemed to grow heavier with every passing moment. Finally, he stood. May I speak? The council fell silent, all eyes turning to the 12-year-old who had somehow become central to their deliberations. Danzo's visible eye narrowed. Hamura's expression suggested he wanted to dismiss the interruption. But they were bound by protocol. Naruto's authority came directly from the deceased Hokage, and ignoring it would set dangerous precedents. The chair recognizes Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto moved to the center of the room, facing the council with a composure that seemed at odds with his age. I've listened to your arguments. The concerns about Tsunade-sama's reliability, her past choices, her time away from the village, they're all legitimate. She did leave. She did struggle with things that some of you consider unforgivable. But I've spent the past week traveling with her, talking with her, understanding what drove her away and what's bringing her back. And I can tell you this, she's not the same person who left 15 years ago. She's grown. Changed. Confronted things about herself that most people spend their whole lives avoiding. Is she perfect? No. Does she carry scars that might never fully heal? Absolutely. But perfection isn't what Konoha needs right now. What Konoha needs is someone who understands loss, who has stared into the void and found reasons to keep going. Someone who can lead not because they've never been broken, but because they know how to rebuild. He turned to face Tsunade directly. Sandaime-sama gave me the authority to choose his successor because he trusted my judgment. He believed that I understood something essential about leadership, not power, not politics, but the heart that drives both. I choose Tsunade Senju as the Godaime Hokage. Not because she's perfect. Not because she's never failed. But because she's willing to try again, and that willingness is worth more than all the stability in the world. Silence followed his words. Then, slowly, Tsunade stood. She walked to the center of the room to stand beside Naruto, her expression carrying a resolve that seemed to solidify with every step. "I've spent 15 years running," she said. "Running from grief, from responsibility, from everything my family represented. It was cowardice, and I own that. But I'm done running. My grandfather built this village with his bare hands. My grandmother protected it with her life. My brother and my lover both died believing it was worth defending. I've dishonored their memories long enough. If you'll have me, with all my flaws, all my baggage, all my broken pieces, I'll serve as Hokage. Not because I deserve it, but because the village deserves someone willing to give everything they have. And I'm finally ready to do that." The voting that followed was closer than anyone would have liked. The old guard resistance was real and substantial. But in the end, the margin was clear. Senju Tsunade would become the 5th Hokage. The inauguration was held 3 days later, in the space before the Hokage Tower where generations of leaders had been acknowledged by the village they served. Tsunade stood on the platform, wearing the ceremonial robes that had once adorned her grandfather, her grandmother, her sensei. The weight of history seemed to settle onto her shoulders visibly, not crushing her, but grounding her, connecting her to something larger than herself. "I stand before you today as Godaime Hokage," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the assembled crowd. "I make no promises of perfection, no guarantees of victory in every challenge we face. What I offer instead is commitment, total, unwavering commitment to this village and everyone in it. We have enemies. The Akatsuki hunts our allies. Orochimaru lurks in the shadows, plotting revenge. Other villages eye our weakened state and consider what advantages they might seize. These threats are real, and confronting them will require everything we have. But we've faced threats before. The Nine-Tails attacked. Wars devastated our population. The very foundations of our village have been tested, again and again, and always we've endured. We endured because of what my grandfather called the will of fire, the belief that our village is more than an alliance of convenience, that the bonds between us are worth protecting at any cost. I believe in that will. I've spent years trying to escape it, and I finally understand that you can't. It's part of who we are, written into our blood and our bones and our very souls. We are Konoha. We protect each other. We fight together. We survive together. From this day forward, that's my oath. The village comes first. Your lives, your dreams, your futures, those are what matter. Everything else is secondary." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, finding faces she recognized, strangers she didn't, children who represented the future she was committing to protect. "Let's begin." That night, Naruto sat on the Hokage monument, staring down at the village that had finally, tentatively, begun to feel like home. "Satisfied?" the Kyuubi asked. "For now. There's still a lot to do, the Akatsuki, Orochimaru, Sasuke's situation with the cursed seal. But this was a good step. A good step toward what exactly? Toward the world I want. The village I want. The future where no one has to grow up the way I did. Ambitious. Possibly delusional. Probably both." Naruto smiled at the familiar exchange. "But I'm going to try anyway." He lay back against the stone that would someday bear Tsunade's face, watching the stars wheel overhead, and allowed himself a moment of peace. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But tonight, for the first time in a very long time, things felt like they were moving in the right direction. Chapter 18, Foundations Rebuilt. 6 months had passed since Tsunade's inauguration. The village had settled into a new rhythm under her leadership: stricter medical protocols, expanded training programs, diplomatic outreach to allies who had been neglected during the previous administration's final years. The reconstruction from the invasion was complete, the scars of battle slowly being covered by new growth and fresh paint. And Naruto had continued to cultivate. The peak of foundation establishment felt different from anything he'd experienced before. His sea of essence had deepened to the point where he could draw on it almost unconsciously. His meridians were fully open and refined. His integration with the Kyuubi's chakra had reached a stability that the fox grudgingly acknowledged as impressive. He was ready for the next step. Physique tempering. The entity explained during one of their increasingly rare dream conversations. The second great realm of cultivation. Where foundation establishment creates the internal structures for holding power, physique tempering transforms the body itself, remaking flesh and bone and blood into something that can channel and contain truly significant energy. What does that involve? Pain, mostly. The transformation is not gentle. You'll be breaking down your body at the cellular level and rebuilding it according to new blueprints. Some cultivators don't survive the process. Great. Any advice? Yes. Don't rush it. The temptation at this stage is to push through as quickly as possible, seeking the power on the other side. But incomplete physique tempering creates weaknesses that will haunt you for the rest of your existence. Take the time to do it properly. Naruto absorbed this, filing it away with the rest of the knowledge that had been steadily accumulating in his consciousness. There's something else. The entity continued. Your integration with the Nine Tails has progressed faster than I anticipated. The seal your father created is adapting, evolving, becoming something neither purely cultivation nor purely chakra-based. You're pioneering a new path, one that has never been walked before. Is that good or bad? Yes. Helpful. The entity's formless presence seemed to smile. The uncertainty is part of the adventure, Naruto. If I could predict exactly what you would become, there would be no point in watching you develop. Embrace the unknown, it's where all the interesting things happen. Naruto's training routine had evolved considerably since his graduation. Mornings were spent with Team 7. Kakashi had maintained their unit despite Sasuke's extended recovery and the chaos of the succession period. Missions had resumed, C ranks mostly, with the occasional B rank when circumstances demanded. The team dynamic was different now, quieter, more professional, shaped by everything they'd survived together. Sasuke was still struggling with the curse seal. The corruption had stabilized after the invasion, held in check by a combination of sealing techniques and Sasuke's own determination. But it was always there, lurking beneath the surface, whispering promises of power that Naruto could feel even without his enhanced perception. He's going to make a choice, the Kyuubi observed. Sooner or later. The snake's gift can't remain balanced forever. I know. I'm hoping he chooses right. Hope is a dangerous thing to rely on. It's all I've got for this. Afternoons were dedicated to cultivation, meditation, physical training, the slow process of preparing his body for the transformation ahead. He had claimed a training ground in the northeastern forest, far from casual observation, where he could practice techniques that would have drawn uncomfortable questions from the general population. Evenings varied. Sometimes he spent them with his teammates, sharing meals and conversations that gradually built the bonds Kakashi had always talked about. Sometimes he visited the Hokage tower, checking in with Tsunade and the administrative staff who had become unlikely allies. Sometimes he simply wandered the village, observing the lives of ordinary people, reminding himself what he was fighting to protect. You're changing, Sakura observed during one of their team dinners. I mean, you've been changing since the graduation exam, but it's different now. Steadier. Is that bad? No. Just different. She smiled, and it was a genuine expression, free of the condescension that had characterized their earlier interactions. I think I like it. I'll take that as a compliment. Sasuke said nothing, his attention fixed on his food, but Naruto caught the slight softening around his eyes that suggested the Uchiha was listening. Sasuke never participated in these moments directly. His emotional walls were too high, too thoroughly constructed, but his presence was its own kind of participation. They were a team. Not perfect, not without their issues, but a team nonetheless. It would have to be enough. The mission came without warning. Tsunade summoned them to her office on an ordinary Tuesday morning, her expression carrying the particular gravity that meant bad news was incoming. Sasori of the Red Sand has been spotted near the border of Wind Country. Intelligence suggests he's moving toward a specific target, Gaara of the Desert, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Naruto felt ice settle in his stomach. The Akatsuki is making their move. It appears so. Sasori is one of their heavy hitters, an S-rank missing nin with a specialty in human puppets. He'll have support, probably Deidara, the mad bomber from Iwa. You want us to intervene? I want you to coordinate with Tsunade. Gaara has been Kazekage for 4 months now. They promoted him after Orochimaru's manipulation was exposed. If the Akatsuki captures him, it'll be a political disaster as well as a strategic one. Kazekage. Naruto processed this, remembering the broken boy he'd pulled back from the edge of transformation. He's grown up. He's tried. Whether it's enough? Tsunade shook her head. The point is, you have a connection with him. A relationship that might be useful if things go badly. I'm sending your team as the primary response unit, with backup to follow within 12 hours. Timeline? Immediate. If our intelligence is accurate, the attack could happen within the next 48 hours. You need to be in Suna before then. Kakashi stepped forward, his expression serious. What are our rules of engagement? Stop the extraction. Preserve the Kazekage's life if possible. And Tsunade's gaze fixed on Naruto. Do not let the Akatsuki capture either Jinchuriki. If it comes down to it, retreat and report. We'll escalate to a full military response. Understood. They left the office with new purpose, preparations beginning immediately. 3 days of hard travel to reach Suna, 2 days of potential combat, unknown variables at every step. This is it. Sasuke said quietly as they assembled at the gates. The real test. One of them. Naruto agreed. There'll be others. Probably. But this one matters. Gaara, he's like you, isn't he? Like us. Naruto looked at his teammate, seeing something in Sasuke's eyes that hadn't been there before. Recognition. Empathy. The beginning of understanding. Yeah. He is. Then we make sure he survives. They set out toward Wind Country, and the confrontation that would shape the next phase of their lives. Chapter 19, The Sands of Time. The desert was relentless. Naruto had expected heat, had expected the endless dunes that stretched to every horizon, had expected the discomfort of sand in places sand was never meant to be. What he hadn't expected was the sheer weight of the environment, the way the natural energy felt thin and sparse, stretched across vast spaces that seemed to absorb rather than generate life force. The desert is death, the Kyuubi observed. Life here exists only through defiance. Plants with roots that reach hundreds of feet, animals that store water for months, people who have learned to survive where nothing should survive. It's impressive in its way. It's miserable in its way. That too. Team 7 had been traveling for 2.5 days, pushing through the worst conditions any of them had experienced. Kakashi led them with the steady efficiency of long experience, finding water sources that shouldn't have existed, identifying shelter that was invisible to normal perception. The journey would have killed civilians. It was merely exhausting for shinobi. We're close, Sakura reported, her medical senses picking up the chakra signatures ahead. Soon as walls should be visible from the next ridge. They crested the dune, and found themselves looking at a battlefield. The village's walls were intact, but the area before them was scarred by recent combat. Craters marked where explosions had occurred. Sand had been shaped into defensive structures, some still standing, others collapsed into rubble. And moving through the chaos, search teams worked to find survivors of whatever had happened. We're too late, Sasuke said grimly. Maybe not. Look. Naruto pointed toward the village gates, where a figure was organizing the recovery efforts. Red hair, pale eyes, robes that marked the highest office in the village. Gaara was alive. They came at dawn, Gaara explained later, in the Kazekage's office that still felt too large for its current occupant. Sasori and Deidara, exactly as your intelligence predicted. They attacked the village directly, using explosive clay creatures to draw attention while Sasori's puppets infiltrated the walls. But they failed? They underestimated what I've become. Gaara's expression was calm, but Naruto could see the strain beneath it. 6 months ago, their strategy would have worked. I would have lost control, released Shikaku, destroyed my own village while they watched. They were counting on my instability. But you didn't lose control. I've been training. Meditating. Learning to work with the one tail instead of against it. Gaara paused, something flickering in his pale eyes. The techniques you showed me, the principles of cultivation, they made a difference. I can't do what you do, not exactly, but I understood enough to strengthen my mental defenses. You taught him cultivation? Kakashi asked, his tone carrying surprise and concern. The basics. Enough to help with his control issues. That's... Kakashi stopped himself, clearly reassessing. We'll discuss it later. For now, what's the tactical situation? Gaara turned to the map spread across his desk. Sasori withdrew after the initial assault failed. He's regrouping somewhere in the eastern desert, probably preparing for a second attempt. Deidara escaped north, we wounded him, but he had explosive clones that covered his retreat. They'll be back. Undoubtedly. The Akatsuki doesn't give up easily, and Shikaku is too valuable to their plans for them to simply walk away. Gaara looked at Naruto directly. I assume you're here to help prevent that. We're here to help however we can. Then help me hunt them. I want to end this threat permanently, not just delay it. Kakashi frowned. A Kage leaving the village so soon after an attack? That seems... necessary. Gaara interrupted. My council can handle the recovery. The real danger is the Akatsuki. As long as they're out there, the village isn't safe. Eliminating them serves sooner better than my presence during reconstruction. He's right, Naruto said. The Akatsuki is the priority. If we can take out even one of their teams, it sends a message, and reduces the threat to all Jinchuriki, not just Gaara. Kakashi was silent for a moment, weighing the risks. Then he nodded. All right. But we do this carefully. No unnecessary risks, no heroic charges, no splitting up without clear communication protocols. These are S-rank opponents, even together we're not guaranteed victory. Understood, Gaara said. My siblings will accompany us. Temari and Kankuro are both Jounin level, and they know the desert better than anyone. Good. Then let's begin planning. They tracked Sasori's trail for 2 days. The puppet master was skilled at concealing his movements, but Gaara's control over sand extended for miles in every direction, giving them awareness of disturbances that would have been invisible to ordinary tracking. Combined with Naruto's cultivation-enhanced perception and Kankuro's expertise in puppet construction, which gave him insights into how Sasori would think and move, they gradually closed the distance. The confrontation came in a valley of red stone, where ancient erosion had carved pillars and arches into shapes that seemed almost deliberate. Sasori waited for them in the valley's center, surrounded by 100 puppets that hung motionless in the air, a puppet army, each piece carrying weapons designed to kill in dozens of different ways. Gaara of the desert, Sasori said, his voice carrying the flat effect of someone who had long ago abandoned normal human emotion. I wasn't expecting you to come hunting me. Interesting choice. Your attack failed. Your partner fled. And now you face 5 opponents who are prepared for your techniques. Gaara's sand swirled around him, defensive and aggressive simultaneously. Surrender or die. Surrender. Sasori's laugh was a dry, rasping sound. I haven't surrendered to anything in 40 years. Why would I start with you? The puppets moved. The battle was chaos. Sasori's control was absolute, 100 puppets moving with independent precision, each one an extension of his will, each one capable of killing in a dozen different ways. They swarmed through the valley in patterns that seemed random but were actually calculated to exploit every opening, every moment of distraction. Kankuro fought puppet against puppet, his 3 combat models holding their own against dozens of Sasori's lesser creations. Temari used wind techniques to create zones of denial, forcing clusters of puppets into positions where they could be destroyed together. Sakura's medical knowledge let her identify and neutralize the poisons that coated every blade and needle. And Naruto. Naruto fought like something beyond human. His cultivation had transformed him in ways that went far beyond simple physical enhancement. He moved through the puppet swarm with fluid precision, each strike calculated to disable rather than destroy, each dodge positioned to open opportunities for his allies. The Kyuubi's chakra wrapped around him like armor, burning away poison before it could take effect, enhancing his healing to levels that made even serious wounds temporary. Impressive, Sasori observed, his attention splitting between Gaara's relentless sand and Naruto's devastating efficiency. You've developed considerably since the reports I received. This will require adjustment. He raised his hands, and the remaining puppets withdrew, not retreating, but repositioning. At the same time, his cloak fell away, revealing what lay beneath. Sasori's true body was itself a puppet, a wooden frame containing his still-living heart, the only organic part of him that remained. And contained within that frame were weapons beyond anything his other puppets possessed. I am Sasori of the Red Sand, he said. I've killed Kazekage. I've slaughtered villages. I turned my own parents into puppets before I was 12 years old. Do you really think you can defeat me? Yes, Naruto said simply, and attacked. The final exchange lasted approximately 90 seconds. Sasori's puppet body was powerful, streams of water laced with deadly poison, jets of flame that could incinerate steel, 1,000 blades that moved faster than the eye could track. Against ordinary shinobi, it would have been unstoppable. Naruto wasn't ordinary. He took the hits. Poison burned through his system and was neutralized by the Kyuubi's chakra. Flames scorched his skin and were healed by cultivation energy. Blades cut deep and sealed themselves before they could cause permanent damage. And while Sasori was focused on him, Gaara's sand was closing in. The puppet master realized too late, his attention divided, his defenses compromised, his escape routes sealed by walls of compressed sand. He tried to withdraw his heart container, to escape into another body that might give him a chance. Gaara's sand crushed it before he could move. For what you did to this land, the Kazekage said quietly. For the people you've killed. For the pain you've caused. This is your end. Sasori's wooden body crumpled, his consciousness finally extinguished after decades of artificial existence. The first member of the Akatsuki had fallen. Chapter 20, The Return. They returned to Suna as heroes. The news of Sasori's death spread quickly, a legendary missing nin, a member of the organization that threatened Jinchuriki everywhere, eliminated by a coalition of sand and leaf shinobi. It was exactly the kind of victory both villages needed, a demonstration that cooperation could achieve what neither could accomplish alone. Gaara hosted them for 3 days, recovering from the battle and coordinating the political response. The alliance between Suna and Konoha, strained by Orochimaru's manipulation during the invasion, was quietly strengthened through a series of agreements that would have long-term implications for both villages. You've changed, Naruto observed during one of their private conversations. The last time we spoke, you were still learning to want things. Now you're leading a village. The responsibility helps. Gaara's pale eyes held depths that hadn't been there before. When people depend on you, it's easier to find purpose. Easier to resist the darkness. And Shikaku? Still angry. Still hungry. Still whispering about destruction and proving existence through blood. Gaara's expression flickered with something that might have been dark humor. But quieter now. The cultivation techniques help. They give me anchor points, places to stand when the flood threatens to overwhelm. I'm glad. So am I. Gaara extended his hand, and Naruto took it. Thank you, Naruto. For everything. For seeing something in me when everyone else only saw a monster. For believing I could be more. You were always more. You just needed someone to remind you. The journey back to Konoha was quieter than the journey out. Sasuke walked in silence, processing the battle they'd witnessed, comparing his own capabilities to what he'd seen from Naruto and Gaara. The gap was obvious. Two Jinchuriki, both transforming their burdens into strength, both becoming something that transcended normal shinobi limitations. The curse seal burned against his neck, whispering its usual promises. You're thinking about it, Naruto said quietly, falling into step beside him. Thinking about what? The power Orochimaru offered. Whether what you have is enough to achieve your goals. Sasuke's jaw tightened. What I saw today, what you did, that wasn't the power of the Nine Tails alone. It was something else. Something you've developed yourself. Cultivation. I've mentioned it before. You've been vague about it before. But I watched you fight Sasori. The way you moved, the way you healed, the way you processed the battlefield, that's not normal chakra enhancement. No. It's not. Can you teach me? The question hung in the air between them. Naruto had been expecting it, dreading it, hoping for it, all at once. Teaching Sasuke cultivation could make him a powerful ally. It could also give him tools that might be used for darker purposes. The cultivation I practice isn't compatible with the cursed seal, Naruto said finally. The seal is designed to corrupt, to addict, to ultimately control. Cultivation requires a foundation of stability, mental, spiritual, physical. The two systems would fight each other. Then I remove the seal. Can you? Orochimaru designed it to be permanent. The only way I know to remove it would probably kill you. Sasuke was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, quieter, more vulnerable than Naruto had ever heard it. I've been having dreams. About my family, my clan, the night Itachi destroyed everything. But lately, the dreams have been changing. Instead of watching my family die, I watched myself become Itachi. The same cold eyes, the same empty face, the same willingness to sacrifice everything for power. That's the seal. I know. It's trying to push me toward a path I don't want to walk. Sasuke looked at Naruto directly. Help me find another way. I can't do this alone. Naruto considered his teammate, the boy who had been his rival, his enemy, his grudging ally. The boy who carried a burden of trauma and hatred that would have destroyed most people. The boy who was, finally, asking for help. I'll talk to Tsunade, Naruto said. And to Jiraiya. If there's a way to remove the seal safely, they'll know it. And once you're free of it. He paused. I'll teach you everything I can. Sasuke's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted, a weight lifting, a possibility opening. Thank you? Don't thank me yet. The process won't be easy. Nothing worth doing ever is. They reached Konoha at sunset, the village gates welcoming them home with the same quiet constancy they always had. Mission reports were filed, debriefings were scheduled, the machinery of shinobi administration grinding forward with its usual inexorable momentum. But beneath the ordinary routines, something had shifted. The Akatsuki had lost one of its members. The alliance between Konoha and Suna was stronger than ever. And Sasuke Uchiha, for the first time since his family's massacre, was reaching for something other than revenge. Progress. Dakyubi observed as Naruto walked through the evening streets toward his apartment. Slow progress. But progress. You're learning patience. That's unexpected. People change. So you keep saying. The fox's presence settled into comfortable silence, its attention turning inward toward whatever thoughts occupied an ancient being sealed within a 12-year-old boy. Naruto climbed the stairs to his apartment, opened the door, and found himself facing an unexpected visitor. Jiraiya sat at his kitchen table, a scroll spread before him, his expression carrying the particular gravity that meant important conversations were incoming. Kid! We need to talk. About what? About what comes next. About the Akatsuki. About. He hesitated, something flickering across his face. About your father's legacy. The parts one haven't told you yet. Naruto sat down across from his godfather, feeling the weight of revelations not yet made. I'm listening. Chapter 21, Legacy Unveiled. The scroll Jiraiya had brought contained information that changed everything. Your father didn't just seal the Nine Tails into you, Jiraiya explained, his voice heavy with old secrets, finally released. He also sealed a portion of his own chakra, and your mother's. Emergency backups, designed to activate if you ever lost control of the fox or faced threats beyond your ability to handle alone. I know. The entity told me, during the original sealing. But the entity only knew what was happening at that moment. What it couldn't know was what your father added afterward, in the final seconds before he died, working faster than anyone had a right to work, pushing the limits of Fuinjutsu beyond anything that had ever been attempted. Jiraiya unrolled the scroll further, revealing diagrams that made Naruto's head spin. The seal on his stomach was complex, yes, but what Jiraiya was showing him was something else entirely. Layer upon layer of interlocking arrays, each one serving a different purpose, all of them working together toward ends that Minato had envisioned but never lived to see. Your father was a genius. The greatest seal master since the Uzumaki clan's height, maybe even greater. And in those final moments, facing certain death, he created something that shouldn't be possible. What? A path. A specific, guided path toward the integration of Bija and Host, designed around principles he'd found in the Uzumaki archives. Principles that aligned, according to his notes, with something called cultivation. Naruto stared at the diagrams, seeing patterns he recognized from his own development. The meridian structures, the energy centers, the flow patterns that connected everything together. He knew. He actually knew about cultivation. He suspected. He couldn't prove it, couldn't access it directly, but he found enough fragments to understand the theory. And he built those theories into your seal, hoping that if cultivation ever became possible for you, the seal would support rather than hinder your development. The implications were staggering. Naruto had assumed his progress was the result of the entity's gift and his own hard work. Now he was learning that his father had prepared the ground, had anticipated possibilities that shouldn't have been anticipatable, had given him advantages he'd never known about. There's more, Jiraiya continued. The backup chakra signatures, your parents' consciousness fragments, they're not just emergency measures. They're repositories. Storage spaces containing everything your father learned about sealing, everything your mother knew about Jinchuriki control. If you can access them, I'd have their knowledge. Their experience. Exactly. But accessing them isn't simple. The seal is designed to protect that information until you're ready for it. Rushing the process could damage the containers, destroying the knowledge forever. How do I know when I'm ready? That's where cultivation comes in. Jiraiya leaned forward, his expression intense. Your father's notes describe stages of development that align with what you've been doing: foundation establishment, physique tempering, the realms beyond. He predicted that each realm you completed would unlock new portions of the seal, granting access to more of your parents' legacy. Naruto sat back, processing the cascade of revelations. His father hadn't just saved his life the night of his birth, he'd set him on a path that would, if followed correctly, give him everything he needed to become something unprecedented. How did you get these notes? I thought most of my father's research was lost or sealed. It was. The Sandaime kept the most sensitive materials in a vault that required specific conditions to open, specifically, the presence of someone with both the Namikaze and Uzumaki bloodlines who had also made significant progress in alternative energy development. Jiraiya smiled slightly. That's you, kid. The vault opened when you walked past it during the Tsunade succession meetings. The wards recognized you. Why didn't you tell me then? Because I needed to verify the contents. Some of what's in there. He shook his head. Some of it changes our understanding of history itself. The Sage of Six Paths, the origins of chakra, the Akatsuki's true goals. Your father uncovered things that the world has been trying to bury for millennia. Tell me. The explanation took hours. The Akatsuki's goal, according to Minato's research, wasn't simply to collect Bija. It was to recreate the original Ten Tails, the source from which all 9 Bija had been split, the entity that had existed before the Sage of Six Paths divided its power. And with the 10 Tails restored, someone intended to become its Jinchuriki. Whoever succeeds would have power beyond comprehension, Jiraiya said grimly. The ability to manipulate reality itself, to reshape the world according to their will. The sage sealed the 10 Tails and split it for a reason. It was too dangerous to exist in any form that could be controlled. Who's behind it? Who's trying to resurrect the 10 Tails? Your father's notes suggest someone calling themselves Toby, a masked individual who's been manipulating events from the shadows for decades. The attack on Konoha the night you were born? Toby orchestrated it, releasing the 9 Tails from your mother with the specific intention of weakening the village and recovering the Bija. My parents died because of this, Toby? Indirectly, yes. Minato realized what was happening and improvised, sealed the 9 Tails into you instead of letting it be captured, set up contingencies that Toby hadn't anticipated. Your existence has been throwing wrenches into Toby's plans ever since. Naruto felt rage building in his chest, cold, focused rage at the entity that had destroyed his family, stolen his childhood, set in motion the chain of events that had shaped his entire life. I'm going to find him, Naruto said. This Toby. And I'm going to stop whatever he's planning. That's the idea. Jiraiya's expression held something approaching pride. But you're not ready yet. Toby has been accumulating power for generations. He's connected to the Uchiha somehow, the Sharingan is involved in his abilities. And he's patient. Whatever his timeline is, it's measured in years, not months. Then I train harder. Cultivate faster. Become strong enough that his patience. Chapter 22, Mount Myaboku. The reverse summoning deposited Naruto on a lily pad the size of a house. Mount Myaboku stretched around him in every direction, a land of giant plants, strange rock formations, and toads of every conceivable size. Natural energy saturated everything, so thick that Naruto's cultivation senses almost overloaded trying to process it all. Welcome, young Naruto. The voice came from a toad seated on a neighboring pad, ancient, enormous, wearing a cloak that somehow made him look dignified rather than ridiculous. This was Fukasaku, one of the two great sage toads, and the being who would guide Naruto's training. Jiraiya-chan told us about you, Fukasaku continued. Said you've got potential that defies explanation. Let's see if he was right. Sage training was, in many ways, exactly what cultivation had prepared him for. The core concept was drawing natural energy into the body and balancing it with physical and spiritual energy to create senjutsu chakra, an enhanced form of power that boosted all abilities while granting access to techniques impossible through normal means. For most shinobi, this was incredibly dangerous. Drawing too much natural energy caused petrification, the body literally turning to stone as external power overwhelmed internal systems. The balance required was extremely precise, and failure was permanent. For Naruto, with his cultivation refined meridians and his enhanced energy centers, it was merely very difficult. Your foundation is remarkable, Fukasaku observed after the first week. You're already holding natural energy at levels that take most trainees months to achieve. Your control is. My cultivation involves similar processes. Natural energy absorption, refinement, integration. Sage mode is like an accelerated version of techniques I've been practicing for a year. Yes, but Sage mode requires balance in ways cultivation apparently doesn't. You're absorbing natural energy efficiently, but you're not balancing it properly. You're filtering it through those meridian things instead of merging it directly with your chakra. Is that a problem? I'm not sure. It might actually be an advantage if we can figure out how to use it. The breakthrough came in the third week. Naruto had been struggling with the balance issue, trying to force natural energy into the standard Sage mode pattern despite his body's natural inclination to process it through cultivation pathways. The result was a constant state of partial transformation, enhanced but unstable, powerful but difficult to maintain. Stop fighting your body, Fukasaku finally advised. You're trying to be something you're not. Let the energy flow where it wants to flow. So Naruto did. Instead of forcing natural energy into chakra integration, he let it fill his cultivation pathways first, his sea of essence, his meridians, his energy centers. Then, from that foundation, he guided the overflow into his chakra system, using his cultivation base as a filter and stabilizer. The result was unlike anything the toads had ever seen. Two-stage Sage mode. Fukasaku breathed, watching Naruto's transformation with wide eyes. You're using your cultivation as a buffer, letting it pre-process natural energy before merging it with your chakra. The stability is incredible. You could maintain this state for hours instead of minutes. And the power? Test it. Naruto extended his hand, gathering energy for a basic Rasengan. The technique formed instantly, but it was different, larger, denser, wrapped in a shell of natural energy that made it hum with barely contained potential. This is significant. Fukasaku hopped closer, examining the technique with expert eyes. You've combined 3 energy systems into one: cultivation, chakra, and natural energy. The synergy is beyond anything in our records. Then I'm ready? For basic Sage mode? Yes. For what you're actually capable of. The ancient toad shook his head slowly. You've barely scratched the surface. This could take years to fully master. I don't have years. The Akatsuki is moving. Then you'd better learn fast. The remaining weeks of training were intense beyond anything Naruto had experienced. He pushed his 2-stage Sage mode to its limits, developing techniques that combined all 3 energy systems into devastating applications. The Rasen Shuriken emerged from these experiments, a wind-natured Rasengan that could destroy enemies at the cellular level. Frog Kata, the taijutsu style of the Sage Toads, adapted to his enhanced perception and speed into something that even Fukasaku admitted he'd never seen before. But the greatest development was something else entirely. Naruto had been cultivating for over a year now. His foundation establishment was complete, his preparations for physique tempering well underway. And with the massive influx of natural energy that sage training provided, his advancement suddenly accelerated. Interesting. The QB observed as Naruto meditated on the final day of his training. Your cultivation is progressing faster than should be possible. The natural energy of this place is acting as a catalyst. A catalyst for what? For breaking through to the next realm. You're on the edge of physique tempering, have been for months. The concentrated natural energy here is providing the final push. Is that safe? Safe is relative. The breakthrough will be painful, possibly dangerous. But the rewards. Naruto felt the energy building in his system, cultivation, sage mode, Bija chakra, all three streams converging toward a single point. The entity had warned him not to rush physique tempering. But this didn't feel rushed, it felt inevitable, like a fruit ripening in its own time. Let it happen, he decided. The breakthrough hit like a tidal wave. Pain was inadequate to describe what followed. Every cell in Naruto's body screamed as natural energy, refined through cultivation, stabilized through sage mode, flooded his physical form and began the process of transformation. Bones cracked and reformed. Muscles tore and regrew. His very blood seemed to boil in his veins as impurities were burned away and replaced with something purer. It lasted for hours. Days. He lost track of time entirely, conscious of nothing but the agony and the absolute certainty that stopping now would destroy everything he built. And then, suddenly it was over. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself lying on the lily pad, Fukasaku watching with an expression that mixed concern and awe. You've been unconscious for 3 days, the toad said. We thought we'd lost you several times. But you kept fighting, kept pushing through. And now I'm different. Naruto sat up slowly, feeling his body respond in ways it never had before. Everything was sharper, his senses, his reflexes, his strength. The world seemed to move more slowly around him, giving him time to process and react that he never possessed. Physique tempering, he breathed. I broke through. Whatever you call it, you're definitely not the same person who arrived here a month ago. Fukasaku moved closer, examining Naruto with the analytical eye of someone who had trained countless shinobi. Your physical capabilities have increased by, I'm not sure how to measure it. Significantly. Perhaps by an order of magnitude. Good. Naruto rose to his feet, testing his new body, feeling the power coiled within muscles that were both familiar and utterly changed. Because I'm going to need every advantage I can get. For what? For what comes next. Chapter 23, Return to War. Konoha was under threat when Naruto returned. Not active combat, not yet, but the kind of building tension that preceded catastrophe. Intelligence reports had confirmed the Akatsuki's accelerated timeline. Multiple Jinchuriki had been captured in his absence, their bijou extracted, their hosts killed. The organization was moving faster than anyone had anticipated. They're getting desperate, Tsunade explained during his first briefing. Sasori's death disrupted their operations significantly. They're trying to complete their collection before we can organize a coordinated response. How many are left? 3 bijou remain unaccounted for, the 2 tails, the 8 tails, and the 9 tails. She paused. You. I assumed. What's the plan? Defense for now. We've coordinated with Kumo, the 2 and 8 tails are their Jinchuriki, and they're taking the threat seriously. If the Akatsuki attacks either of us, the other responds with full military force. That sounds reactive. We should be hunting them. We don't know where their base is. We don't know how many members remain. What we know is that they're S-rank threats, and engaging them without proper preparation is suicide. Then let me prepare. Tsunade studied him, seeing the changes that a month on Mount Myaboku had wrought. He stood differently now, more grounded, more balanced, radiating quiet confidence instead of the desperate energy of his earlier development. You've changed. Again. I broke through to the next realm of cultivation. And I achieved Sage Mode, a modified version that works with my existing abilities. Show me. The demonstration was brief but impressive. Naruto activated his 2-stage Sage Mode in the training ground, letting the transformation wash over him. His eyes shifted, the horizontal pupil of Sage Mode appeared, but surrounded by rings that hinted at deeper changes. Natural energy saturated his form, combined with cultivation power and bijou chakra into something that defied easy classification. This is beyond anything I've seen, Tsunade said slowly. Your chakra reserves have increased exponentially, and there's something else, a stability, a solidity to your presence that wasn't there before. Physique tempering. The second realm of cultivation. My body is fundamentally different now, stronger, Faster, more resilient at the cellular level. How strong? Naruto looked for something to demonstrate on. His eyes found a training post, solid wood, reinforced with metal bands, designed to withstand Jounin-level attacks without significant damage. He flicked it. A casual, almost dismissive gesture, using perhaps a tenth of his available strength. The post exploded. Not cracked. Not shattered. Exploded, reduced to splinters and fragments that scattered across the training ground like shrapnel from a detonation. That's strong, Naruto said quietly. Tsunade stared at the remains of the training post, then at Naruto, then back at the destruction. We need to talk about operational classifications, she said finally. Because whatever you were before this training, it's not what you are now. The standard mission assignment protocols don't apply anymore. What do you suggest? I suggest we figure out exactly what you're capable of, develop protocols specific to your abilities, and then point you at the Akatsuki like the weapon you've become. I'm not a weapon. No. You're something more dangerous. Tsunade's expression carried respect and something approaching concern. You're an ideal. A symbol of what human potential can achieve. And symbols are harder to control than weapons. I don't want to be controlled. I want to protect people. I know. That's what makes you dangerous. You're uncontrollable, but your intentions are good. The village won't know what to make of you. Then I'll show them. Naruto let his sage mode fade, returning to normal appearance. I'll demonstrate through action that power doesn't have to corrupt. That strength can serve protection rather than domination. That the old patterns don't have to repeat forever. Tsunade was silent for a long moment. Your father used to say things like that. So did your mother. She turned toward the Hokage tower, gesturing for him to follow. Let's hope you're more successful at proving it than they were. The attack came 3 days later. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, a figure of myth and rumor who had never been confirmed to actually exist, led an assault on Konoha with forces that dwarfed anything the village had faced since the Nine-Tails attack 13 years before. 6 bodies, each one possessing the Rinnegan, the legendary dojutsu of the Sage of Six Paths himself. Each body had different abilities, different specializations, all coordinated by a single consciousness that controlled them from a distance. The village mobilized. Jounin, Chunin, Anbu, everyone capable of combat threw themselves into the defense. Buildings fell. Fires spread. The familiar streets became unfamiliar hellscapes of destruction and death. And through it all, Naruto waited. Not hiding. Planning. The sage mode required perfect stillness to gather natural energy, and he needed everything he could accumulate for what was coming. Naruto. Tsunade's voice came through a communication seal on his wrist. Pain is heading for the village center. He's looking for you, specifically for the Nine-Tails. I know. I can feel him. The damage is extensive. We're holding, but barely. If he brings out his full capabilities, he won't get the chance. Naruto's eyes opened, fully golden with horizontal pupils, natural energy radiating from every pore. He rose from his meditation, his body humming with power that made the air around him vibrate. I'm ready. He vanished, flash-stepping toward the confrontation that would define the course of history. Chapter 24, The Path of Pain. Pain stood in the crater that had been Konoha's commercial district. 6 bodies, arranged in a loose formation, each one scanning for threats with the purple-rippled eyes of the Rinnegan. Around them, destruction spread for hundreds of meters, the result of techniques that warped gravity itself, crushing and destroying with forces that belonged to gods rather than men. Naruto appeared at the crater's edge, his 2-stage sage mode blazing with power that made the very air around him shimmer. Uzumaki Naruto. Pain's voice came from the central body, Deva Path, the most dangerous of the 6. We finally meet. You attacked my home. Killed my people. Destroyed years of rebuilding. Naruto's voice was flat, controlled, carrying none of the rage that burned beneath the surface. Why? To demonstrate the futility of resistance. To show this world what true power looks like. And to claim the Nine-Tails for purposes beyond your comprehension. Tell me anyway. Pain was silent for a moment, studying Naruto with those legendary eyes. When he spoke again, his voice carried something that almost sounded like respect. You're different from the reports. Stronger. More composed. The intelligence suggested a loud, impulsive child. What I see is something else entirely. People change. Do they? In my experience, they simply become more of what they already were. Deva Path raised a hand, and gravity warped around it. This world is trapped in cycles of hatred. War leads to peace leads to war. Villages prosper and fall. Jinchuriki are created, used, and destroyed. Nothing changes because nothing can change, not while people remain as they are. And you think collecting bijou will fix that? I think it will give me the power to impose change from outside the system. To make the world understand pain on a scale so vast that war becomes unthinkable. Devapath's expression showed no emotion, but something in his voice carried conviction. I've seen what hatred does. I've lived through wars that cost millions of lives. The only way to end the cycle is to transcend it, to become something so far beyond human concerns that I can reshape reality itself. You're wrong. Am I? Show me an alternative. Show me a way to end suffering that doesn't require suffering. Naruto considered the question, really considered it, giving pain's philosophy the serious attention it demanded. The man before him wasn't a monster, not really. He was a victim who had become a perpetrator, someone who had seen too much horror and concluded that more horror was the only solution. I can't end all suffering, Naruto said finally. No one can. But I can choose how I respond to my own pain. I can choose to break the cycle instead of perpetuating it. To protect instead of destroy. To connect instead of isolate. Words. Pretty words that mean nothing against the reality of power. Then let me show you what they mean. He moved. The battle that followed was the most intense of Naruto's life. Pain's 6 bodies attacked in perfect coordination, each one covering the weaknesses of the others, their combined capabilities approaching the theoretical limits of shinobi combat. Gravity manipulation, soul extraction, mechanical transformations, summoning techniques, absorption abilities, memory reading, every path brought unique dangers that had to be countered simultaneously. Naruto fought them all. His 2-stage Sage mode let him track all 6 bodies at once, natural energy providing awareness that exceeded even the Rinnegan's perception. His physique-tempered body absorbed impacts that would have pulverized ordinary shinobi. His shadow clones, enhanced with Sage energy, engaged multiple paths while he focused on the most dangerous threats. One by one, the bodies fell. Animal Path went down to a Raisin Shuriken that shredded its summoning abilities. Preta Path was overwhelmed by pure energy output that exceeded its absorption capabilities. Human Path was destroyed before it could touch him, Flash stepped past and eliminated with prejudice. But Deva Path remained. Impressive, Pain said, his remaining body floating above the destruction. You've surpassed every expectation. But it's not enough. He raised both hands, and the world itself seemed to groan. Shinra Tensei. Gravity reversed. Not locally, everywhere. The entire crater, everything within a mile radius, was suddenly under a force that pushed outward from Deva Path with planet-destroying intensity. Naruto felt himself flying backward, every technique he prepared shattered by the fundamental alteration of physics. Buildings that had survived the earlier destruction collapsed entirely. The earth itself cracked and heaved. And then Pain spoke the words that changed everything. Chibaku Tensei. A black sphere formed in the sky, a gravitational singularity that began pulling everything toward it. Earth, stone, buildings, people, anything not anchored to bedrock was dragged upward toward the forming moon. Naruto fought against the pull, his Sage mode screaming as natural energy was disrupted by the impossible technique. He could feel himself losing, could feel everything he built being overwhelmed by power that really did approach the divine. And in that moment, something inside him broke. The seal his father had created contained layers of emergency measures. Facing destruction on a scale that exceeded anything he could handle alone, those measures activated. Naruto found himself in his mindscape, not the sewer he'd visited before, but something else. A bright space, filled with warm light, where 2 figures waited for him. A blond man with his eyes. A red-haired woman with his face. Mom? Naruto's voice cracked. Dad? Hey, son. Minato's smile was exactly as Naruto had imagined it. We've been waiting for you. I'm so proud of you. Kushina added, tears streaming down her face. So proud. Look at what you've become. But how? The seal. We stored fragments of ourselves inside it, waiting for the moment you need us most. Minato's expression turned serious. I can see what's happening outside. Pain's technique is beyond anything we anticipated. But there's something you need to understand. What? The Nine Tails' full power. Not the fractions you've been using, the complete, unfiltered power of the strongest Bija. Your mother and I set up contingencies to give you access when you were ready. He paused. You're ready. Kushina moved forward, wrapping Naruto in an embrace that felt more real than anything he'd experienced in his entire life. Your father's going to modify the seal, she whispered. Give you what you need to win. But before he does, I wanted you to know that we love you. That we've always loved you. That everything we've done, we did because we believed in you. I know. Naruto's arms came up to return the embrace. I've always known. Even when I didn't understand it, I felt it. That's our boy. Kushina pulled back, her face wet but her smile brilliant. Now go save the village. Show Pain what the will of fire really looks like. Minato placed his hand on the seal at Naruto's stomach. This might hurt a bit. The seal unlocked. In the physical world, something changed. Naruto's body, still struggling against Chibaku Tensei's pull, suddenly blazed with light so intense that Pain himself had to shield his eyes. Golden chakra erupted from every pore, forming a construct around him, a massive, humanoid figure made of pure energy, with 9 tails streaming behind it. The 9 tails chakra mode. What? Pain's voice carried genuine shock. That form. Full integration. Naruto's voice resonated from within the golden construct. Everything my parents prepared for me. Everything I've cultivated. Everything the fox and I have built together. He raised one massive hand toward the forming moon. Time to end this. The Bijudama, the tailed beast bomb, most powerful technique of the 9 Biju, formed in his palm. But this wasn't an ordinary attack. Sage energy infused it, cultivation power stabilized it, the full might of the 9 tails compressed into a single point of absolute destruction. He threw it. The Chibaku Tensei shattered. The aftermath was oddly quiet. Pain, the real Pain, the crippled original body hidden in a distant location, had been tracked through the link with Deva Path. Naruto found him there, dying from the exertion of his techniques, barely clinging to consciousness. Finish it, Nagato said, blood trickling from his lips. You've won. Take your revenge. Naruto looked at the man who had destroyed his home, killed his friends, threatened everything he cared about. The rage was still there, still burning, still demanding satisfaction. He let it go. No. No! Killing you solves nothing. The cycle continues, the hatred spreads, the pattern repeats. You said it yourself, war leads to peace leads to war. Breaking that cycle requires someone to stop first. You're naive. The world won't change just because one person refuses to take revenge. Maybe. But I have to start somewhere. Naruto extended his hand. Come back with me. Answer for what you've done, but do it alive. Help us understand what drove you here. Help us build something better. Nagato stared at the offered hand, seeing something in Naruto's eyes that defied everything he believed about humanity. You remind me of someone, he said softly. Someone I knew a long time ago. Someone who believed the world could change through understanding instead of force. Jiraiya-sensei? Yes. Nagato's eyes widened. You know? He was my godfather. He trained me. He died believing you could be reached, that under all the pain and hatred, there was still a person worth saving. Tears streamed down Nagato's face, the first genuine emotion the man had shown since the battle began. I've done terrible things. Unforgivable things. I know. But the past can't be changed, only the future. What happens next is up to you. For a long moment, Nagato was silent. Then, slowly, he reached out and took Naruto's hand. Show me, he said. Show me this world you believe in. Chapter 25, New Dawn. The reconstruction of Konoha began the day after Pain's defeat. It was massive in scope, entire districts had been flattened, infrastructure destroyed, services disrupted. But the village had survived worse in its history, and its people had endured worse losses. They would rebuild, as they always had. Naruto helped where he could, using shadow clones to multiply the labor force, but his attention was increasingly drawn elsewhere. Nagato had provided information about the Akatsuki, its remaining members, its true goals, its connections to the mysterious Tobi who had orchestrated so much suffering over so many years. Tobi is planning something called the Eye of the Moon Plan, Nagato explained during one of their sessions. He wants to use the completed Tentails to cast an infinite illusion, a genjutsu that would trap the entire world in a dream where there's no conflict, no pain, no suffering. A fake peace. Yes. But to him, the distinction between real and illusory doesn't matter. He's lost everyone he ever cared about. The only way he can imagine being happy is if reality itself changes to accommodate his grief. That's insane. It's desperate. There's a difference. Nagato's expression was haunted. I understand the impulse, even if I no longer share the solution. When you've experienced enough loss, the idea of reshaping reality becomes seductive. The alternative, living with pain, accepting that suffering is inevitable, seems unbearable. But it's not. I've lived with loss my entire life. My parents, my childhood, every person who looked at me with hate instead of understanding. And I survived. I grew. I became something other than a product of my suffering. That's why you were able to reach me. You understand pain without being consumed by it. Nagato's eyes, still bearing the Rinnegan, though weakened from overuse, met Naruto's directly. Tobi won't be reached the same way. He's too far gone, too committed to his plan. The only way to stop him is to fight. Then we fight. Not yet. The fourth great shinobi war is coming. Toby will use the remaining Jinchuriki as leverage, forcing the villages to choose between surrendering their hosts or facing annihilation. You need to be ready when that confrontation comes. 6 months of intensive preparation followed. Naruto pushed his cultivation to new heights, progressing through the middle stages of physique tempering toward the realm's peak. His integration with the Ninetales deepened, the relationship between host and Bijou shifting from uneasy alliance towards something approaching genuine partnership. "You're not the same brat who woke me during the graduation exam," Kurama observed one day, the first time the fox had used anything other than dismissive nicknames. "Neither are you." "The hate's fading." "The hate was never real. It was a defense mechanism, a way to protect myself from the inevitable betrayal that always came with Jinchuriki relationships." "But you..." "I what?" "You actually want to be partners. Not just use my power, but genuinely collaborate. It's unexpected. Is that a problem?" "No." And for the first time, something like warmth entered the QB's voice. "It's a relief." The war declaration came 8 months after Pain's attack. Toby, revealing himself as the orchestrator of Konoha's original tragedy, the masked man who had released the Ninetales and killed Naruto's parents, demanded the surrender of the remaining Jinchuriki. When the 5 Kage refused, he announced his intention to take them by force. The fourth great shinobi war began. The war lasted weeks, not months, not years, but weeks of concentrated, devastating conflict that reshaped the shinobi world forever. Naruto fought on multiple fronts simultaneously, his shadow clones providing a force multiplier that no other shinobi could match. He faced the resurrected corpses of legendary shinobi, defeated transformed enemies who had once been allies, pushed his abilities to limits he hadn't known existed. And through it all, he grew. The peak of physique tempering came during the battle against the White Zetsu army, countless artificial humans, each one a fragment of the original Ten Tails, overwhelming through sheer numbers rather than individual capability. Naruto destroyed them by the thousands, his cultivation power expanding with every conflict, his foundation solidifying into something unshakable. "You're ready," Kurama said as they approached the final confrontation. "For what comes next?" "What comes next?" "The third realm. Essence condensation. The stage where cultivators begin forming the core that will carry them through all subsequent development. It's been millions of years since anyone on this world reached that level. No pressure then. Considerable pressure, actually. But you're used to that." The final battle occurred on a plane that had been created specifically for the confrontation, a dimensional space formed by the Ten Tails awakening, where the laws of normal reality were suspended. Toby stood at the center, the nearly complete Ten Tails thrashing behind him, the combined might of the Bijou he'd captured forming a weapon of unprecedented destruction. "This is the end," Toby announced. "The Eye of the Moon plan concludes tonight. This world of pain and suffering will be replaced by a paradise of eternal peace. A fake paradise. A prison that people never chose. Choice is an illusion. Freedom is suffering. The only true escape is transcendence, and I will provide it, whether this world wants it or not. Then I'll stop you." Naruto activated everything he had: Ninetales chakra mode, 2-stage sage mode, the cultivation power he'd accumulated over 2 years of relentless development. Power exploded from him in waves that reshaped the dimensional space around them. "Impressive," Toby admitted. "But insufficient." The Ten Tails attacked. The battle was the most intense conflict in the history of the shinobi world. Naruto fought alone at first. The other shinobi forces couldn't survive in the dimensional space, couldn't withstand the pressures generated by the clashing titans. He faced the Ten Tails full might with everything he had, and for a while, it was enough. Then Toby began extracting the beast's power directly, absorbing the Ten Tails' essence into his own body, becoming the Jinchuriki of the original entity that had been split into 9 fragments millennia before. "Now you see," Toby said, his body warping with power that exceeded anything mortal. "Now you understand. This is what true strength looks like. This is what it means to transcend." "No." Naruto's voice was steady despite his exhaustion. "This is what it means to give up. To decide that the world can't be fixed, so you'll replace it with a dream. That's not strength, it's surrender. Then show me the alternative. Show me how to survive in a world where everyone you love dies, where every victory leads to new conflicts, where pain is the only constant. I can't show you how to avoid pain, but I can show you how to survive it." Naruto reached deep, deeper than he'd ever gone before. Past the Ninetales chakra. Past his cultivation reserves. Past even the sage mode energy that saturated his form. He touched something else. Something fundamental. The breakthrough hit. Essence condensation was nothing like the previous realms. Foundation establishment built the structure. Physique tempering transformed the body. But essence condensation created something new, a core of pure potential, formed from the accumulated experiences and energies of everything that came before. Naruto felt it form in his center, a crystalline sphere of impossible density, containing within it the essence of who he was and who he could become. His father's legacy. His mother's love. The Kyuubi's power. The entity's gift. Every person he'd connected with, every bond he'd formed, every moment of growth and struggle and triumph. It all came together. The transformation was visible, golden light that wasn't just chakra, wasn't just sage energy, but something else entirely. A new form of power that had never existed in this world before. What? Tobi's voice held genuine fear for the first time. What have you become? Something you never imagined. Something that proves your entire philosophy wrong. Naruto raised his hand, and power answered, not destructive, not violent, but creative. Healing. Connecting. The world doesn't need to be replaced, Tobi. It needs to be loved. And I'm going to show you how. The final exchange lasted approximately 17 seconds. Tobi's Tentail's power met Naruto's essence condensation breakthrough in a collision that should have destroyed both of them. But Naruto wasn't trying to destroy, he was trying to connect. To reach past the hatred and grief that had consumed his enemy and touch the person beneath. The Tentail's chakra, dragged through that connection, began to shift. The hatred that defined it, accumulated over millennia of betrayal and misuse, started to fade, replaced by something else. Understanding. Acceptance. Peace. Tobi screamed as his borrowed power was transformed, as the foundation of his plan crumbled around him, as everything he'd built collapsed in the face of a force he'd never anticipated. This is impossible. You can't change what the Bijou are. You can't undo millennia of hatred. I'm not undoing anything. I'm giving them a choice. Naruto's voice resonated with harmonics that touched something deeper than ordinary hearing. The same choice I gave Gaara. The same choice I gave you. The cycle only continues if we let it. The hatred only persists if we feed it. You can choose differently. Right now. Right here. Tobi stared at him, not with the masked arrogance he'd shown throughout the war, but with something raw. Vulnerable. Human. I can't, he whispered. I've done too much. Gone too far. There's no coming back. There's always a way back. It just requires taking the first step. For an eternal moment, everything hung in balance. Then Tobi, Obito, the man behind the mask, the lost student of the 4th Hokage, made his choice. Epilogue, the 7th Hokage. 10 years had passed since the 4th Great Shinobi War. Konohagakure no Sato had changed beyond recognition, grown, modernized, transformed by a decade of peace that exceeded anything in the village's history. The reconstruction after Pain's attack had been completed years ago, replaced by continuous expansion as former enemies became allies and trade routes opened across the continent. Naruto stood on the Hokage monument, looking down at the village his parents had died protecting. 5 faces were carved into the stone now, the 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, having served admirably during the transition years, his calm demeanor a stabilizing influence after the war's trauma. Today, a 6th face would begin to be carved. Nervous? Sakura stood beside him, her own career having flourished in the decades since their genin days. She had become the greatest medical ninja since Tsunade, pioneering techniques that had revolutionized healthcare across the shinobi world. No. Maybe. A little. That's reasonable. It's a big day. The biggest. Naruto turned to face her. Are you sure you don't want it? The council offered you the position before they came to me. And I told them no, for the same reason I'm telling you now. I'm a doctor, not a politician. My place is in the hospital, saving lives, not behind a desk making decisions that cost them. She smiled. Besides, you've been building toward this your entire life. Don't let imposter syndrome steal your moment. Is that what this is? Probably. You've just spent 10 years proving you deserve this position, and now you're worried you don't deserve it. She punched his shoulder, gently, for her, which still rocked him backward. Get over it. The inauguration ceremony was held in the same space where Tsunade had been acknowledged, where Minato had been proclaimed, where 5 generations of Hokage had stood before the village they served. The crowd was larger than any that had gathered before, not just Konoha citizens, but representatives from every major village, dignitaries from the civilian nations, shinobi who had fought alongside Naruto during the war and wanted to witness his ascension. Tsunade administered the oath, her retirement from active duty having left her with more energy for ceremonial functions. She placed the Hokage hat on his head with hands that trembled slightly, emotion, not age, though she denied if anyone asked. Uzumaki Naruto, she said, her voice carrying across the gathered thousands. By the authority vested in me as your predecessor, I proclaim you Nanadame Hokage, 7th Lord of the Fire Shadow. May your reign be long, your wisdom be deep, and your compassion be endless. The crowd erupted. Naruto stepped forward, looking out at the sea of faces, some familiar, some strange, all of them looking to him for leadership he had never sought but had always been growing toward. I stand before you today, he began. Not as a legend or a hero, but as a person who has walked the same streets you walk, faced the same fears you face, dreamed the same dreams you dream. I was not born to power or position. I was not chosen by destiny or fate. I was simply willing. Willing to try when others gave up. Willing to connect when others turned away. Willing to believe in a world that hadn't earned my faith. He paused, letting the words settle. The will of fire is not a birthright. It is not passed down through bloodlines or bestowed by ceremonies. It is a choice, a daily, deliberate choice to protect what matters, to sacrifice for what's right, to love even when it costs us everything. I have made that choice every day of my life, and I will continue making it for as long as I hold this office. His eyes swept across the crowd, finding faces he recognized. Sasuke, standing at the back, his curse seal long since removed, his path finally his own. Sakura, tears streaming down her face despite her earlier composure. Kakashi, his eye curved in a familiar crescent, pride evident in every line of his body. And countless others. Friends, allies, people he'd saved and people who'd saved him. The network of bonds he'd spent 22 years building, made manifest in the crowd before him. Together, we will build something that lasts. Not through power or conquest, but through connection. Through understanding. Through the simple, revolutionary act of treating each other as equals, as partners in the endless project of making life worth living. He smiled, and it was the smile of someone who had finally arrived at a destination he'd been walking toward his entire existence. The will of fire burns in all of us. Let's show the world what it looks like when we let it shine. Later that night, alone in the Hokage's office, Naruto sat behind the desk where his father had once worked and allowed himself a moment of reflection. Satisfied? Kurama asked. Their relationship had evolved so far from the antagonism of early years that the question came with genuine warmth. Getting there. Getting there. You've achieved everything you ever dreamed of, Hokage, respected, loved by the entire village, and you're getting there. There's always more to do. More people to help. More work to finish. The path of cultivation continues. It does. Naruto touched the crystalline core that now rested at his center, his essence condensation achievement, which had continued to develop in the decades since the war. He was approaching the fourth realm now, core formation, according to the ancient entity's teachings, and beyond that lay heights that even his imagination struggled to envision. I'm not stopping. Not ever. The world keeps turning, keeps presenting new challenges, keeps offering new opportunities to grow. And I'm going to meet every single one of them. Even if it takes millennia? Naruto thought about this. His cultivation had already extended his lifespan significantly. Exactly how much remained unclear, but the normal human limitations seemed increasingly irrelevant. He might live for centuries. He might live forever. The uncertainty was, in its way, exciting. Even if it takes millennia, he agreed. The path is the destination. The journey is the point. And I've got a lot of traveling left to do. He turned to the window, looking out at the village that was now his responsibility. The streets were quiet in the evening light, families returning home, businesses closing for the night. The ordinary rhythms of life continuing as they always had. His village. His people. His responsibility. His dream, finally achieved. And yet, somehow, he knew this was just another beginning. Another step on a path that stretched further than even his enhanced perception could follow. That was fine. He'd always liked walking.